respect. From one expect 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 respect. Respect. From one expect respect. From one expect respect. From one expect respect.
And we are back aboard here with RES LATAM, and we're taking away our last day of groups. All the decider games going to be running through to decide the last teams who are going to be making it to the playoffs, and eliminating another four of them here today. It's all do or die for these teams in all of these groups. What's good?
I mean, again, like you said, this is what it's all been about here. It's all been leading up to this point. Who are going to be the last teams entering on into playoffs to meet some of the very exciting challengers that we have here that have already been sitting and waiting for them. So it's going to be a good day of Counter-Strike, as it always is here in South America, and looking forward to getting into the action with you.
Yeah, so many storylines are going to begin. So many might just end as well, and maybe some surprises in the mix. We can take a look at the overall schedule today and just get a big picture of what we've got going on for all of these groups. We've got Solid taking on Audic. That is last series champions, by the way, fighting for their lives here. And then, Red Canids, W7M, that's set up to be a banger. Galoris able to take down Bestia. They find themselves here. And the Amigos with the chance to make themselves at home in playoffs again.
Yeah, I mean, like you said here, a lot of storylines could just end. Those books could be closing on our reigning champions here in this opening matchup for the day, which is where I think a lot of my attention is going to be faced on towards in terms of like seeing a team that has come through, had an incredible playoff run just last series, and now has to come through and fight for their life in the group stage. It's just a big whiplash for this squad in Solid, and it's not necessarily where they want to be, but they still have that chance of making it again and trying to, again, be one of those teams that's going to make it to that final here where it's all on the line.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Solid can replicate it. But again, other teams like Galoris trying to maybe rise up and pull off a big upset versus a team like Sharks as well. That is obviously possible. And W7M, they've been on the struggle bus. We hyped them up like back over a couple months ago, Series 1, Series 2. We'll have to see if they are truly back or not. Do they have a playoff run in them? We'll have to see about that. Taken away here in Group A, Fluxo, they made it through, a little hiccup versus Solid. We won't, Fluxo have good days, have bad days, but then they just destroyed Audic, and then to make themselves at home here. And I mean, La Ruganeta didn't necessarily show up with the same fire we've seen in previous series, but that gave Solid a chance to fight forward.
Yeah, I mean, again, La Ruganeta going through some changes here, so it's no big surprise that we do see these three teams as a team left standing in Group A. This is kind of what we would expect at this point, even though La Ruganeta have come through and always impressed in series prior.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, here for Solid though, I can't. I mean, let's just zone in on this matchup overall. As we take the big picture, Solid, they've been on a roller coaster of form. Yes, they can ride the high of winning last RES series, and they even took the high road in that series as well. They had to take on the Amigos, they had to take on Fluxo as well, but they've lost one of their biggest pieces here in BNC. And believe it or not, BNC is sitting on the sidelines. He's eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah. I mean, it's a massive deal right there. Like you said, losing BNC here, one of the players that got them through that Fluxo matchup as well, who was just playing incredible in playoffs, kicked it into gear. And I feel like since we've seen Solid kind of lose out on that piece, it feels like this roster has gone a little bit missing in like big games where we saw again a really impressive performance here, a really strong like just kind of build in form over the grand scheme of the playoffs. We haven't seen them be able to get back to that form of consistency, and now this is their last chance here. It's their last opportunity to really prove that we can make things work. It wasn't just a fluke here, and especially again when we talk about like getting points, you need to be making it into playoffs to try and secure a deeper run here and secure your position in the top two.
Yeah, absolutely. Here for these guys, some pressure on them, but they have the players to do it still. I mean, Jareba and GBB are two incredible pieces, and if CSO has a life game, he's going to take over the server and bring it home for solid. But taking a look over at Audic on their end, again, it's been up and down form ever since they made the RMR. It has not been perfect for this team. But I still have to have some faith in this lineup, player for player. I feel like they could take down Solid.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question about it. They've got very strong leadership here in Woody, which I think gives them a certain floor that lets them bring a little bit of consistency into the mix. And they've got a lot of exciting and somewhat experienced firepower. When you talk about players like Turtle that can really lock things down effectively, you can place a lot of faith in him. He has proven to be someone that you can lean on here. Naite as well is one of those kind of exciting individuals. So with all that being said, I feel like Audic they should be a pretty consistent playoff team. It's just again this pretty difficult group here, depending on what sort of form we're going to see out of Solid today, is going to be the biggest challenge.
Yeah, I mean, even then here for Audic, it's been, up and down results. But all of their games, they've had to play against the best teams in the region. Like, let's not get that wrong. They've had to play against the Imperial, the Sharks, the Red Canids, the MIBRs of the world. You can't secure wins versus all of them, but they've managed to make it close every time. I feel like just, in terms of caliber, Audic are slightly better here than Solid, especially in terms of recent form. I don't think Solid have necessarily materialized that magical run that they were able to put together at RES and then slingshot them further into this region. I I'm looking at Audic and I think they should be able to take this game, but maybe the veto can change our minds.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, again, you're talking about a team that has gone through some serious changes in the form of winning that event and then getting a player just kind of taken away there. So it's always a big deal. It feels like the win's taken from your sails. But we'll take a look at the vetoes here, and out of the gates, we start things off with a Vertigo pick out of Team Solid here, and out of the gates, I think that's going to be a pretty exciting opportunity to lean on here. Again, a lot of reps played. You know that later down the line you can get some pretty comfortable maps. I'm kind of a little bit surprised to see them not lean into like an ancient for themselves, which is the map that I was expecting. But I think in the back of their
Mhm.
minds they might have anticipated, as opposed to an Inferno decider. You were kind of expecting maybe Audic to lean into an ancient.
Yeah, that could have been a possibility, but I'd actually don't doubt Audic's ability on Vertigo. Again, their games have just been so darn close against some of the top teams in the region. I think they went like quadruple
Wow.
overtime versus Sharks, and a really nail biter match uh, versus Fluxo as well. So it's not all bad here for Audic, especially on this map of Vertigo. Like Solid are still gonna have to play up to snuff. They're still gonna have to play their game, and then you have to deal with Anubis. So like not everything here is set in stone at all. And in fact, it almost favors Audic. They've just been so close. It's about pushing it over the line here.
Yeah, this looks like a little bit of a different direction for the veto here for Solid as well. Last time that they played things out, they weren't willing to pick it into Vertigo, and they ended up kind of getting sideswiped there 2-0, pretty quick 2-0 at that. So this looks like a small adjustment in the veto here to maybe put the favor into their advantage. Although, I mean, again, last year they did lose Vertigo to the likes of Audic, which is a bit of a surprise there. So it's going to be a big challenge here. I think out of the gates, you're definitely going to see some discomfort here. I think from both squads rolling out this Vertigo map here. But like you said, I think that Audic have shown strength that they can still put it to the test here. It's all about trying to put it across the finish line here, which is their big test. And what's interesting to me is that Audic, they have so much confidence in their Vertigo that they don't ban it in best of ones. So that also is a little bit of a surprise there, and it shows that they do have faith. They just haven't gotten the wins yet.
Yeah, they're willing to play it, and that's that is a very scary thing to have. They're still confident in that map despite all the results and what not. I's definitely going to be going to Nita in terms of the impact, of course. But speaking of Audit, they're having some trouble getting into the server right now. But when we do get them into the server, we're going to be back in. So we're going to bring this one off to a little bit of a break as we have a little technical problem. But we'll be back in a short one. Don't worry about it. And we are back in here, Cole. As we did have some technical issues, Ponter, he was having struggles reconnecting, restarting the internet, but he got it in just at the door, at the bell here, and he is in the server. So we do got all 10. We were wondering, we were talking, in the interim, are we going to have to see the coach Linico step up? No, we're good here, Cole.
Yeah, it's good to see. I mean, that's obviously a big deal here. You want everyone in the server. This is for playoffs, so it's nice that we're able to have the full roster, get all those internet issues figured out, and set ourselves up for a pretty exciting deciding match. I mean, honestly, again, for me, this is kind of the big match of the day, considering how that last series shaped up. These are two seriously contending teams. We know what Onyx capable of. We know their ceiling. We also know that Solid are our reigning champions. So you want to see these guys make it through. Unfortunately, only one of these two teams is going to be making it through as we kick things off here on Vertigo.
And so, yeah, Vertigo definitely, again, it's favored. Like, you could say, like, Solid pick it into it, but Audic are not unwilling to play this in a lot of their series. When it comes to these best-of-1 vetoes, they leave it up for grabs. And they've kept it close versus some of the better teams in the region. 1xBet agrees with these odds, and, well, with Ponter in the server, they probably certainly should. He gets a double here, but the Turtle struggling on the play with the Molly, forcing him into these awkward angles. It's a 2 versus 3. Naita also searching for one back on the cross. Aya will escape his grasp. Really needing a kill to grapple onto this retake. Woody does begin his walk forward, though. Let's see if he can collect versus Aya. None of these shots connecting, and now time being burnt, and then the kills come through here for CS2. That's going to be an ace on the pistol round for him, by the way, as Solid will scoop it up.
Well, you remember the last time CSO was able to start off hot? He sure did finish well. That was a playoff performing CSO right there on the pistol, delivering here out of the gates. That's good news here, big time for the side of Solid. They got a key piece here, one that's willing to get aggressive, one that's willing to get in your face, starting off well here on Vertigo. Gonna quiet down Audic's defensive measures here. We got 5 players walking about here on A. Could be a little bit of boost action here, maybe a triple boost in order. We'll see what they got in store. Just hanging about, letting IA walk into the corner here. You want to turn that corner, you're in for a warm surprise. Oh my god.
He's going to swing into them instead, and hey, here comes the lineup for 4. Oh, not back-to-back aces. Sadly, no back-to-back aces here for Solid, but Aya will certainly collect the 4, be happy with it, get some confidence going. Definitely get some hoorahs in the chat.
I'm with you. I kind of wanted back-to-back aces. I can't lie. I was going to be excited. Pretty rare sight to see, but
Could catch this from CSO.
Yeah. Work on the pistol right there. Locking in some headshots. These are the easy mop-ups right there from IA. That last one, not quite. Too quick on the draw right there for Ace. Got that cool lineup. Solid Jareva was throwing that a lot in playoffs last time. He's able to find an opening duel out towards middle. So a nice kickoff here. And they're really challenging Turtle. Usually so good on this B side. Anchoring has really developed as a player in this side of the map. But needs some help. He probably needs a little bit of support here as that utility continues to rain on it. He's going to get that support, though.
Yeah, Woody going to make that move down the ladder. And the bomb actually will just be found right in front of him. Hello there. But is Woody going to continue the full flank? Oh, instead, he's going to take this opportunity to flank everyone on B stairs. No one will be watching this. Aya will jump up into his crosshairs for free and spotting 2 more Turtle to step forward next. But he knows this is not a commitment out of Solid. That bomb's still down.
It's a 50 damage nade rate there as well on the way out here. Because they can transition in towards that A side. They obviously know LCM was hanging about here, lurking about. That was called over by Turtle at the start of this round. So you can still see some resistance here, but you're caught in a reposition, caught in the open. LCM able to strike accordingly. And now they've got site control. They've got full control of this round right now. There's plenty of time to transition that bomb on into the site. LCM's still going to be in charge of resisting this aggression, though, but there's the smokes to seal them on in.
Hold on, though, but Turtle just swings past. Well, actually, get him established. Naito working around the edge of the site. Oh, and rather GBV lets go of the angle. It's CSO now in the 1 versus 1, and look who has a molly. Naito, will he use it properly? Oh, instead, there you go. Molly gonna go out towards the sandbag. Force the fight where CSO will just hit the instant headshot to convert the clutch here for Solid.
You call him CS7-0 right now. He's not dying right now. He is delivering for Solid. Out of the gates, he wants another playoff run, and he keeps playing like this, just might get it. Looking fantastic here out of the gates. A tough recovery of a round. So little going for you, but able to deal with that flank pressure in some fashion, and even still being able to resist in this 1v1 situation. A clutch coming through from Audic to save them. LCM right back up to some ramp antics here. Taking charge with a MAC-10 to turn that corner. Utility heard, but he's ducking all around, and he's got a real challenge at hand. He's got the whole squad chasing him in here, and he's still able to find the first.
And swing wide here for Naita. Will net the trade back. GDP's gonna keep swinging, which is bold to say the least. But with Jureba getting the kill in middle, everything should just be smooth sailing. Poor team Solid. As then there's the mop-up. It's a quick 4-0 start here for Solid. I mean, CS 7-0. Just with the capability to take over these games makes him such a scary player. And with no BNC on the lineup, someone's got to get a call up.
Yeah, this is pretty impressive. And I also want to say, you know, Audic, our team that have taken some pretty steep losses on this map. So I think actually offering up some resistance early is going to be pretty key here. CSO moving quickly once again. Ready to dive on into the action here. He's looking for a fight. He's looking for a tussle. A lot of resistance all over the map. A lot of attempts at map control here being taken throughout the map here from Solid. They're doing this nade stack again. I feel like they know exactly what Turtle likes to do. Turtle's avoiding this utility all the while. Look at all the utility. It's 3 HGs that they just tossed into different anchoring positions on B to try and do some damage. They did a little bit, but nothing crazy.
They brought in like so much presence towards that B stairs that Woody said, Ponter, go ahead and take up middle. I'm going to use this op and try and force some fights. On the angle, letting go of it just as they turn around, but then swings in, and CSO is now CS7-1. Zareba, though, out middle. He was good in the previous, but Ponter will stand fast this time. Make this a 3 versus 5.
So it's going to be a difficult one to recover. A great opportunity to slow things down if you're Audic, but they still got to finish the job here. That's not a guarantee right now. Although this utility is making it very difficult to actually make a move. I'm starting to think that this might just be a save. I mean, there isn't really a lot that you can do here. You're getting mollied off multiple times towards side hall. You got an awkward smoke that you'd have to deal with on the crane side of things. So, honestly, a smart move here. For Solid to just call it a day, know that, you know, the desperation that would set in to try and win that round, it would probably just mean their guns being thrown into the void, and good idea there, but Audic finally on the board. That's good news for them.
Yeah, now starting to plant their feet here, at least for Audic. Woody's AWP staying mobile is really the biggest factor there. Not just committing to one bit over towards that A site. In fact, he's starting B, and, well, he might be missing here on this ramp defense. As Matios will be forced off by the molly. Solid begin to advance. Matios, though, out towards that sandbags. He's going to eat 1 HE, but not the second. But now the molly will really force him out. But Naita is going to dodge the flashbang there, playing in front of it. Aya falls easy. Is he gonna keep going for it is the question, though. Naita playing on a knife's edge. Oh, but with Woody next to him, maybe he's the full-on sword.
He just recycled that smoke towards side hall as well, so they still have no vision, and Naite's just not giving this up, and he looks, they might swing for the fences soon. That's what you'd imagine. They might give it a go as they're looking to collapse and secure the bag here. They do in unison perfectly. LCM, the only one able to strike. Oh no!
Marios.
Oh, he might have just disconnected right there.
Not a great place to disconnect, I'm not gonna lie.
Right in the scope of the op, right when you were hoping for the trade, but I think Woody could still have this one in the bag. If not, a little bit of fear put into the hearts here of Audic in this clutch attempt here. LCM turning that corner soon as well.
And good jiggle peeks there from Ponter, just to catch him out in the open like that. So it'll be the dig at the body shot, and tech pause probably about to happen here, as that wasn't part of the plan for Marios to freeze the statue strat. You know what, the mannequin challenge, wasn't it called?
Yeah. Yeah, you're more so looking for the Harlem Shake on the ramp.
I'm not. Again, I was telling Cole's yapping to me about Fortnite in the green room, and I'm like, Cole, my brain has turned to toothpaste listening to you. Again, you have these just pre-programmed responses. The simple flow chart.
I just want to say happy Fortnite Friday to all those who celebrate.
It's 2-4 between Audic and Team Salt. Thanks, Cole. Thanks, Cole. Really great. Ooh, all right. Let's go, Woody. Waking us out of our, whatever Cole's on right now.
Our mush, our brain rot.
Yes.
So good wake up call right there. Always useful.
Cool little lineup
toes
from Jureba. What has he got cooking with that one? I think that one's going to some part of the generators here, as we'll see it.
CT.
Yeah.
It's very telegraphed though. That's early utility right there. So now you threw that. You can still lurk towards middle, but this is a very straightforward approach towards B.
Yeah, Turtle's gonna tuck behind the pillars. They're gonna be a CC side flash. There is. He swings for one only, however. And Ponter also gets spotted around the edge of the smoke. About to get locked out. Naita doesn't want to let that happen, though. Extends forward for the kill to equalize. But LCM looking to catch some on the fadeaway. Hello there. There's a headshot right for you. Anything to answer back from Naita once more. Instead, it's feeling increasingly like a back away and save here for Audic.
That's our best option here. I mean, honestly, that utility, the constant recycling of the smokes towards like jump up and CT, kind of the entrance of that B bomb site. It feels like if you're the CT side, the way you retake that round is you have to get gray screened at some point, and that just makes the fight so much more difficult here for the entirety of Audic. They didn't have a lot of good fights right there rolling on out. It was only really, Turtle looking to stand up for that early resistance. He gets taken care of quickly. And look at all the other kills that flow through in this round. Gray screen inside of a smoke right there. And Naite, you can see how difficult his fight is. But there's another one. Gray screened inside of a smoke. What are you supposed to do? They constantly are recycling those smokes as well for the entirety of that post plant. So it's a cool little, again, what I would say is like a high priority on different bits of utility. It's a cool strat right there.
There's one last thing there for Turtle, though, and I think he was feeling the pressure too much. That there was a sort of on-the-fly pot flash tossed in. He swung on that one rather than there was a lineup pot flash. And you saw after the replay, Aya gets that kill, but then he eats a full blinded flash. If that was half a second earlier, that could be some round-defining stuff there for Audic. It's making sure that all those bits and pieces get together. Counter-Strike is a game of seconds, and could have been the case in that round. Woody, though, taking his timing. has a player pinned. The question is, does he know about it? He's gonna hold this angle for all time, it feels like. Eventually, someone's got to turn around the corner. Pop flash in as well. Audic, they know their lineups here. Not netting to kill this time.
Yeah, really wanted that one here. The
Woody.
Woody's gonna hold this line. He does get the opening pickup. He's got more around
going
that
back
corner, but he
in.
goes for the repeat right there, and that's LCM available for the punish. I gotta kind of separate the defense there.
Now, to be fair, he was able to let loose a shot, so... if he just hit it, if he just nailed it, would have been good. Naita, though, round the edge of the smoke. This is being watched with, like, absolute laser focus. Here comes the double swing, and yeah, LCM, CSO, the collapse. It's all right, though, as Turtle does make it a 2-for-2 at the end. And I think Solid, they kind of have to commit with this kind of time remaining. The smoke's up on the site. But there's only one, and keep in mind, who has that bomb? It's Jareba on 27. I think there's an HE with his name written on it.
Yep.
Here it goes, and there's the bomb on the floor. Scramble here for Aya. He has to plant it. Hope and pray they miss, but they won't. Good play there from Audic.
Yeah, that's a secured round right there. It felt like their ramp collapse was a little bit disjointed. You could see, you know, two players peek over from side hall, and then only one a little bit later down the line came through towards Crane, but they still went out that exchange. They pretty much go 3-for-2, and you'll just take that any day of the week, especially during the late stage of this round here. And then having that extra security turtle with an HE this late into the round is absolutely lovely. So Audic find themselves in a tough spot. Do want to give a quick shout out if you are interested getting in on some of the odds here that we have in the Latin American series. You can go and check out the 1xBet app. Of course, you can scroll on down and click the link. Whenever that code pops up on your screen, you can also scan that if you're interested in the mobile app. But of course, big shout out to 1xBet. You can use code 1XRES Latin American or LATAM if you're interested in getting on a deposit bonus for your first deposit. So if you hop into a bit of a tech pause here, it's going to slow things down. I think another bit of disconnect for Marios was having, I think, problems at the start of this one. And get a quick round reset. This is an opportunity, though. Audic can start to get back here, get their head into things.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a good start. You know the funniest part about that HE there that struck true onto Jareba? If he planted in the standard default position, that nade actually wouldn't have come close to hitting him. He would have been safe behind the boxes because of how it bounced. So, but he decided to plant a bit forward, a bit off on the box instead. So, just some weird things, little conundrums, coincidences, etc. As we do have the half-buy purchase and the storm up ramp for the almighty entry fragger of GBB, heart and soul of this team. But it's actually out towards middle where the real attack is, and Jareba with the P250 makes good on it. But Turtle getting that kill and just barely surviving is enough here for
this
for
is
Audic.
all for Aya, who's now taking very valuable real estate towards this A side. You got to catch him being lackadaisical here, and Woody seems to be very prepared for the possibility that there could be a player side. He's not going to get vision on him just yet. Double zoom.
And now making a ton of noise. If Aya walks around the corner, Woody was a dead man, but instead this smoke will bloom. Look at this. Matios will step forward and immediately, well, we'll trade out Knights. Aya, though, inside of this. Oh, but Matios found a second to at least give the advantage over to Audic. But with Turtle so low, anything is possible. Aya gets the plant. He's up for the clutch.
Oh my god.
And as the smoke blooming, all these odds feel like they're playing against Aya with the pistol out here for Woody. Now put so much onto Turtle. Having to swing around the site. And he'll hit the headshot on low HP. Mandatory headshot for Turtle. As Audek will keep it going.
My God, Turtle, instant dismissal right there, denying the clutch. It felt like, honestly, Woody kind of played his hand very quickly in that retake right there instead of waiting a little while longer, which was a big surprise, but manages to close it down. There's a nasty P250 shot from Zareba. And Matios, this is his introduction into the server here, his first time getting some kills, and that was necessary. He needed to start lifting off here, you know, nullify some of the frustration. I know he's been having a tough time. We've already seen him disconnect a couple of times here in this game. But shutting down around like that and kind of saving your team the worry of Solid gaining more ground in this, it's big time here, and I think he'll be happy with the end result of that round. We're back with the same utilities and the same execution, maybe.
I just wanted to say that was the last bullet Matios fired before Aya completed the kill on that Tech 9, by the way, for that headshot. Again, this game is really down to the wire in every single sense.
Yeah, that it is. It's getting interesting here. It's getting close. Woody has been doing great work with this op here, being in the right place at the right time. That Molotov's going to flush 0 players out of position, though. It might bait him into a little bit of a false sense of security. And as you can see, off that molly, there's a one rotating away.
Woody, very smart on that. Sees the flashbang flying, gets off of the angle, then peeks into it. And will shave off Aya. And the pistols eat a bunch of HEs as well. And Woody, he's starting to hit some flicks. Not necessarily the kills. Naita's going to be the one doing that. And probably needed your pistol out for that at the end of the day. But 1 HP here for CS2. He's not long for this world. As around the site, Matios will handle him. Naita gets a couple of cleanup kills. Audek will equalize.
They will. Quickly returning here, down 0-4 out of the gates. Run into a little bit of resistance here now for likes a Solid. Got to break things down here a little bit. Seen some really cool executions. I'd like them maybe to go back to that. Over towards that B bomb site, we've seen some, again, you know, I would just say like a difference in what's typical here with utility sets. Throwing those deep CT smokes towards jump up and the entrance of that B bomb site. So I like the innovation. Woody, ready to aggress forward. He's got 2 players. He's just been playing so sharp here today. Look at this little boost setup to try and claim, play an off angle. Woody's just been in the right place. He's striking fear into the hearts here.
On the off angle. Oh, this is going to be awkward, though, for Woody. There's not going to be a wide swing to follow it up, however. Do they know it's the op is the question as he moves around the corner, nails it, and then the coverage is perfection from Ponter. That's exactly what you want there out of Audek. Now LCM pushing forward. Turtle even strikes down a grenade. And this round, well, it's everything has just went wrong for Solid.
But it has, and it will continue to go wrong there as well. Multiple flashes for CSO's location. What a beautiful setup. I mean, both teams, I think, playing very fundamentally sound CS right there, but it's a battle of the brains here. Woody finds the opening op shot. You have Aya in a position to trade. He's in the right position to trade right there. But the backup rolling on out here, perfectly read into again here for Audek. I really like, you know, again, Woody, where he's finding himself in all of these rounds. It's got to be very frustrating for Solid to run into an op everywhere they go.
Yeah, he has by far been, again, you're talking about just positionally perfect across the map. And he's also, you know, been sharp on the shots. But this good setup from Jareba, well, now the flashes have faded. That's the problem. And oh my goodness, Ponter is taking advantage of it. Combined with Turtle, 4 drop. And this force buy effort, last round of the half, not working out here for Solid. Naita wanted to expedite the process here. But instead, Shareva is in a world of hurt, faced with all of Audic. I mean, again, like everything you've been saying, Cole, has just been 100% correct. Fundamentally sound Counter-Strike here from Audic.
Yeah, and it started off a little bit rough here. It started off a little bit slow, but look at the way that they finish. Oh my god. This is another just beautiful round here. Ponter's the one that's taking first contact instead of your B anchor as well. That makes Turtle's job a bit of a breeze, and when Ponter's landing shots like that, to back it up here, Audic find themselves in a lead at the half.
You can see how they've brought some of the best teams in the region so darn close. I mean, hey, you can use that 1xBet app to check in on all the odds and check in on those prior results. You can really see the form factor for Audic. Despite the column of red, yes, they're on a loss streak. It's all been super close, and it's courtesy of a lot of these really strong individuals here. They're showing up today versus Solid.
As they need to here. Again, this is for all the marbles here. This is for playoffs, so it's where it matters the most. So that all the pressure's applied, and then you get to do it all over again in playoffs. So a tough ask for both of these squads here, but a mid play.
Hot flash here. Oh, and it's perfect. Yeah. See you later, LCM. He's knocked off the angle, and all of Audic blasting through middle. They're going to go in towards Elevator. LCM desperately looking for shots that he certainly needed now as Aya out in the open, and it's a perfect play here from Audic on the pistol.
It's so explosive right there. It's so in your face, out of the gates. You can't hold off against it. That one flash doesn't give you any time to react if you're their teammates. Feeling the pressure. You know, by the time you're calling Elevator, you're already smoked off, and the round is already lost. Wow.
I mean, we're just seeing some beautiful Counter-Strike out of Audic. Not just the headshots, but you're talking about a perfectly executed elevator split. I mean, we see that go wrong so many times. The CTs easily collapse in on it. That's not all that perfect. Easy knife kill for Shareva, handed over to Woody. Oh no,
he's gonna farm some checks.
Okay. He is balling into this round.
Yeah, you gotta now deal with an A1S. Some full head Kevlar. He had a $350 upgrade on that department, and he's got a couple extra kills to end this round. So, absolutely flawless up until the closing stages, where there might have been a little oopsie here, but you can shake that off if you win this next round. If you don't, if this A1S comes haunted, you might be feeling a little bit of frustration here. So, Zareba's definitely a player that we've seen be a difference maker for his squad. And that's rough.
There's a molly and the boost up. He's gonna get knocked off the angle. They know that's a triple setup as well. So Naita gonna charge in. Aya will pick up the M4 though, and is he gonna continue spamming with this 5-7? He's gonna hide in, hope and pray. Inside the smoke though, life is gonna be very hard here for Aya. He'll just barely go down. What a fighting effort from him.
He gave it his all right there. He did a lot of damage, and guess what? Another one's gonna fill the feed. That one's gonna replace him here. It's like a Hydra. You just can't keep cutting off the heads here. Eventually, LCM gonna take care of Turtle. Ponter gets double swung here, and now it's Solid with the big advantage. Look at the HP now on the two remaining players left here on Audic.
The thing is that Audic do have the unknowns and the surprises waiting here. But a huge opportunity. And look at this. LCM is going to come back around. Woody will make his way up side hall, though. The question is, how many sound cues will Solid make on the rundown? But he's getting called back. He's getting called back right into 2 CTs. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. There's nothing worse that could have just happened right there. He thought he sold them, but instead, it was ring around the rosy for Woody. And I think this one is sunk, Cole. I don't think he could possibly win this. Yeah, 10 seconds. There's nothing to happen here. As Solid, it's a comedy of errors in the 2v2. They'll pick up the force.
Yeah, in the 2v4, I mean, it's an absolute graveyard over there towards side hall. Everyone hitting the deck there, but Audic surprisingly walking away worse for wear, considering the start. Look at this, the way it kicks off here. It's a 5v3. And sure, there's not a lot you can do about IA and the amount of impact that he has here. But they get wide swung. They get dealt with on the side hole re-aggression in that 2v2. And I mean, man, gonna wish that you could have had that one back. It could have been a lot of continued pressure here rolling for Audic to try and close this map. Now it's not so certain. Now you gotta fight back with limited resources here.
Boost up for Woody. Oh, but a perfect crosshair placement from Jareba to adjust. Handle him. Over Poncer just pick up the AK. Still staying lethal here. Yeah, this is Solid's opportunity to really establish themselves back into this game, beating out the force by attempt. Celsium about to get swung by multiples and just essentially saw the whole team there.
I'd get that utility down as well. If get the flanks activating in this man advantage here. It's going to be a real tough challenge turning that corner into this execute. They got a smoke. They got a couple flashes.
It could just hit all the shots to get into the site. We'll have to see. GBB going to be first contact. Looking good with CSO, however, and just as quick as that, refall. Matios is toast. Courtesy of IS. So, Solid make a short work out of that force buy. They walk away flawless.
That'll put an end to the force buy wars there as well. So it is going to be all equals, or at least it should be. Zareba. Good crosshair placement, like you mentioned, and some smoke spam as well from CSO. Making sure that execute never lifts off. We got full Glocks. This is your chance to really stabilize here if you're Solid. Get to a good position in this game.
Ooh. Okay. Here we go. Ollie's out middle. And a little, they get ground. You know, they stay a little dangerous here for the side of Audic. But dangerous is all it is. Just a word. Just an adjective. As Audic will get cleaned up. Solid will equalize. And that's going to bring out this first timeout for Audic. They need to right the ship.
What they do here, taking a little bit of a breath. Trying to, again, get back into, a good position here in this game where they can start to shut things down as well. And my big question is, I mean, we saw some really cool executes, some good game plans out of Solid and Audic for that matter. We've already seen a pretty cool execute on the pistol. I want to see a little bit more of that out of Audic. I feel like Woody, what he does really well, very sharp with these mid rounds. He's very sharp with these off spawn calls as well, where he can just set his team up so you can go straight on in and come up with a little bit of innovation. So we'll see, what sort of calling we get out of the gates for this gun round right now. It's more of a standard default. Triple boost again towards this A side. This time a lot more successful in the assembly.
And it'll have a lot more results as well. Oh my goodness. But it's offset by the fact that Turtle just found the isolated entry onto the other side of the map. That might go all to waste. Man advantages don't mean anything when you're faced a post plant.
Here's the big thing though, you got full belts of utility here. It's so early in the round that we're getting into these post plants, but they can't deny the bomb plant. They're just gonna do extra damage. So Turtle, even more responsibility on his shoulders right now.
The thing is, this could be an unknown angle. We'll have to see how diligent will they be. Well, an HE nearly touches down on the GBB just around the corner, but Turtle, he's trapped. He has to fight with the crossfire though. He's got it. Matios spray transfer is good enough. Poncer with the coverage. 4 fall on the retake. Audic Reestablish.
The on-the-fly totem pole gets knocked on down. Devastated right there. And we have got ourselves a lead back for Audix. This is absolutely unreal. The totem poles all over the map being assembled. And you can see one quick entry. Turtle able to offer up that distraction. Matios and Ponter playing so well off of each other. Ponter available for an instant trade. It was never lifting off right there on that retake, even despite the man advantage and despite that good utility.
Looks like we're not live on this one, but just a sea of players trying to jump over each other to get into the retake. I have not seen many things like that. Yeah, we casted a lot of Counter-Strike. Looks like Turtle is in need of a reconnect, so probably going to be entering into a round restart very quickly. But this is such an important round right here. You know, Solid have won 4 in a row, but some of these rounds have not been perfect, not been clean enough. So they will stagger into this one. Their wallet's about to be empty. And a pivotal round here on Vertigo.
Absolutely no question about it. These are those game-defining, map-defining swing rounds right here that we're seeing. Economically speaking, both teams going to be kind of put on notice here. Solid do have a bit in reserve. Audix, they've shown some serious resiliency on this map, in which, again, we kind of came into it talking about the record here, talking about how this is a bit of a punish pick, but how it's been close in the past and they've been able to show their stuff on it. And then also talking about how, this is a bit of a different direction for Solid, who are out for revenge from the last series, in which they kind of got swiped aside by Audix. They got dominated, just last month here. At the end of the last month, they got absolutely shut down. So this is, their next avenue. This is their next route, is to try and punish pick this Vertigo map.
I mean, that was the hope for a punish pick here for Solid, but again, Audix, they've taken the best teams in the region to the limit on this map, and they're willing to play this. Just because, you read some numbers, 10% win rate, oh my goodness. Doesn't mean everything. And this is why. LCM looking to slink forward. However, with the triple ramp setup, Audix, how keen are they to test this? Looks like very. But on the other side is an AWP for LCM. He's not going to miss, but he's also down to 2 HP. Lucky to be alive, he will just barely slip away.
Gets out of there. There's no damage dealing utility either here for Audix to take him down on these next phase of an execute. If you had 8 Gs, there wouldn't be a lot of safe places to stand if you had the full belt, but that's not the case here. Turtle
Turtle wants this.
On this head-to-head, trying to do the same thing he did last round, giving Audix a second option here. In the open, though, gets caught off guard, and now GBB being watched. Woody catches him around the smoke, and there's 2 to respond upon.
I think that's overcooking, Cole. I would call it overcooking. You have this AWP in position as well. You kind of want them to execute in there. But convinced by seeing a single player towards ramp, they might have isolated fights. They test the whole team. Turtle able to bring into the plant cleanly. Post-plant established. Do you go for this if you're Solid with your AWPer on 2 HP? The answer is no. It's a save. Audix with a massive round.
Wow, yeah, I mean, just a massive save right there, punishing some of the re-aggression right there from Solid. And like you said, just kind of left wondering if that was a little too much proactivity coming through from 2 riflers, very separated by their initiative as well. There wasn't any flashes to turn that corner. There wasn't any real setup to that plate other than saying, hey, we've got 2 strong riflers. We want to continue to get them activated. And both of them get punished. Both of them, lose out on those duels.
Yeah, but I think it's also a communication thing there from Solid. CSO saw Turtle making his way up the steps. It called in some panic over towards the B site, but it also might have made Solid think that there were less people on ramp than there actually were. That's why you see GBB pushing through the smoke. He doesn't think they have the manpower to watch for that kind of aggression. But with 3 players in position, there's no chance that's going to be working out.
Yes, Solid right there.
Yeah, Solid. They still played themselves at the end of the day, but there's a little bit more to it than you might think.
It's Turtle's conditioning with his good firepower. Look at this utility damage. Oh, no. Gonna wish you had that one back here, as it's a little bit of redemption offered up here. 1 opening duel wasn't enough, but how about 2? 1 self-inflicted wound here from Audic. And now they gotta recover again. It's on the Turtle's shoulders, and he just might do it again. No, CSO this time able to shut it down more appropriately on this B bomb site. Pontur finally available for the trade. And a 1v3 that's gonna be incredibly challenging. Spots out the first quickly, though.
Hold on. And with the minute on the clock, but he just wants to fight, and he'll walk into LCM instead. Solid to get given, a self-inflicted wound is the right way to put it.
Yeah, Woody, I mean, to be fair, I feel like anyone that's ran it up ramp has fallen victim to the molly spread on top of the sandbags that you just can't see. It's been a thing for a little while here on Vertigo, but it's really frustrating, the blasting of utility here, the countermeasures that Solid just threw out to really put him down to that low HP. Make sure that Woody, if he did stand in a tick of a molly, it would be his last breath.
I just had a free kill right there. And here comes the molly HEs, but no, they thought Woody was trapped in the corner. Well, he fights back. He's just watching with the op.
Good night, Dad. He's adjusted his position here. They got that man advantage, and Nite is in a really powerful spot right now to do some further damage.
Ooh, but a good pop flash re-aggression here from Solid. There's another one as CSO will come up again for a second. Dude, this guy, he's just popping up and down. Duma stomping him.
Oh my god.
And almost got a third. CSO he's having one of these games, and that's how Solid pull off these upsets. This is a save. They're too low to even go for this.
Yeah, I mean, look at the 2 power players right now. It's LCM, who maybe you would kind of hope is having a bit of a performance, especially considering how good Woody's been playing on that first half. But CSO's doing it again here, stepping up to the plate when it matters in a very important game. And a very tough match as well to make it into playoffs. He is doing it once again, just like he did when he won Series 2. Now we're all tied up here, and obviously there's no other options left to save with this sort of HP.
Time to back away. It's 10-all. Even though I, kind of handed one over. He thought he had a free kill on his plate. On the glass off there, but it's CSO just going back in for seconds and never punished. Last tactical here for Audic. This is a sign of the times.
You probably want to force around these guns as well, right? If you're Marius and Turtle, you probably want to get some investment on in here. Try and keep that economy even, but for the most part, just make sure that you win this round. Give yourself the best chance to. And you can see, Marius willing to go P250, no head Kevlar, but a full belt of utility. You got to respect the sacrifice from him, as they are going all in here on a crucial round. We'll see what they have cooked in for this one. This is their last time out. This is the last chance to stabilize here. This is the last chance for Woody to get his, lengthy game plan set in stone. What's given with that call?
Right now it's LCM. Perhaps a take on Woody, but look at this from Solid. They are very convinced that this is going to be a late ramp play. Still 3 players being held in position to try and counter. LCM's off, hosted. This is going to be looking like what's to be a dry fight. That flashbang does not connect onto the op. 9-10 with the swing. Fortunate to be alive. LCM will miss for once. And they start to close in. There. The smoke's about to fade. Aya out in the open. He'll at least get one before he's done. However, GBB still up towards Sandbags. He's been seeing a lot of information flowing into Audic's hands right now. GBB looking for that support, but instead is going to take a molly. He's going to be forced into the fight, and he'll be finished off. Advantage here for Audic.
That's massive here. LCM, he's got a lot of fights at hand right now, but they're not moving in. He's got a lot of support. This is a whole rotation, the whole team now arriving onto the scene.
Wall smoke's going to be dropped in, and look at this. Solid, they're going to step forward in front of it. Will Audic say go? Well, these flashes could mean everything. Will they knock LCM off the angle? I think the answer's no, but it doesn't matter. Insane entries here from 9-10 Matios, and everyone follows here on Solid. Massive round for Audic.
Oh man, it just feels like the pressure got to LCM there. You can see so many opportunities, so many chances to open things up, but finally, he starts to miss. Finally, he's missing some shots here this late into the game in that all-important round. The shots just don't connect like they used to. And Audic reclaim the lead here. Another lead switch this late into the game. And now it's Solid's opportunity to go all in investments here. They are now the ones with the backs against the wall. Oh, CSO might do it again here. This time the flash is avoided.
Not today.
And a change of results right there. Nante not going to let him get away with the same antics.
Not today, he says, as now Woody stays primed, and this could be map defining. Solid emptied out their bank accounts on this round. And we could quickly see the end. I mean, it's perfect. Anticipation, readjustments, now out middle. Ponta here's the fallback, cleans up onto Aya. Easy walk into that A site. Solid are going to have to hope to save if Audic will even let him.
That's a big if here. You got a couple players with a lot of money in reserve. There's not a lot of rounds left in regulation. Taking these guns down is actually pretty valuable. Look at, they know it. They are closing in like sharks in the water right now. Everyone is hunting. You might think it's a bit over eager, but with the players' positions, this might just be what you need to close this game out.
So, LCM out in the open, and yeah, I mean, if you lose all these guns here, dead broke. And Ponter wastes no time just showing a shoulder patch, and Jareva just gets tossed into the nether realm. No escaping that. Map point here for Audic, and dead broke for Solid.
Absolutely pieced out right now. Some serious challenges at hand. 2 MP9s and a bunch of 5.7s. This is how they lifted off in this half. But can they get it again to try and finish? Just take it into overtime, rather. They need to survive regulation at this point in time. And again, they put a lot of emphasis on side-all to try and survive. Seen that before.
And the mines here for Audic, all they need to do is siphon out the little utility this buy has. They have so many inherent advantages, and GBB forced out. Well, thank his lucky stars, he's going to be standing in this one.
Yeah, just happy to still be alive right now.
What's this?
What is this lineup?
Or is this a lineup or is this a disconnect?
I think it's a lineup. Come on, move. Just give us something.
No, I think it's a disconnect, Cole.
We'll see. We'll see.
No, this is this is a
He's
disconnect.
cooking.
Oh,
Hey!
maybe not. What is this? Oh my goodness, that man was standing still as a statue right there.
There you go.
Going gargoyle mode. Well, now that Molly lined up in the right position because it's going to force CSO down towards Generator.
Okay.
He'll put in the work, though. He'll get that one headshot, and the bomb's taking forever to get in. Woody's still watching that flank.
25.
Instead of planting that bomb, time's running low, but they have the weaponry for this. Turtle up close to the smoke as they run through. Instant headshots as Woody with the Glock. That's all he needs. No AWP necessary as Audic will steal their opponent's map pick here on Verdi.
Get the job done. They get another win here on Vertigo. Out of the 10 losses, they finally get their second win here. And that's a fantastic way to close right there. That's really what I love about this team here is that timeout, that third timeout that they call in with the clear game plan, the redemption story for that B-side hold that CSO was kind of working them on. They get it back in blood in the very next round. And I just, again, I love that sort of leadership and the ability to adapt here from the squad.
Yeah, I mean, totally. And it's also a testament to being able to beat CSO as well, who was having a really, really strong game. That's how this solid team pulls off its big upsets. If you remember, 2-0 versus Fluxo, CSO going 1.5 rating across the series, right, as this anchor player. But really, CSO was stepping up, and despite all of that, Audic still maintained composure.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a fantastic way to finish here. If you're Audic, you're going to be happy with the end result. It's a tough map for you, and I think if you are the likes of Solid, you identified that prior to this match, and yet still Audic are able to overcome and resist some of the effort that Solid put in preparation for this match.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Solid can at least come back into it. Certainly possible, not out of the picture here, but you could still see that, Audic, they have the players, they're still capable, and if they make it into playoffs, maybe this team can still be dangerous. That is still up for grabs, though. Map number 2 of Anubis is coming up next. Audic's pick. Be back in a bit.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
quickly. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
And Audic able to stabilize there over on Vertigo, coming through with a 13-10, just able to break that money right at the very end and come through with some really just strong fundamental counter-strike all throughout that map. They made it look like they weren't that team that had a 10% win rate, 1 out of 10. Now they're 2 for 11 here and taking down a pretty good team in the form of Solid, and they're even in the hunt for a 2-0 to get an easy, stress-free way to get into playoffs.
Yeah, and it would be eliminating in the group stage our reigning champions, opening up that avenue for the top teams to try and lock in a position. Again, this is an opportunity for some of the like I would just say, given lesser opportunities for the South American teams to get into international competition, and I think it's a high priority for all of these guys to make deep runs in playoffs and consistently get there. So. This is a really important map here for Solid to try and answer back, but it's a tough ask. I think we definitely saw a big drop off in GBB and his ability to really step up to the plate there on Vertigo. I felt like he was getting kind of handled. We did see CSO deliver though on the other hand, and usually that's your big win condition. If CSO is playing good, that you would expect to lead to some success in the Solid department, but that wasn't the case there. And again, we saw some real depth out of Woody and his ability to, really read the game well.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget though that CSO did just win them a couple of those rounds. It's not, in spite of that, he probably got 3 rounds for them single-handedly in that game. GBB having a poor game, but you also have to remember that BNC is over there on the bounty hunters now, and that guy was instrumental in so many of their wins for just being the consistency that they need, and even able to have a pop-off map here and there. He's gone. A lot of elements are missing from this Solid team. It's led to this up and down form that we're seeing them in, and they might be facing elimination. And, with that win for Regional Series number 2, they propel themselves to the top of the standings, but if they don't make playoffs, they're going to be missing out on those leaderboard, those circuit points right now as well, with a chance to make it international.
Yeah, absolutely. It's important that they try and recover here, but this is a tough map to do it up against. Woody and the rest of Audic here. There's aggression. Shareba's in a prime position to handle this. Oh,
will
boy.
he get cleared? Nope. Here's 1. Here's 2. It's almost too perfect. There from Shareba, as his eyes just gleaming as he has 2 backs turned to him. And then a headshot at that kind of range is crazy. Shareba is definitely something to prove in this game. Now, Turtle, clean headshot on the GBB. He'll get finished off eventually by CSO, and fist around is going to be for Solid.
That's a good pickup right there. I mean, you're Zareva, like you said, you're just laughing all the way to the bank. You were in the perfect position to deal with the pressure. Can't believe you're lucky you just witnessed 2 backs turned. You don't even have to do much trigger discipline. They just walked right into you.
And I mean, over there for oh,
Jeez.
okay. The poltergeist peek there from CSO. He just shows up and disappears immediately.
Bang bang.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen that position even be played before. Never mind even work. And for Jareba. I'm sure, like, I'm going to be doing that every pistol round from here on out.
All right, it's a great place to find yourself in. If you want to find yourself exploring the stats, though, you can go and take a look at 1xBet. Again, you can click that link below, or whenever that pop-up comes through, you can get your phone out, download the mobile app, check out all the stats, all the games that they have, as well as get in on some action on your first deposit bonus using code 1XRES LATAM if you're interested in getting in on that action. Of course, into a full eco here. We've got a flash. That's easily avoided, and it's going to call support in from GBB. A chance for these players to get more confident in a really important map, I think, is a good sign here.
Yeah, hopping up here with the MAC-10s as well. And this will be a simple clean. But good effort, at least. Maybe if you catch Solid overextending. You know, Naita, he's got big arms, but he has a little gun. A little Zeus. Okay. But real talk. Have you seen those arms for Naita?
Yeah. Get the HLTV picture.
Good range on that Zeus.
Nicely done. He's got some cannons. Some guns. That's for sure. He's been hitting the gym.
You know, it feels very, I mean, of course it's probably an outlier thing. I mean, he saw Blame Up and I need to be him. To be fair. But it doesn't seem like, I mean, it is a cool thing when you're a pro Counter-Strike player and you're also, you know, you're breaking the stigma.
Yeah, it's
I mean, you've seen me in person, Cole. I got the gamer arms.
Being ripped at, going to the gym so you can be ripped at a job that you just have no need to be ripped for. Love that.
Dang, really throwing shots at being fit. Cole, unbelievable.
No, it's a good bit. I think it's a good bit. You love commitment to the bit. I tell you, he's fully committed, as well as Ponter on this this A side setup. We got a lot of A players here in the vicinity right now, so again, this looks like Audic are pretty well read into this round.
Oh, that
the initial peak doesn't work out.
HE's so good, and Ponter just able to press his S key and get out of dodge. Not as simple though for Matios. He'll swing back in for the fight instead. 3 versus 5 here for Audic.
It's such a massive advantage when they have to run through a Molotov like that. They break on through.
Uh-oh.
1 bullet on the fly right there. So much damage done. There's 2 to answer back, 2 to equalize, and I is still standing even though he's low. Another player drops.
And now, oh, look at that. Woody forced to let go of the angle too, worrying about CSO. But they're thinking the plant's actually open. It's not. Woody is still very much here. Bomb's about to get planted behind the cake here. Dance around the site. LCM getting wrapped on up, and Woody's gonna collect 3. I think Solid, they thought he was clear. They thought he wasn't actually there. CSO did have great positioning, but not that good as the retake is through.
Yeah, and the quickness in which Woody put all those players down right there as well doesn't give you a lot of chance to reply. IA obviously being very low on HP, can't offer up much resistance. And Woody's a massive difference maker in this round here. Difficult one to hold on to as well. Hey, with the excellent spray transfer right there off the back of the flash. At just enough HP to tank it. Audic able to get off to some good defensive success, and again, it's Woody kind of reading into these rounds very well. Out of the gates.
Look at that. There's a grenade. I believe it was Woody again from outside of A, just sinks a grenade and reduces the fighting strength here for GBB and LCM. You know what's the biggest shame is that Team Solid didn't replace BNC with another 3-letter name.
Yeah, the plethora of options that you have. Just pick a name out of the hat here. Pick any 3 letters in the alphabet out of a hat, and I think you'll get somebody.
This is looking pretty crispy here for Matty. Oh,
my
unless he
God.
hands his back over to CSO as the smoke fades. Turtle, though, trying to answer back, he can't. He needed to make that a 3 versus 3. Instead, it's looking like a save.
Yeah, I mean, no one's in close towards that A side. What do you... I think it's just a little too far removed right now. I was going to say Woody could have maybe activated on a flank. It's too much to ask, though. Might give it a try to find some extra damage for an AK. CSO just get caught on a timing. That'll make the avenue out of this round a little bit easier for Audic. That's some just really strong positioning. I like the way they take mid control, catching the re-aggression. This time the A-hole doesn't go as well initially either. I think Audic, until they really stabilize their economy, are going to be caught in some difficult positions here, where they're going to be lacking a Woody AWP, which was a big utilization of their defense, you know, last map, but also missing utility, which is obviously one of the bigger win conditions for this map to try and, you know, keep players at bay, take map control. You need that utility to establish yourself early in these rounds.
So falling victim to this little mid shenanigans from Solid. Now they're just going to speed it up, and they're going to waste no time on this. Matios to make a bit of a gamble with an armorless USP. Night inside of spawn. It's a good headshot. Hey, Woody puts in some work as well. Look at this. Turtle also scoops up an AK off of Woody's body. Can he put it to work? Well, the aim punch says no. Surprise Naite is even in the solar system. About to be watched by Aya. Make his way around the corner, but Naite is sharp. And now is up for the clutch. That smoke is not perfect. He will work around the edge of it. And he's going to make his way past it. He's been jiggle peeked, however, but still working his way up onto the site. Naite has gotten so much ground here. Starting to push in towards E-Box, though, and starting to get shot in the back as well. He's in no man's land, but still getting headshots, still getting excellent damage. Naite just walked through the entire B site and made it out alive.
Incredible stuff there. Good exit. It is still Solid with the round, but Naite makes him really work for it. Naite makes it expensive. And as I said here, the biggest priority right now is being able to bring AWP and utility into this gun round here. And with Naite holding on to that AK specifically, I mean, he's able to toss over an op to Woody, which is so very valuable here. Again, that's extra belts of utility. That's all the tools that I mentioned Audic needed, and I think this is the perfect time to get that timeout rolling here. We've seen a lot of, I mean, just yesterday we were talking about Bastia and the liberal use of their timeouts. But you could tell, I mean, you can see how important these timeouts are to Audic, because, you know, late into the Vertigo, you know, when the scoreline was 10-10, the timeout came through, they won out from that point. So they spread it out where it needs to happen here. This is obviously a very important gun round to start to bring in a defense here that you can be happy about.
So with that AWP, with that little move there from Naite, can they kickstart it? Or Audic. Go held here by Woody. And it's perfect. Maybe LCM wasn't prepared for that. He thought he could get some free looks into the site. He gets to look right into Woody's scope.
That's another start for Woody. It's another opening duel that he wins on the CT side that gives his team a big advantage out of the gates. Just doesn't feel like that's a uncommon occurrence. But I like this conviction here from Solid here. They lose a man. They readjust with the quickness here. And I like the moves that they're making here. Mid control instantly prioritized. And they're not meeting much resistance. The resistance will come through, though, eventually. You are seeing the reposition from Turtle.
Regression utility here. But Woody, again, is so active on this site. Oh, and a fully blind shot's going to be perfection. Now Aya has to just jiggle peek his way into the site, and it actually works out for a kill. Turtle now making a move as well, and 2 players watching him. Things are quickly going wrong. Right now for Audic, Naita, he's going to set his sights further towards E-Box. He needs to make a commitment. GBB inside a spawn. Oh, he doesn't finish his meal versus Woody. And so eventually he will, but Knight is still present. Not anymore. Punter now up into the clutch. Somehow this has gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, massive reposition. Again, this is Solid rolling through with so much conviction in this round. It's only Woody in a kind of a consolation prize from Naite as he gets traded that are able to really chirp up in this round. And it's just very quick decision making from Solid here. You know, the instant reaction after they lose LCM, they have no hesitation in taking mid control. A great utility set offered up by Zareba to make it feel like it's a guaranteed B-side play, and then we're pushing smokes in middle.
Yeah.
Turtle's gonna wish he could take that one back there, especially watching the rest of that round play out. That's again kind of one of the more experienced players that we highlighted at the beginning of this game, making these sort of mistakes, these crucial errors.
I mean, just on lock there for GBB. Like, even though with the mistakes, Audic had chances to still win. Like, Naita could have put up the multi-kill on that B site and actually just won the round instantly. Instead, he gets dealt with, and now Woody put back into the dirt. Naita will scoop up the op on the way out, but down a player for no reward.
Yeah, this probably feels good for LCM. Spam is so close. Ponter challenge ahead here. He's going to get reinforcements. Are they going to push the smoke? Because if they do, they might be walking into no man's land. The secondary player, it should give them the reaction. They're still pushing the smoke.
Matios with 3. He's almost good for 4 as well. He gets a dink. Downrange CS2 in middle. Perfectly read into by Turtle. The save, and the round's over. They try to gas through the smoke, and, well, Audic absolutely punish.
Yeah, I thought they, Solid were going to feel too much resistance on that A side and maybe reroute, but they were really committed to that game plan there. They were really committed to plan A and just try and brute force their way past this utility here. Matios denies so much impact here. Last couple bullets in the chamber, and he does even land a dink with the USB. Massive impact there from Matios. Needed hold, and Audit get around even despite the man deficit. 4 spies coming out as well for this T side.
Oh, this is gonna be weird. Gonna walk around these smokes. CSO gonna moonwalk into Turtle, or will they press forward? Naita instead. Well, no one's gonna fall. Both backs turn to Turtle, and the MP9 spray transfer is good enough. Funny angle from Zareba. Double dink onto the Opper. And there's a chance if Punter gets deleted here, if he gets deleted. Back, he sees the shoulder. Oh my goodness, he's jumping across. We'll be able to escape, drop a molly, buy time for Naita to make a move. And yeah, this positioning is suffocating from Audic. There is no repositions that could possibly be made for Solid. If they are, they're walking right into Turtle, but he lets go of the angle towards E-Box. This comes down to Naita's position, but he will find results, or will he? GBB is a god.
30 seconds left. Plenty of time here to route in. You can see Turtle starting to panic right now. Underhanding flashes to try and bail him out here. And he does drop quickly. Zareba has no problems breaking Turtle down. There's a post plant in what felt like a suffocating round.
This is a miracle. A flashbang through for Ponter. Turns it, but he falls off the ledge. He doesn't have the accuracy. Matios now up into the clutch, and it's not going to happen. Solid, how do they win that round?
It feels impossible right there. GBB aware of every possible angle, though. That setup, it looked unlosable, simply put. 5v3, it all starts off so incredibly well, but the breakdown piece by piece.
Dude, GBB says trust no one, not even your teammates. His teammates are in canal, and he still hard clears him. He hard cleared him.
That crosshair placement, I mean, he's on him through the wall right there, and then just swings right into the angle. He knows every last detail, it feels, of this map. He knows every last gap that needs to be closed out on.
Okay, this is something, though. It's about to be a 4-man stack over to the A site, and again, one-way street for Solid. So walk on through. Players do fall, though. The execute utility is strong enough, and this should just be the cleanup with Matios just on the Desert Eagle. He's done. Oh boy. This series still has got legs on it.
It does. Solid coming through with a lot of conviction. Audic, I feel like making some big mistakes that they know. They're kind of getting a little over eager on some of these defensive setups. It feels like in so many different occasions you can kind of lean back on some of these plays, but they always want to aggress forward. And right now, Solid are the team that's punishing it. GBB definitely a resurgence. Jareba getting that sort of massive performance that he showed up with in playoffs. A very off-spawn call to hit that B side, and Turtle this time a big defender down early. Oh.
Uh-oh. But a self-molly there, and a push through the smoke for Nightset. Always looking for that impact, and he'll find it. Gets that kill into Jareva, keeps E-Box control for the CTs. Matios, though, is forced forward.
Oh my God.
Trying to find somewhere to stand. It's just all fire. The floor is lava.
You can't stand anywhere. There's no safe place on this B side. Just hellfire everywhere you go. And again, it's Solid with the conviction. The reposition instant here. Matios hearing this, though. He hears all this information.
Oh,
and capitalize.
Excellent shot, but they might move towards Temple. It's a low HP Ponter. Needs to hold this off angle.
I think this is the best route here for Solid to take, right? It's to challenge this low HP bar. But it all really much so depends on what GBB clears. And flanking activity here. LCM always prepared for the next step. And look at it. It's dominoes falling into piece right here as Woody at least able to respond. But it is the bomb, you're right.
Yeah, critically, LCM didn't follow through. Knife out for Aya. Easy shot for Woody. And despite Solid giving themselves a chance to break through, it's the collapse there from Onyx. They're not going to sit on their hands and let that bomb leave critically. I mean, what a
scary spot.
This round was just chaos.
So the best way to put it here. Definite chaos, but like you said, I think this sort of proactivity, it had to come through from Matios and Woody. It needed to come through. Otherwise, it could have been staring down the barrel of pretty awkward defeat. Instead, they're able to walk away. Smiles on their faces. Woody does it again here. Has a very solid round, very strong performance.
You know, Matteo started off the previous map 0-7. Haunter, scarily enough, is 0-9. Right now, has not had a fun time over on that A site. This time he'll leave Woody up to the task.
It's smart for Solid to try and target this side of the map here. Woody. Oh, Woody.
Oh.
Right around that corner. I don't want to deal with Zareba right now. I mean, you can see the player that's been consistently testing that A side is Zareba. And, you know, just talk about the polar opposite here, 12-5. He's having himself a hell of a game here. Ponter quite the reverse, so you can understand this success story of the T side here so far.
Matteo's getting a lot of key information. Over towards middle, that'll actually lead into a 4-man stack. Naita holding the off angle, get a step forward, and will get immediately deleted. There's another entry from GBB. And as well, Ponter gets caught again. But 15 seconds, they can't reposition. They can't leave. They have to fight. And they have to take down Woody somehow. They will. Out in the open, Aya peeks in from B main to lock it in. 8 rounds of solid.
What a just beautiful setup right there. Again, this is what you get when GBB is available for a performance. When, you know, GBB is being that win condition that we know he can bring here. We know he can deliver those entries. It's not just a CSO show. In fact, that's pretty atypical to see it be a CSO show. It's even a little bit atypical to see LCM have a lot of, like, outstanding performances. But GBB is this team's, like, clear leader here alongside some of the other pieces. That's a miss Molly. Just ignore that fact and just take full mid control. And he doesn't take much damage to it for it either. It's just teammates Molly.
Yeah, Woody's feels like he's toast. Yeah, the op headshot for him. No survival.
Very overkill. With that threatening B-side smoke, I mean, again, feels like desperate times call for desperate measures, so not the usual way to play this B-side. Jump spotting like this, but I'm interested to see if it works.
Alright, the goal for Ponter in this round, Cole, is for him to get a single kill.
Oof. Only survived 1 round saving as well. If he doesn't get a kill here and live here, obviously. Again, Zareba's the man he's got to mess with, and I do not like his odds right now.
Oh, it's not looking good. Oh, will he escape by the skin of his teeth?
All right, about an even exchange rate there at the end of the day.
Oh, and Tech9 out for LCM. He'll get destroyed instantly. Naita also trying to bring this one to bear, but CSO won't let him escape. 3-on-3. Back around the site, Turtle. Will he swing? Will he give a fight over to CSO? Instead, he'll get spotted and instantly headshotted. 2 versus 3 now. Audic. They need this round to really give themselves a shot. 9-3 is desperate. But no one's really covering the walk-up here. CSO still gets the kill. Matteo's almost with the double, but Aya's just playing the win condition here. Running down. Matteos can't even connect the deagle shot. Zareba with a monster half compared to Ponter's 0 kills. That's a 9-3 for solid.
Oh, there you go. LCM just gives him a haircut. But yeah, this is a bit of a monstrous half. Zareba and GBB, 2 players that you need to step up here if you want a playoff run. And they've answered the call here on map number 2, at least for the first half. I'll take a look at those 1xbet odds at the top of your screen. Of course, big shout out to 1xbet. If you want to get in and check out some of their odds and what they have, because there's obviously plenty of Counter-Strike to look at here in South America. You can scan this QR code, register quick, use the mobile app, of course, and use code 1XRES Latin AM. Get in on a big deposit bonus there of 130%. On the pistol, we go here, an important one for Audic to win if they want to try and seal the deal. Otherwise, we could be talking about solid moving forward here. And Turtle and Ponter at least able to trade things out into a 3v3.
First kill of the map there for Ponter. Gonna need a whole lot more, though, as Aya walks through his smoke. 2 headshots easy. Woody can make this happen, though. He knows where 1 is for sure, and he cleans it up. Now it's a 1 versus 1, but the bomb in control here for GBB. And Woody open for a flank, hope for an overextension, and also hoping to set some doubt in the mind of GBB.
I mean, There's so much clock still left. As the timer gets lower and lower, if your GBB paranoia starts to set in. There's a spot out. There's the info.
And Woody down to 21. Plenty of time to play this one out. Just need to hit the headshots for these two players. And neither of them, they're giving each other chances. He needs to convert moving forward. Oh, Woody just barely off the mark there. And it could just be curtains on this map.
Yeah, it's a tough challenge right there. Take down GBB, who's raid bossed up. Woody tries to give his team some advantage here, some chances to come back into this one. We've seen some really impressive T-side comebacks before, but losing the pistol makes it all the more challenging. Get a nice attempt here. Woody delivering, getting his squad something. GBB stands too tall a task, and we're getting the full eco here, so it's likely solid. Coasted up to an 11th round here. It's going to make this comeback a little bit more steep.
Yeah, far more steep, in fact. Okay, with Jareva playing some exceptional Counter-Strike right now. As Turtle looking for an isolated fight, instead walks right into a crossfire. And it looks like we might be seeing Train up next. I mean Inferno, sorry about that. Because it should be Train. That was the joke there. Cool.
A man can dream.
I was preparing that this entire series. That was the one joke I had written.
You nailed it.
Thank you.
Great delivery.
All right, well, time to be a normal, just lukewarm caster for the rest of this series. No more jokes. Only talk about the game. Womp womp.
That's what Otter kind of feeling like right now.
Yeah.
Unless they get it back here on this gun round. What are they made of here? Utility already spins. Wow, this is conviction here out of Solid, and this is kind of a perfect encapsulation of what we've seen so far this game here. It's Solid just collapsing in on them. At least Turtle able to reply.
He could reply with a second, too. Aya pinned in the corner. Naita also to make a move, and we'll hand out a headshot. LCM, though, trying to link up with his teammates, and it's good enough. Aya and LCM add one to their tallies, and Aya makes it a triple. And that could just end this map right here.
That it could. A lot of conviction on the setup right there. That's the sort of collapse that you love to see here out of this CT side. Utility dispensed. You've got the flash setups to take canals. You get a quick little 3v5, and then you don't get to see much after that. You don't get to see what Audic's next plan is, because they just kind of committed towards B, but Solid, after the big advantages, they didn't really overcommit on any other re-aggression. They were able to plant their feet, get to the right bomb sites, and simply trade out to an advantage here. Hey,
What?
wow.
He's just parkouring.
That's motion.
Yeah, that's gonna happen. Jareva, though, MP not. How is this weapon getting so much value? LCM from beneath. 2 kills. And Turtle now tossed into the clutch. What on earth just happened?
It seemed like he was just the decoy. He was just the man with the pots and pans, slamming things around, waking everybody up. Meanwhile, the collapse comes through from the rest of the roster. Zareba and LCM, a duo apiece, taken down. And it's just Turtle. He left the bomb as well. So while he's making these long repositions, he's also going to have to add a route towards middle into the mix.
I'm wondering if there's any communications here for Audic. That's actually the bomb is down in middle. Turtle walking onto the B site, and that's going to make it the map as CSO locked in and watching to make it a quick 13-3. Both teams trading map picks, but this one wasn't even close.
Yeah, this is a lot better of a reply here from Solid. Again, I think playoffs is a very important mix for this squad, and Anubis was, something that they have been wanting their revenge on versus this team in particular. They get it big time. I mean, this is a team that has shown that timeouts are very effective already in the series and in the past. They've shown that they have, a good amount of depth on the CT side of Anubis, but they weren't able to bring a lot of fight here up on this map, and that's a big surprise. And again, that's kind of what happens when you have good games out of CSO and LCM, but also GBB and Zerabe are able to get involved more.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these elements playing in for Solid. Punter, though, extremely cold, but I mean, you could say that it's not like you can just point him out as the reason they lost 13-3. It's a team wide effort there. Audit gonna need to pick themselves back up. It's been a tough couple of weeks for them, and they need to make it into playoffs to make it a bit sweeter. Inferno's coming up next to try and decide this match here in Group A.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
And so both teams just trading their map picks back and forth here, Cole. But this one is far more of a blowout, far more one-sided, as it's a 13-3 on their opponent's map pick here for Solid. Anubis is just a walk in the park. No problems to be had there. A cold map as well from many individuals there on Audic. And the question is, can they bring it back here for this decider in the decider?
Yeah, I mean, this is this is the all important one right here. Like you said, it's a bit of a shock seeing just kind of the whitewash that Solid put together. But I think that's Solid coming through, eager for revenge on a map that they've needed to adjust upon. Now Inferno is what they need to lean on here for Audic to close things out. They didn't the important task of closing out Vertigo, giving themselves a little bit of relief, but this job isn't finished. And again, it's another one of these map here where we've seen Audic be able to test some impressive rosters. They're on a bit of a loss streak here. They struggle to consistently beat the best in South America, and they're coming off the back of a lot of a momentum shift here from Solid kind of overcoming on Anubis.
Yeah, and they're gonna have to deal with like an on fire Jareba who just went undefeated versus Ponter as well, just absolutely dominating that side of the map. That A main control was just his. The whole what 16 rounds that were played. It's not a long time, but he made it quick. That's for darn sure. But going over to Inferno, it's still uncomfortable territory for probably both teams. Yes, Solid have big wins in their run to win last series. They took down Fluxo on this map as part of their 2-0. But that map win was not comfortable. And then, well, to kind of paint the picture of where Solid are at right now, they got 13-5'd on this map by Fluxo in this tournament. That's how the times change in a month.
Yeah, absolutely. The times can change very quickly here as well, as we've seen from this series. Rolling into the 9th round here. I think if you are Solid, as we mentioned before here, playoffs is going to be the most important thing. They go bayonets fixed there, and it's going to be Audic getting their side selection. That's always really nice to kind of lean in on.
Yeah, at least a little something there, a little bit of agency to be had for Audic. I mean, there were again a couple of moments. I still think Naita is playing extremely strong Counter-Strike for this team. Kind of set up a little bit to be the star player, put in so many of these active positions. And despite the 13-3, still was able to put up some ADR and some results. Woody as well. He was showing up at the very beginning of that CT side, but then LCM found his number, and I think the rest of Solid really hit their stride. I mean, yeah, on that map of Anubis Jareva going for 20 kills and 132 ADR. Not a fun time overall for everyone involved. Thankfully, Ponter got his one. So we are back aboard. Audic and Solid, one map to decide who goes into playoffs and who leaves.
We're
gonna have to take some time off, but it's compulsory, courtesy of the other team.
Yeah. I mean, it's not necessarily the vacation you were hoping for. Be exiting a little bit sour. Again, Solid looking for a continued success here. Get to try it. The T side. And immediately, Nate, one bullet out of the USP. And that's GBB dismissed out of the round. He'll have to watch from the sidelines. At the given moment.
Oh, he's gonna take it. He's gonna step forward. Oh, he landed a gush on that. That was through the wall though, so I will still stay standing. Naite. Gonna continually fight, though. He's trying to lure them in. Obviously, a setup is right behind him. And a smoke deployed as well. Knight still wants to fight. This guy is a lunatic. Eventually, he'll be tagged up. And to fight no more. Instead, to return back to middle. And there's another clean headshot for Audic. Turtle this time drops the bomb and just falls back to the site, playing proper Counter-Strike here.
Yeah, I mean, they'll also get extra resistance. Now, it's not impossible to break past this crossfire here. It comes down to Solid landing their shots quickly. Turtle struggling to land the headshots there, and it is equal trades. Now we've got a post-plant situation to talk about.
Yeah, we have a couple players to blast in through Library, though. Quick headshot out of Ponter as well, needing to see him warm up in this map. And it's CSO, star of the show. And he's going to swing forward. And all the defuse will just come on through as he will eventually run out of ammo as well. So quick defuse there for Audic. No chances there for CSO. Pistol round for them.
Yeah, Audic disrupting that round at every avenue, it feels like. You can see they throw a full B-side execute, into which, you know, it's met by Audic throwing utility back in return. So, you know, you've got multiple flashes, multiple smokes thrown out, and a Molotov tossed into the mix there, and you don't even execute onto that bomb site. And then when they want to reroute, they have 2 flashes left to do it, and then Turtle drops that player. So perfect disruption offered up here. See a faster bit of control taken by both sides. Solid looking to prioritize, you know, a little bit of ground towards this A side, maybe looking to claim some brackets. But meanwhile, of course, countermeasure here from Audic is to take full B lane. Have to control towards Banana. I think they still have a Molotov to be recycled here as well. Just becomes a waiting game as Inferno can oftentimes be. They've got extra resistance on this B site right now.
Oh, and a great bottom B setup here for Audic, and flubbed mollies. However, a little walk up. Archside could put in some digits onto Turtle. Just a moment's notice. That smoke fades. Woody will not see anything. Instead, he could fall into the jaws of CSO. Woody will be fortunate to make himself at home inside of Mini Pit. That drop down has been heard. Turtle will fall in next, but a 2-man setup down here. And oh, everyone opens up for Audic. And somehow all 5 stay standing.
Yeah, I'm left scratching my head. Obviously, the recovery, the reinforcements arrived just on time there for Audic to deal with the wrap side. But also, I felt like that was the perfect read for Solid to try and claim some awkward positions right there. Thought we get a replay. As we're seeing what happened, this Halls pop ends up being just a perfect little firing range for Woody and Turtle to play into. But yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, perfect time for reinforcements to arrive. They've got library pressure collapsing in on the wrap side, and there was a very small chance that Solid had to open things up, and once you don't capitalize on that small chance, round becomes a little bit too much to bear. Pretty comfortable conversion there for Audic in the second round. And now, of course, it's just pistols. Audic have a little bit of security to back them up.
And so just some smooth eco frags here for Audic. Adios. Flashbang. Not even really necessary. It didn't even blind LCM, but who cares? He'll get another. Really farm it up with this MP9 to lead off on this map of Inferno. Confident start for Audic as they lead off 3-0. Matios on 7,500 in the first 3 rounds as well. Just a lot of good signs overall here for Audic to lead, and 1xBet agrees.
They do. And you can scan that little code right there at the bottom right of your screen. Get it on the mobile app. Check out the stats. Make a bet. If you're interested. There's a lot of Counter-Strike going on here today, so want to get in on the live odds or odds a little bit later down the line. Of course, click the link down below. Into a gun round here. Smokes on in already. Utility displaced. A lot of it. That HE going to touch down for a little bit of chip damage here. Putting the scare in again. It's just some very early map control established here by the CT side. They can see quickly. They're gambling on them not pushing the smoke. They're right. And it might be a mission here from Matios to go and retrieve some more utility. I don't know what he's really getting up to right now. Might just be a full-on lane here. Stacking over that A side. Offering up more reinforcements. But Ponter is kind of being forced back into a more passive hold. So the question is, when do you give Ponter the reinforcements?
Ooh, whoa. Maybe no time to bring Ponter the reinforcements. It's the A site under threat. Jareba always so good on these lurks. Will strike a kill down onto Turtle, and now Ponter is in support, but there's not really enough manpower even on the map to help him out. They're scrambling. We'll see what Ponter can do.
It's a good molly.
But there's also hesitation here. Naita does get picked off in middle, but is there time to readjust? That's the question. Well, as LCM picks up that kill, there's so much hesitation across the map, but I think Solid, they will make it here onto A in time. No one to stop them. And that plant will come through. Bar some technical issues. 2 seconds to spare here for Jareba.
Now a massive pickup right there. CSO saving this round. Catches the 1 A player left standing. Again, when you kind of catch Zareba on a retreat, you think he's going to be the sole lurk, but then CSO able to bring some impact as well. It's a good find there on that A side. I would not want to be a team Solid that has to run through that Molotov, run through the utility, and then of course into 3 players on the B site, even if it's a 4v5. I could have quickly gone south, so pretty safe round there, all things considered. Solid. Able to recover. I mean, again, Zareba on these lurks is so impactful. We saw it all throughout Anubis. But this is that next prong of approach right there when you do have those like 4-man aliens. You kind of have to gamble a little bit for map control. Especially when Ponter loses that deep banana control. That's the next kind of step in the flow chart right there for Audic, and they get punished for taking that next step.
Yeah, Naita very committed on his hold. Oh my goodness, LCM though, very bold on his approach. Again, it's very commonality to start running through that smoke, but actually challenging behind it. That was the biggest surprise there for LCM. Easy opener for Audic.
Yeah, it's a statement right there. Beating head on. Turtle. A taste of that his own medicine. Matty. Oh, what was that? No way. Oh, yeah. That is just unfair. Catches a little glimpse. Why does he even shoot right there? It's because of that. GBB. A little lackadaisical there. Threw his gun away there. But at least, you know, happy to still be kicking. Wow.
Oh my goodness. It's not supposed to be accurate when you jump.
Not an AK. I mean, I could see a dink happening right there with the A1S. That was a little bit more running accuracy, but...
They're just going to save. They're just going to save. It shocked them so much to their core.
I wouldn't want to mess with that. Like I said, he's flying through the sky and still headshotting me. That's enough. That's enough of this round. Wasn't meant to be. Wasn't meant to be.
What on earth did I just see? Well, we'll get an awesome replay of it. That's for sure. And you know what that does as well here for Audic? It really lightens the mood a bit for this team. I know, like, Mattios is telling you, like, yo, I just jump shot at this guy. Look at this. First bullet. First bullet. Look at this. Look at this. Hold on. Can we get this in? Come on. Aw. Couldn't get it a second time, but first bullet out the gun. That's not how it works, kids. It's not how it works. I thought he was good, the one to get headshotted, to be honest. That's more likely to happen.
Yeah, took a risk, went for it, and got rewarded handsomely. AWP here for Woody. Instead gets a smoke right in his face here. I'll do it again. Go for it again here. Flash is perfectly placed. This time blind fire, but look at this utility damage on B.
Wow.
It's just suffocating here.
I mean, I am barely standing. Mattios starting to walk down. Oh, I'll be able to nail the first. Easy second as well. Low HP for Aya. And Mattios hauling it again for Audic in another round.
These guys are just a monster right now on Banana. Any form or fashion here, he is leveling it out. It starts off with just good utility, and it finishes with some good diligence on the clears. This angle's so awkward as well, CSO. Okay, he has an idea. Ducks under the scope right there. Actually able to walk away with his life. Unfortunately, wasn't able to punish Woody because that means they're still up against it here. And well, you saw it last round. You might just see it roll out again. This might just be already over. And the problem I have with this here is you could probably go for it here. You probably wouldn't win it, right? The odds aren't in your favor. But you are going to give a lot of cash. This is back-to-back rounds where nobody falls.
There is 3 rounds where no one has died here for Audic. Keep that in mind. If you remember the force buy effort in round 2 as well. So the fact that you're not going for it, Audic are like, okay, sure. That's actually a relief.
Yeah, I mean, this becomes kind of a cash farm. You still have some utility held onto as well, and I mean, you'll take that. Give it another gun round here. You can keep on trying to get these investments rolling, but we still have Mattios at the start of every round with an AK in hand that you've delivered him. We've got cash in reserve, and we're pretty early on to the half. This is a much-needed timeout called out by Solid. This is all that was taken right here. Good utility and some good execution there from Mattios. Makes the job easy.
You know, a really big issue as well is letting the cash stack up. It's normally Inferno is just, saving every single time. Now Audic can actually afford to attempt these retakes. Like, now the rounds are just going to get riskier as well, because the risk, the odds management over there at Audic, they can easily take more risk with, better cushion to fall back on. They have better insurance. So, they're able to actually try more, and that's only leads to more potential rounds.
Yeah, it's a big mental factor here, having that cash in reserve, having some security to lean on. You're 100% right. Well, a map that does oftentimes lead itself to saving so often here. Look at the risk taking out of the gates right now. It's Mattios again, laying claim to Banana. I don't really fault Solid for being nervous of turning that corner through a smoke.
Jareba playing with the angles here. And Turtle will be allowed safe passage out of apartments.
No casualties is crazy in that exchange. Both teams just handshaking it, calling it a day. No one overcommitting. No one wanted to give that opening duel here. Turtle's certainly eager to find it, though. Not one to give up on these fights.
He's going to stick around as the smoke fades. This is borderline insanity. He's going to hand his back over to CSO in just a moment. Oh, boy. He wanted to do it, but his conscience tells him otherwise. A little voice at the back of his head. And they flubbed a molly towards bottom B as well. Mattios has been there like every single time. And look at the scramble rotation as well. It's about to be a 4-man A stack with 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they're getting it. It just leaves you no time for error here. You've got to be perfect on the execution. We'll see if they have it in store.
It's a flash, it's barraging, and Ponter as well arriving. Excellent setup between himself and Turtle. The op now on the site. Naita pushes through. Off angle taken. He gets his one, and there's no time. They're just gonna back away and save again. As Audic will just simply wait out all of these rounds. They don't need to even kill everybody.
Yeah, I mean, such effective utility, such effective late control. Just again, this is what you were talking about. You're going to be a lot more willing to take risk when you have so much security to lean on. They're taking risks towards the top of banana on 30 seconds left into the round. They just clear banana. And when you do that, I mean, that's all the info you could ever ask for right there. Of course, you're going to scramble rotates. There's simply no time to hit that B side. This is a clinic right now, and look at this. Nite looking to make sure that they can't save in a round. They want to just end it early, and so far, so good.
Oh my goodness, it's none of this. They have gotten so bored of this Counter-Strike right now, and they just run at them. It's 4 kills in the first 15 seconds. LCM, try your best to save. I dare you. Now Audic can afford to hunt as the CT side.
Yeah, they've just had enough here, playing out these rounds, letting the clock dwindle. Instead, they just take the map by storm, win 4 fights, and they leave LCM nothing to work with here. Absolutely nothing. They are doing their due diligence, but I could imagine this round finally ending in elimination as opposed to what we've seen with those timers at the top of your screen.
I mean, Audic still showing discipline. They know they can't possibly lose this round. And LCM knows he can't possibly win it. Oh, this map is so brutal. It's especially with that bottom B control consistently. Like, Matios is playing really strong CS. He has not been picked once down there, at least without getting kills. Ponter puts in a double in this round. Oh, yeah, now they're hunting. Now they know what to save. All right, Turtle, how diligent are you? Just a disgusting off angle, walking forward. He's got him. Turtle's got him. No more saving today. Audic have had enough.
Thought LCM was actually going to hit that time. Let's check it out, though, here. It's, again, trying to force that respect. Ponter collects one through the smoke. The collapse in towards second mid goes their way as well. Solid just got hit with a huge pace change right there. Usually so, present to try and deal with the pressure of that B side, but this time it comes towards the A, mid and second mid angles, and it caught him off foot. It got him off balance right there with the constant conditioning of that B side pressure, and Matios being the big facilitator of these opening duels. But yeah, it's just not the case this time. It's just not the result here.
I mean, Audic have just been playing some suffocating Counter-Strike on this map as well. Just early map control has been theirs in every single situation. I think there's just a lot of dissonance right now for Solid. They're out of tune with what their opponents are doing right now. I mean, banana control has been lackluster so far. I'll say that. With Matios is getting full banana control every single round, and Solid have not had an answer to that.
No, they have not. And then now they're able to throw it at you towards A as well. And it's almost like you got to pick your poison here if you're Solid. And I would hate to be in that position where your two options are to either force them back towards middle or finally figure out a way to deal with Matius. And honestly, if I'm being real here, I wouldn't want to pick the poison that Mattios is playing up against, because it feels like everything's on his side right now. I think they're right in just giving up that banana control and trying to maybe take it a little bit later down the line. They've just eaten so much utility damage. They've been punished so much by the attempt at fighting back on that side of the map. Right. You know, I feel like the best option is just simply have to wait it out.
When they have, though, there's always been this double setup between Mattios and Ponter as well. Like Ponter playing up towards top barrels, Mattios as well down to close, and they haven't been able to deal it. They haven't been able to retake banana either. There's something missing right now in the protocols, and at least this little pause in the action could maybe help them out. The issue is there will be no freebies for the rest of this half. As we were talking about, the money has gotten out of control. Multiple players at 10K. They'll have money to purchase for the rest of this CT side, and that's a dangerous thing to have on Inferno.
Just constantly put up against the full brunt. Every tool at their disposal, including AKs for Mattios to just spam down range. Down this tiny choke point to try and find more opening success here. More utility dispense. They're going to have to walk through the flames. Again, it's good utility, and this time he's retreating.
Yeah, forced back for once. Nade. Oh, and then the smoke spam will be able to pick up on the GBB. That CT smoke as well is not perfect, with a great grenade and the spray transfer as well for Mattios is perfection. Bomb plant will be a luxury here that Mattios and Ponter will not let them have. It is Audic, 5 straight.
Oh my god, catching flame here on Inferno. That's what they're doing best. I mean, finally you see a little bit of respect given, but Mattios, it just feels like he's baiting him on in to catch that utility and catch the rest of the roster. Knowing that he's up against pistols, I love to see that discipline come out this late. Again, a little bit of a pause in between these rounds as well. It could be easy to forget. It'd be easy to lose that momentum. Picking up right where they left off. This infuriating utility is back at it once more.
Here we go again.
Put the task, and he immediately runs.
He can't fight this banana control. It's just too good. Mattios walking down for free again.
Beautiful work here. And again, like you said, that setup here, that 1-2 punch between Ponter and Mattios had succeeded so much, but there's something, Woody.
I just saw that happen on the minimap. LCM ran through the mid smoke for that kill. Now Mattios is going to be in some trouble as he's looking between the different lines. Has a couple of, gimmies there. LCM just said, I'm going to turn this map around myself. This round's not done yet. CS2 doesn't need to pass this test, and he does with 1. And he gets the 2nd. This round's going to fall simply in the hands of Solid. Zareva will walk forward, and that fight not converted either. Solid given a bit of a gimme.
Yeah, I mean, they'll take it. They needed a little bit of grace here, and they're prepared for the pressure.
I want to see the kill for LCM.
Yeah,
right there, that opener.
Woody probably just as shocked as we were. He gets pressed on like that. LCM, I mean, someone needs to take charge here. Someone needs to take some space, because you can see there's so much fear in the hearts of GBB right now. This is back to that first map performance for him of having that struggles.
Back again on the
oh my
aggression. God. And Naite is just going to push through his own team smoke for this complete bottom mid control. And I like this, trying to sell the fact that they're not actually here. So Naito will keep full mid control for his team. Look at this crossfire as well. They can't challenge. They have to go in through the apartments here for Woody, and he needs to be prepared on that front. Lucky to be alive.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of favor given here, but so many low HP bars. Audic definitely put on notice right now. They're calling in for the reinforcements on this A side. Zareba's lurking has been solid so far this series. Woody's looking for a challenge here. Man, gonna have to deal with this 4-man alien right now.
It's really well read into for the moment, but just as we say, Naita starts to rotate back around, but that's been heard. Hello there, Punter inside the corner, instant 2 kills, no running away from him. And, you know, you can leave Matios on this island. He's just been so good in all of these rounds. Aya has to beat him, though. Try and win this, and pulling pins. That's not what you want to see. Matios just gonna go for the swing as well. Could risk a bomb plant there, but no worries in the back of his mind. He's up to 12-3.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit scary. Matios goes down, you're talking, I mean, probably more so to Aya than anything, but if he goes down, that's a E-bomb site that's confirmed right there. And, of course, an op and a post plant on the B-bomb site can be very deadly, but Matios, again, a man you can place a lot of faith in, delivers with some confidence to close out. It's going to be Audic who get to close off this half for AKs and an op to find one extra round to get double digits.
Whoa. Yeah, and that AK is put to work instantly. Just need a little bit of backup towards middle, though, because there's only 2 players. Now a third groups up towards that arch side, and a smoke to lock out the rest. Oh, my goodness, Woody. That's more than playing with fire. It's playing with, like, nitrous oxide there. Could explode at any moment. A GBB will trade one back instead. It won't be Woody to fall.
Yeah. Again, it's a good opportunity to swing this on its head here. It's up to challenging Matios, who still's got utility to burn. Another Molotov.
Second Molly. He's taking full banana control, dude. All on his own.
Like there's a lot more on that corner as well. Once you see 2 Mollies disperse like that. And another one. Oh my god. I would not want to turn that corner. Now with smoke with 25 seconds left, it just blooms. Yeah, it's a one-way route, but yeah, you're right. They are kind of gambling on this.
Oh, now it's going to be a scramble back into the site here. Poncer's caught in the open. And a little bit of a misread here. For Solid, they were just anticipating, rather for Audic, they were anticipating Solid to blast on through. So this one's looking good to be a 3rd round. Or is it? There's no way this retake can get pulled off with 2 players and this low HP, right?
Oh, not a chance. Not that A side. That's too much to ask, right? Ooh, that
This is the hardest site to retake in the game. That HE, if it struck through, could have been money. Oh my good. No way. No way. This is not possible. This is not possible. As Aya will lock it in, but it got close, way too close. Solid will get 3 at the end.
Yeah, I mean, that HE hit, man. You could be talking a different story. But again, it feels like you got the perfect reaction that you wanted out of that utility. But then the rotates also arrive. You scared them off. You threw 3 mollies at them and a smoke. So I feel like if you're Solid, you're obviously going to go towards that A side. That's a lot of resistance that's being, seen towards that B side, even though it's coming through from only a single player. They have no idea that that's the case. The only issue is they do rotate accordingly to that information. So 3 rounds here. A little bit of runway here for Solid to work off of. They are going to need something monstrous so to pull back on this CT side. They're going to need to deliver some of the same.
Oh, and a money flashbang from Naita. And Turtle, the Glocks rattle off a couple. GBB standing and fighting, though, and I understand it. He needs the multi there to feel comfortable and set his teams down a player.
Yeah, that they are, and very quick reaction here. Woody's just very much so isolated from the rest of his squad.
But he does clear out a lot of info, but missing a timing on the CSO.
That's where that utility comes into matter here. Matios has to get that left side smoke down. He does, so that's a lot of good info. He takes a lot of damage for it.
Yeah, but he will get in. No, he falls. That's the bomb on the ground. And a chance of really fighting here with the P250 for Turtle. Gotta focus on getting that bomb. Molly, though, will stop the retake effort and allow for safe plant. Roasting marshmallows as they wait here for Team Solid, looking to push on through. Swing into the site. CSO and LCM will make a retake happen, though. And Solid still have some life.
Yeah, those post plants just not super optimal. You obviously want to play her in the pit in some form or fashion right there, but never given the opportunity. Audic playing that one very good out of the gates right there, but CSO. This little pocket tool that Solid are able to bring out every once in a while when the going gets tough. Stepped up for a big pistol round. Retaking that with conviction. And buying time for some of these other players. Buying time for Zareba and GBB. Those two individuals that stepped up to arrive onto the scene here.
They're going to need more of that. They're going to need consistency as well, because the bomb plant still allows for a force buy. And with 5 players around that corner, that smoke is not going to stop anything. A boost up here for Turtle, and it's perfect. Entry kill in the GBB. Too many targets for Aya. B site is about to fall unless Jareva has anything to say about it. The smoke spam off the mark. The jump up, though, from Naita will not be punished. Bomb plant easy. And Jareva also falls. This has gone horribly wrong for Solid.
No question, this is going to be a save call, so the runway doesn't last long. Hold on, Woody. Woody wants to give him nothing to work off of here. He wants to just cut them down by the weeds, and he will take down that last CSO. Shut down, and you can see just shaking his head. He's hungry for playoffs here, and our reigning champs might not be making it. With how things are going right now, it's a huge force buy. And it might, I mean, if this one doesn't go right, we might just be seeing force buys for the rest of the game.
Yep, force buy into oblivion. For Team Solid, force buy till it works. I mean, of course, we knew into this series, we can't just say, oh, reigning champs, like they are the favorites going into the next. The first win was already an upset, and based on current form, we know this team very much mortal without BNC. Simple B execute coming through. Aya at least has some pop flashes to go through the smoke, but a little preemptive. As now the 5-7 for GBB has to do it all. Some team damage in the mix will soften up some targets, though. And a boost up from Jareva gets another. This round is not done.
Oh, so messy right there. Bomb finally planted, but they are not in a pretty spot. Boost being reassembled, and the reload. But the player spotted in the back of the site. Woody, only player with some health to work off of. He needs to do a lot of heavy lifting right now.
Ponter trying to make it over towards New. As Woody mowing them down. Ponter playing back at the site, though, and he doesn't stand for much longer. Needed that better positioning towards that New box side, but in the open. And so Solid will answer back with their own force buy, Cole. But I'll be damned if I said we're done with these type of rounds.
No, force buy is going to certainly continue. Bomb planted, you know. Both teams, both teams economically speaking, at a breaking point here. But Solid, again, it's a little life re-inspired right there. You got blessed by a little bit of a messy opening stage for that round. Audic just struggling so much to find that trade. That one pistol on the site proper. It's going to breathe them some new life here. Wow, that's bold. Zareba.
Oh.
I mean, Ponter, he was so eager for his revenge. And look how he responds in this game, this third map, this decider.
Yeah, back on Anubis, he was just getting blasted by Jareba. How the tables have turned.
Good call here as well. Calling in a good storm here. Turtle finds another one to add to the tally, and it's just LCM. Gonna be overwhelmed.
Oh, okay, but there's a couple kills in the feed. GBV also adds to the tally. Bomb plant to be secure, but a ton of utility available for Woody. Just need some time to put it down. Ponter as well. GBB freezes when he sees the molly and freezes when he sees Ponter. He had 1 kill last map. Now he's top of the server.
Yeah, that's just a tall tale sign of a good player, a player that you love to have on your team, a player that can get 1 kill on a map that he knows he was the clear problem. He was a problem factor. He was the reason they were losing A so much. He just couldn't find Zareba. He was constantly being tested. He was constantly failing those tests. But look at his revenge match in this very next decider here. And the map that matters the most here, the map that determines if you make the playoffs, and a round that could just determine that same factor. He has completely leveled the defense here, and Solid are right back into those constant force buys that we were talking about.
They have to win it. And even if they do, there's another force buy coming through. 1 kill in for the 5-7. And making sure that AK does not fall into enemy hands. And making sure that bomb stays safe. And yeah, spotting out 2 pistols should just be enough to hightail it back to B. But so will Solid. They're reading into this. They know. But the little
smart.
mind games.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to walk into that same trap they did last time. You never want to run through a smoke on a force buy where you know 5-7s are around that corner. And what he's had his chance to learn that lesson this time. He's not going to send his troops down that path. Not again. So they're going to keep their distance over towards this A side instead.
Yeah, the silent walk up leads to an explosive play. Mattios walking in. He'll be the canary in the coal mine for the easy trade. CSO can't double up on that 5-7. Can't turn any magic out of this one. And, oh my god, it's Ponter again, approaching 20 kills. He's basically replicating what Jareva did in the previous. It is an absolute turncoat for Ponter.
Absolutely. So, lovely flick of the switch here. Light bulbs turned on in map 3. Really impressive stuff. You can only imagine the frustration he was going through on Anubis, getting blasted over and over again by Zareba. Had his number pocketed. That is, this is his chance for sweet revenge. He is sure capitalized on this opportunity here. Him and Mattios towards that B side. You can tell that those two leading for a reason. They have been a big facilitator of that first defensive half, and now Ponter's bringing that level into the next.
And if he can continue it for this tournament, you know, Audic needed some warm-up matches for sure. Obviously, not necessarily an easy time versus Fluxo. To say they got bodied would be even an understatement there. Only managing 10 rounds across 2 maps. But they needed some warm-ups. They're getting some versus Solid. They can close out here, could be a bit more comfortable. Knights, oh, Aya's just gonna burn, right? Here comes the torrent of bullets. Aya somehow survives, but it's Mattios, of course, to trade. And Jareba thinking about throwing himself into the mix. There needs to be a miracle for Salt to win this.
I think it's very wise to see Zareba not overextend here when he feels like the game could be kind of calling curtains on him. Because if he walks around that corner, he could have had 2 AKs. Right now, he's able to still give his team a lot of control, a lot of B-side exposure. He's going to be challenged. There's not a lot of question about that. For now, Audic have plenty of time to rest. Here's that execution tossing towards B. They are getting rotated accordingly. Zareba faces, and he doesn't last long.
Dang.
Not versus the AK. Just for good measure, they're gonna clear B. So it will be a B-side commitment. CSO, what do you got for us, man? Can you keep your squad alive?
1v4, the only thing that helps him here is time. Like, he has to actually take down all 3 before that bomb gets planted. He'll wide swing for 1, but not the second. Ponter, you know what's funny, Cole? The irony as he completely matches Jareva's score, 20-7 on this one, and the decider to answer back versus his nemesis on Anubis and push himself off to playoffs. Solid, our reigning champions will have to say goodbye.
Yeah, that's beautiful, poetic redemption right there for Ponter as he shuts it down, gives Audic an opportunity to make it on into playoffs. And again, you know, a massive surprise here. We know we're dealing with a bit of a different team, a different look. We're dealing with a team that we're still unsure of even who their 5th is going to be long term. After the loss of BNC, after their victory in Series 2, but not going to be able to make another run of things here, not going to be able to score those playoff points that they were hoping for in that consistency to try and keep them at the top of the charts here.
Yeah, certainly missing some of that kind of X factor as well from BNC. So Solid and Audic, well, it's Solid who falters. They're eliminated from the tournament. But we got to get things moving quickly, Cole, because we got our next match ready and raring to go. Another decider match coming on through. We got Red Cannons, W7M, the battle of these 2 red logos, I suppose, if you want to put it that way, but 2 upstart teams as well. We'll be back after a short one, taking it away.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
respect. From 1xBet 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 respect. Respect. From 1xBet respect. From 1xBet respect. From 1xBet respect.
And so one decider down, three more to go today as we're taking away yet another. This time here in Group B, as these groups just feel like they get more and more competitive as you go down the team sheet. We've had, Pain Gaming and Sharks having to go down. And now as we take a look at Group B, MIBR, they're able to waltz on through this one, but everything else is really up in the air between these two squads.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a very exciting rematch here from the opening match of Group B. We get to see these two teams battle it out. Obviously, MIBR, I think both you and I could say that they're definitely favored, but we've seen some mistakes. We've seen some slip ups here from MIBR in series past. So there's never any guarantees with what we get out of them. W7M and Red Cannons, meanwhile, it's going to be, again, another one of those big surprises as to the fact that one of these two teams isn't going to be making it into playoffs here. And these are two teams that have been able to make that sort of run consistently.
It's strange to see a team like Red Cannons as well potentially be on the chopping block because they are probably a top 5 team in this region right now. But of course, going through some changes, the benching of Destiny has certainly hurt this team as they're going to have to sub in Riggy today. We'll take a look at the overall lineup here for Red Cannons and just check in with them because look, they have all the strong individuals to still win these games, of course, but they are kind of, playing with a handicap here today.
Yeah. I mean, definitely a bit of a tough ask here. Obviously, bringing in the stand-in coach sort of situation. Never really want to be playing things out. It does kind of make me think maybe Nithon can get a little bit more lifted off because we know he's been taking the responsibility in the calling department, and his op I think has definitely taken a big hit. So you always kind of want that increase in performance coming through from him, but it's still, like you said, kind of playing with a bit of an asterisk there for this Red Candid squad.
Yeah, for sure. And as we move over to W7M, I think we might just have the same. We have another sub-in situation, but this one's far from a downgrade. In fact, it's more of an upgrade as Tournay is linking up with W7M today, and he could be a real dangerous threat in the server as well. Definitely a star level player bringing in here for W7M.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, it's a player that I feel like is a lot more comfortable playing with, these sort of, individuals, these sort of players, because you kind of expect Tarnay to be a high impact individual, but when he got the call up, when he got the big opportunity to move on to Fluxo, I feel like he struggled a lot. There's a massive drop off from what he was able to bring on teams in the past, and so now he's back with like a lot of exciting, very promising players here. But I think he's going to be able to maybe demand a little bit more resources. It depends on, again, how long term they plan on bringing this player into the mix. But it definitely opens up routes and avenues for even more firepower on this W7M squad.
Yeah, this W7M squad already stacked with firepower as well. Like Foku can have a couple of incredible games, and also players like Stormson as well. But it's like mostly Zeddy and Satsun who are just the real, stars of the show. And it's awesome. Again, every time I cast this team, I'm very happy to because it's really this old school versus new school that we continually see. These are players who are like really new to this level of Counter-Strike and are very close to pushing themselves within the top 5 of the region, consistently making these, qualifiers for these big ticket events. And maybe even if they make a deep run here, they could maybe even make it to an international land. We'll see how they do throughout this tournament. They got to make it to playoffs and beat Red Cannons first.
Yeah, again, we need to talk about another deep run for this W7M squad. I had a lot of excitement out of the gates at the beginning of 2024, watching this team deliver a lot, test some of the top level competition, test some of the competition that were recycling the older talent. Meanwhile, these guys have been building over a long period of time into their current form. So it was very exciting. I do think they've hit a bit of a wall though here. So I think currently just trying to overcome that, Tarny might be a good solution here to increase some of the firepower, get them across the line in some of these matches. But of course, only time will tell here, and we're going to need to see that here in this matchup to make it into playoffs for this squad.
Yeah, we're talking a lot about W7M, but let's take a look at the veto as well to see where these two teams, Red Canids and W7M, will land. As we are going to start off with, this Inferno map. Not all going to be played at all for here for the Red Canids, but as we lock in Overpass Ancient and waiting on that decider will be Mirage. It's pretty darn similar to the last time these two teams met up.
Yeah, I mean, I think both teams just obviously taking out their perma. I think for Red Canids, it could have been interesting to see them challenge W7M. I don't know if this roster would have been willing to pick it, so maybe you could have floated things to a little bit later down the line sort of situation. But instead, they just do go back to the basics here, back to kind of a exciting rematch here between these two teams that, just over the last little bit, they've been playing each other a lot recently. So it's going to be exciting to see, two rosters that are kind of getting used to each other.
Yeah, it's taking some recency bias into mind. It certainly favors Red Canids a little bit, even though they've had Destiny benched and have been working with Riggy. At least this map of Overpass has favored them pretty darn well in this matchup, and they recently reversed the result on Mirage from that previous series. Of course, this is, recency. This is in best of ones as well, so, you take it with a grain of salt, of course, but, just map-wise, Red Canids have looked good, but can they do it when some pressure is on? And maybe W7M could be here with an upgrade in the form of Ternay.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. My biggest point of contention typically here as well for this Red Candid squad is again kind of comes through in that calling department. It kind of comes through with their ability to quickly mid round. That's been my problem because this roster doesn't lack firepower. They have some of the most exciting riflers out of the South American scene. I just think that they've struggled to offer up some consistency on the calling and direction of this team. And, if we talk about long term here, obviously playing with a coach right now, if they get a replacement with a very steady and exciting IGL, I think that the sky is the limit for the squad. And we could be talking about them being, one of the next contenders out of South America, making the major and doing deep runs.
Yeah, I think like a player like Nithon, he is IGL opping for this team, but if he's able to focus more on his scope, he is an incredible high peak, high caliber opper. I think it's just, it's funny that Riggy kind of fits this role a little bit. If he can at least put up a bare minimum, bare floor, these other four players could absolutely take over the server. So Red Canids, yes, they are like, working with you could say like half a player here in the form of Riggy. But again, if he can just provide a floor, if he can do the bare minimum, then Red Canids should be happy and be able to frag their way out of this one. There'll be a ton of questions, though, on what W7M look like with Ternay and the server and, their individual form. It can be up and down at times, but so far it's been all right.
Yeah. I mean, again, that is something that W7M I think actually do have is a lot of good leadership here. This kind of comes through with a lot of experience playing as a roster. Maybe that kind of gets thrown a little bit out the window when you do deal with this kind of sub-in stand-in situation for now. But still, I feel like what I was most excited about watching W7M at the beginning of the year was their depth, their ability to come up with some really cool set pieces to challenge some of the better rosters. So that's going to be the big challenge here. I think calling is going to be, the biggest case in this head-to-head is how good are these two kind of forces here, the high firepower and then the diligence that W7M, do bring to the table here.
So we'll have to see for these group of guys as we are leading off on towards Overpass. This has certainly favored the Red Canids as of late. Anything can change on the day as Riggy using himself, not necessarily for the firepower, but for that information. While David, first couple bullets he fires off as an instant goosh onto Zeddy. That's going to keep the B defense tied down.
Yeah, it's going to do a little bit of extra damage there. Going to keep some attention turned this way. Although, I mean, they're not too interested in sticking about here. In fact, What is this call here? W7M. Okay, they're going to boost up Zeddy. So they're still going to keep 2 players here, but they do have a lot of rotates and a lot of damage done towards Long. Foku confident in his duels.
Wow.
But eventually has to fall.
You know, he actually landed a headshot on an Ithon, but it's so far away that it only dealt 95 damage. It is not always one shot to the head on these pistols for the USP. But that will actually further lure them in, potentially, into a bathroom setup between Foku and Tournay, but only down to 24 and approaching closer, but he lands the headshot instantly. But David will be able to deal with Tournay. Foku, oh my goodness, he's looking precise to lead this one off. Combined with Sadson, this should just be an impossible crossfire to break, and that it is. As a triple kill comes through from Foku, swinging long, and Sadson a double.
Yeah, it's just a really good defensive measure right there. Good reposition of resources out of the gates from W7M. It's always nice to have 3 players on that east side, and Foku, even despite him going down low with his consistent effort, look at the impact he's still able to bring to the table here. 25 HP, quarter of his life left, and manages to find himself 3 kills. Setting up Sadson right now, giving him some resources to work with to farm those sweet eeks here. Get a player that you want confident early. Feast, or at least scare them off. You don't want to feed the beast over there, which you know is probably going to be the result of challenging this MP9. But what about another MP9 around the other corner?
Oh gosh, that's terrifying, Cole. Well, it almost goes down. Stormson struggling a little bit. Zeddy in the open as well. He's out of ammo. Stormson will scoop that one up though, and Sadzine will be able to pick up with the P50 headshot. So, I'm wondering, what does the Zine always mean? I know there's the Zows, the Zines, and the Zeras. I mean, we have all of those in the server today.
Yeah. That is a good point.
I know it's just like a friendly term, it's like a cool way to end your name. So, I mean, I changed my Twitter name to Phizine, if that means anything.
One of them. Part of the game.
I mean, I've done this region so much that I at least want to integrate myself a little bit.
Yeah, back him up. Especially at that major.
Yeah. That's initially why I did change it.
Doing such good work in that department here. An early pickoff right there. Sadson with the MP9. Again, catching a very limited A-side bit of resistance. And he doesn't leave. No, he sticks around. Back up the slide he goes. Now Nithon trying to fill the gap. But I tell you what, man, in a power position, Sadzine right now will be cleared. Oh, Nithon's diligent. All right. That's one way to handle your problems.
Diligent. He also turned around for just a second. But nothing gives. A little 1-for-1.
He took a trip down the slide right there. But Foku's got a real challenge at hand here. He's got 1 Molotov to deal with this, and he's got no rotates close by.
Yeah, he's gonna face a full execute. He could try to deploy a molly. It's all right, but they'll do the thing where they walk around it and get that easy plant.
That's one good option right there. That's smart from Foku to not overcommit. They'll give him a chance in this retake here, but we're talking no smokes, only a couple flashes to get them on in towards this retake. We'll see what they got.
Yeah, they need that smoke, especially for the defuse. It's gonna hurt. They need kills here for W7M, and they'll start off well. Hearts Out gets trapped onto the site. But who's gonna start defusing that bomb? Who will stick their neck out for the team? It looks like it'll be Foku, and Zeddy also on the defuse. Oh, he's gotten off of it. But
kit, though.
Foku, he's got the kit. Triple kill for Foku on the retake. Deathless so far this game and keeping W7M ahead.
That is just very composed, very smart Counter-Strike coming through from Foku. Because you could imagine a world where he thinks he needs to be the hero. In that round, he still was. But if he sticks around in that A bomb site and just gets blasted by the excellent execution that Red Cannon's put up, he wasn't going to be able to be an influence this late into the round. And even despite the adversity, they're able to pull through a successful, cohesive retake here that we've been really leaning in on, really hyping up this W7M roster for. It's good to see that they're still able to show some of that discipline here.
And as of late, Goku has just had some nuclear games to win maps for W7M. He's the aggressive rifler on this team. And I mean, he had one versus Red Cannons. This was on Mirage, that decider map, going for a 1.6 rating to lock in that opening series here. Hot to trot on overpass for sure. Oh, as watching the boost tornado, just saw it. And Nithon will think otherwise of that play for now.
No reassembly of that here. Sadzine ready with the AWP though out of the gates. Oh, shoulder spotted, not connected on, and Venom's there, dangerous with the Deagle, but will quickly beat the A1S as well.
Yeah, flash gonna be deployed, and it blinds 4 players, but David, the one player not blind, will land a headshot. Quick trade from Riggy. We'll make this a 3-on-3.
And another post play, another opportunity this time, 3v3, in much better positions now from the T side.
They took their sweet time planting the bomb, though. David will get himself into position, though, from truck and clean up onto Zeddy. Back turn to Nithon next. And now 1v3 for Stormzen. I know where he is. He's going to lob an HE. He'll take 30 damage for that and try to back away as the insane crossfire. No one can get at a dumpster.
Yeah, they can't make it through right there. That time again, post plant's looking a lot more sharp. It's always nice to be in bathrooms with the post plant, but once you're actually able to take control towards bank and get those crossfires assembled, a lot more effective. Did you see that flash work though?
It did. I saw it. I looked. It did work. I saw. I'm looking to the right side of my screen. I see a ton of
a bunch of white.
Yep, I saw that. Except for David.
That's tough right there.
I think he was just behind the wall as it popped and then swung out from the flower pots. And Foka got deleted.
It looks like one of those flashes that like lands in a place where you just don't even know where it's popping from, right? You only can hear it. So that's your like big point of reaction right there. But like you said, if David is turning that corner at the right time, he's just facing into, you know, a firing range of blind pistols and also someone that has just a clear target. Wide open.
Yeah, he has time to line up his shot, basically using his teammates as cover. No missing that. Especially for a player like David. He doesn't miss often. Honestly, like, I could see David on an international team if he wanted to.
Well, wasn't that the big reason he actually did step down from 9?
That's correct.
Yeah. He wasn't all that interested in going international. Which is, I mean, that was right around, like, we really saw some excellent peaks out of, 9Z. We're still seeing them in good form, which is always impressive. But it was something he was trying to avoid, which is really interesting. Just a little bit of a younger player, but now he gets a chance to build kind of a new story for himself and this Red Cannons team.
Yeah, David. I mean, I enjoy that fact that he's, staying at least in Brazil and building up a lot of these rosters. This Red Cannons team has turned out to be a force to be reckoned with. They just can't. This Red Cannons team just struggles to take on the biggest dogs in the region. The MIBRs, the Imperials of the world. And always, we know, Fluxo on a good day.
Yeah, no question. I mean, also kind of struggled a little bit with that land performance as well. At the RMRs. Did see a bit of a drop off from Venom Zera at that RMR. He had one of his worst events. But that's something you expect to build over time here. Zeddy in the pit. Gonna get an opportunity. David just lays claim though. And in a good position to trade out right there. Perfect execution. And it's that scary, just frightening, deadly duo right there. Taking care of business.
That's a force buy down the drain as well. Yep, that's David and Venom's era in a nutshell. Also just out of position with 3 players, backer graffiti, no one and nothing to stop the monster play from coming through. Just the wrong order for the day on W7M's front. Oh, they're taking their sweet time planting the bomb too. I'm not sure how long Foku's gonna live this one out. Ricky around the corner. Oh, we'll catch a perfect headshot right there. Not happening today, says the coach. As we get to witness some greatness out of David.
Like you said, good positioning right there for Red Canids to punish the early setup that they went for. We do have this eco plan out. I want to give a quick shout out over to 1xBet. You want to use promo code 1XRES LATAM. Get it on a big deposit bonus. Of course, thank you to 1xBet for bringing you some of this action here. Some of this action going to be played out towards the P-bomb site. Completely empty. Same play recycled here for Red Canids. Same result. This time, though, even less resistance.
So an easy, calm bomb plant. Now David hears every footstep and is calling in for backup. They've brought overkill here in Nithon's AWP. It's not going to fire at the first. I think Foku probably saw the off holding, so, well, there's a molly to make life really weird.
So weird.
Root out. This is so overkill, guys. It's just a couple USBs. They're actually challenging.
Oh, wow.
And they're falling. Zeddy, can he get an extra? Not today. Not to make it extremely worthwhile. Red Canids will still profit off of it. 3-0.
Yeah. No harm, no foul. Go for a little bit of fun. I appreciate that sort of statement Counter-Strike. It's like when we saw all those saves on Inferno. Eventually, Audic had enough of it. They just took the fight right there. Red Canids, they're not letting anything be saved over here. They are very aggressive on all these hunts, as is in their nature for so many of these players. Zera and David, they just have such an ability to find opening duels here. And that's why you think this team would have more success on the T side, but sometimes it again, they can find these opening duels. It's all about how they finish, but Hardzow gonna introduce him into the feed. And Foku didn't even get a chance to fire a bullet.
Yep, that's Red Cannon Counter-Strike right there. Oh, and Ricky's also hitting shots. Now that's scary. Yeah, I mean, that's Red Cannons in a nutshell. Shoulder peek, instant headshot, and I guess Ricky can also do it as well. Oh, here's David. Shoulder peek. Where's the headshot? Not quite, but a ton of damage onto Storm's End.
Turns that corner. If he goes any further into this, he's just going to spot out the resistance. Instead, Carney's going to hear them executing on in towards A. And again, it's going to be one of these attempts at a save. But the way that you route out of this round is through David.
Oh, yeah. David will not let you route out of this round. He will rip all the guns away from you.
Oh, man. You couldn't have asked for any better right there. David won't let him pass. They try and escape out of Monster, but they meet a Monster instead. Good work entry here on the A lurking, just catching that offer, making the job easy off the back of Hard's out success. They feel the need to get forward. David put a little bow on that round though. Beautiful work, and this T side is becoming very fierce quickly for Red Canids.
And it might get even worse considering the eco. Venom's there heard every single footstep inside of Connector, by the way. So just be a little patient, be a little cautious, call back his teammates. Stormson will toss in some utility. And there's the jump spot. That sees a lot. Oh, but David doesn't care. He's going to walk forward. We'll get traded out by that 5-7 Azzetti, though. So, in the end, it's workable here for Red Canids. And here comes a swing from Connector as well. But it does not go as profitable here for W7F.
Yeah. A nice attempt right there. Collapse.
Uh-oh, what?
And
What?
a second and a third for Zeddy. And the
bomb.
bomb in his hands.
He's up for the ace. He needs it. He has the armor, he has the weaponry, but not the kills. So darn close.
Wow, nice collapse right there. Great attempt from Zeddy, but impossible to deal with that sort of collapsing pressure. Red Canids respond with 5 in a row. Almost a fumble here in this one to Zeddy's 5-7. Doing so much work. Look at this. So much commitment on taking down Carne, and honestly, the flank coming through from Zeddy gives him a golden opportunity. It's good damage. I mean, Rai's on max money right now. Nithon's not far behind him. These 5 rounds in a row have meant everything to Red Canids. They're going to have constant gun rounds rolling out here. The money's stacked up incredibly high.
And David is just being a problem.
I mean, you got to be terrified of Monster, these lurkouts that he's been doing, and then, you know, in the very next breath, he's out towards the B side. He almost gets another one to add, but Hardstow's just on a mission.
And there's
And it's
nothing
mission
that,
accomplished.
I mean, yeah, Sadson, there's nothing he can do. He can hit even a godlike flick, but it won't stop them from taking the site and getting this bomb planted. And it's complete lockout. This round, this site take was so clean. They got smokes and flashes to spare. This is looking like a save. Sadson does not seem interested. One more smoke to be recycled, and for Nithon. Really aggressive control, though. Could add a bit of variance that Red Canids probably don't want. They're going to try it, but they're going to get punished so darn quickly. These guns got to go. And off to be in pursuit here from Riggy as well. Zeddy will not escape. Sadson, he'll be fortunate enough. These rounds are brutal.
Yeah, I mean, you get to see it right on a silver platter right there. You know, when one entry goes wrong, when David misses his opportunity or doesn't get given an opportunity, I guess would be the most accurate way to put it. You got Hardzow right in your face. We always talk about Red Canids on this map here. It feels like this trio, it just comes into play so much more. It's Venom, Zera, David, and Hardzow trio. Because Hardzow, you know, so effective at rocking that connector control and just shifting the odds in his favor, as we've seen already in this half. But then you have 2 incredible extremity players here. David and Venom Zera, so good at not being, you know, I would just say too passive on B. They know how to work. They know how to pick those right timings on the T side. It gives this team such an advantage on overpass T sides that I don't think a lot of teams in South America really do have.
The players. And look at this. Just wasting no time to get this one started. Riggy, the coach, sent in on entry duty. He's doing the work he needs for his team. He knows what he needs to do. This guy taking all the risks to let his Other teammates shine. That's what David's gonna do. Easy B site take. And I mean, you don't really feel good if you're some saving pistols. Might as well throw yourself in for some confidence. Tournay certainly needs some. Has to stand in. Not having a fun time out there.
Not at all. Going through the ringer right there, Sinton. And it might just be saving pistols here. Exits attempted, but just a shooting gallery. A little display of what Venom's Air can do if you challenge him. A quick reminder for Foku. 7 locked in, 7 in a row. This time, it's a player, I mean, the stand-in, the coach, he hasn't been getting a lot of A-side action. When he has been given that opportunity, I think he's passed the test. He's been doing good work. But finally gets a chance to get loud in the server right there, and it's on a B rush instead. And boy, does he stomp his feet. Stampede to a 7th. W7M don't have a lot of reply here.
I mean, we're just seeing a super passive defense versus a very aggressive team. And back in David's natural habitat, there's a little boost action on towards the site, but Hartzow's not afraid. He just swings the boost. They'll break it down as a triple nade comes through the barrels. Storm's unfortunately not home.
Makes you feel like a lot's around that corner, but again, it's just David.
It's Hartzow.
Man.
He just swung on the op.
and then David gets his chance.
Like, this just feels impossible to win. David got a second. Voku's out in the open. He's cooked. What are you supposed to do? I wouldn't be surprised if David just swung around the corner and instantly headshot at Tournay, but Tournay is not saving this. There's just no way. He's not escaping David. Now he... Oh, I thought he...
Look at him cut him off. Full cut-off potential here. David swinging for the fences. It's a confident player versus a player that's yet to even activate on the server. No. And he just won't relent. David just won't give in. All 3 players handled by 1 man on the B bomb site when the whole game plan was A. He made sure that no support was ever arriving on the scene right here.
Oh my goodness.
Foku, where are your rotates? David's got him under control.
I mean, where's his opera as well? You just see the straight up wide swing from Hartzow. First bullet headshot, see ya. And look at that, like the rich get richer here for David. Tournay's just looking like, can I get a morsel? Just a scrap of a kill, please, sir, please, sir. No, David needs his 15th.
Yes. Just one. Don't want to be too harsh, obviously. You know, you kind of stand in a situation. You never know what you're going to get. You might be playing some newer roles here. Something that you're not used to here.
Yeah.
But this is a very tough way to close out. CT side, they won that beautiful retake for the first gun round. But they have not gotten the opportunity again.
Can you say that Tournay has done anything wrong? Like... I mean, there's certainly been some mistakes, but it's not like he's really even had a chance to fire back.
Right. Yeah, I mean, he has been just blasted. It's another one of those situations where you're like, face it up against a giant. Sareba versus Ponter. That last map that we were talking about.
They close in on short this round. They really want to take down David. The one time they do, he's not there.
Yeah, Hartzow just makes it so difficult for them to even get past that angle as well. You know, it's somewhat mission accomplished here. Tournay. He's in a position to try and get a kill this half. Got one more chance to do it. David's getting some reinforcements here, some extra help. And they might just bypass this.
Oh, this is going to be devastating for the setup here for W7M. David Again, David's feeling disrespectful this game.
Oh, monster.
Silently
that
as well.
corner.
Silently as well. Does have to be ready, and he is. He flicks over onto Voku. Oh my god, it's David all the way. This guy is just, it's unfair. This guy's in the server.
Oh my god. There's nothing you can do against that. He's covering all the bases right there. 2 quick entries, round is over, but there's no option to save. You got to give it a go.
Oh, and I mean, even Riggy is able to frag when necessary. Look at this angle as well from Hardsow. This is too much, man. This is too much. They lost the pistol round. They lost the follow-up. Oh, this off's not getting saved. Riggy, of course, to take it away from him. Oh, boy. You know, it's a bit like our last series here. Tanae, 0 kills. Ponter, 0 kills at the half. 9-3 here for Red Canids as they win 9 straight.
Yeah, and then you got to look at the other player. The player in position to deal with him is David, and he's standing so incredibly tall. 17
What?
in the half.
Okay. Okay,
Wow.
Riggy.
He's showing what he's made of. And
You got
again,
those angles.
You don't need to do a lot here when you're stepping in. But look at this, the odds over there. Brought to you by 1xBet. There, you can check out those live odds by clicking the link. Scroll down a little bit there if you're on your computer. You can see a lot of options to click.
I'm just saying, the bookmakers in their seats, like, they shudder when they watch David hit those shots, and they're like saying, yeah, these guys, little chance after this one. 17-7. I mean, we've seen some ludicrous halves. Like, David ain't coming close to no way. And, well, on the CT side, it's a little bit colder. Has Hardsow got anything? The USP shots just are not connecting. Oh, well.
Yeah, 2 of our sharpest players last half able to land the headshots on the pistol.
Okay.
There you go. Pistols, something that W7M are able to bring to the mix here. They play both of them. Hasn't meant much when the guns come out, but again, a little bit of a cooldown in between the halves and a good momentum stopper for W7M to try and lift off on. I've seen some good T-sides out of these guys too. This seems like a little bit too tall of a task, but I've seen it before.
Well, you don't doubt this team. It's just they haven't really...
Yeah.
They just didn't have a chance to fight back when, you know, David's just doing whatever he wants on the B site. And, well, fun stat for Foku, he's gotten half his kills on pistol rounds. That said anything about this game for W7M. We got a little encampment out long for Red Canids, but no one's gonna pay them a visit. How sad. No one's feeling social.
No greetings. No one to meet in T-spawn. We don't get any of that fun knocking on the door like we said. Foku might introduce himself.
Okay.
Hold on.
I'm a nice guy. Come on. He's more like a solicitor, if anything. He's knocking on your door trying to sell you. Guys, I got you a Mac 10. Got you a Mac 10. Come and get it.
Want $600? This easy trick will get you rich fast.
No!
Had to cool down David, did ya? It's cold-blooded.
Yeah, Foku was talking about his extended car warranty, and Riggy wanted to sign up a little too eagerly.
Said, let me have the pin. Oh, I need to sign on here. I never accept those calls. I've been getting a lot of those lately. Had a couple numbers to the block list here. Hearts out. Smoke getting blocked right there. A little bit awkward. Doesn't stick around in connector for too long. I think maybe things didn't go his way as he was hoping.
I wonder if that's only an American thing about your people calling about your car's extended warranty.
Yeah, might be. I feel like people in America have a lot more cars in general.
Yep. Yep. Car America. You're watching EU, South America? Oh, it's real. I know it because I live in LA.
Ooh. Venom's
Okay.
there down. For the
Alright.
quickness here. That's one entry right there. And another one. Finally on the board.
Hey! And a big one. Onto the side anchor. Can David show up? Not today. Too many targets.
Okay.
Tornay. Okay. First 2 kills of this series, and it's 2 big ones to get them into B. Suddenly that lead was 9-3. Now it's cut in half.
That with the quickness right there. Very sharp shots rolling out.
Barring the dog pulling at the internet cable for Sadzin, this one should be a lock-in. Sorry, Cole, I just threw a stray your way.
It's alright. Lasso's been pretty quiet today, to be honest. Not a lot of activity.
I've heard a little woofa here and there, but to be honest, it hasn't been all that bad. It's honestly a character of the broadcast. As oh, okay, all right. Now I thought, all right.
Not bad.
I know you want to be left alone. That's fine.
Nice that
Lasso
he
needs to
gets,
be like Lasso. It needs to like not be a bug, but be more of a feature to this to these broadcasts.
Yeah, he's there. Sometimes he hangs out in the room with me.
Maybe we'll bring him to the major final one day. Have him barking in the background while.
Yeah, I think he'd shut down. Honestly, he doesn't like others. He doesn't like strangers.
Aw.
You bring him into a whole room of strangers. I don't know what he would do. But
My cat. I'm an orange cat owner.
oh no,
Oh my goodness.
orange cat behavior.
Yeah, absolute. Yeah, so the other day, we're on a little eco route, so I guess we could yap a bit. If they start challenging Nithon, I'll keep a tab on it. But the other day, he was rubbing up against my computer on broadcast, and he nearly knocked over my computer tower on broadcast. I had to like
Oh my gosh.
panic. He's a heavy guy. He just like decided, I'm feeling destructive today.
Yesterday,
After
Lasso ripped out the internet cord,
Yeah.
so
There you go.
pretty similar experience there. Ooh.
Ouch.
Took a gamble right there.
I don't think it was a gamble. I think it was just miscommunication, to be fair.
Yeah. And didn't quite pan out. That tends to happen there with the coaches every once in a while.
Yeah, I'll
40
post more
seconds.
cat pictures on my Twitter, and I'll educate him about the tank I call him.
Tank in motion. And I thought he's gonna be that big line of defense here. There's the utility to execute on in. How much can he deliver with this op here?
I mean, you can hide out towards truck. The flashes are not really here. Barrel spotted. Easy kill. Where's the utility right now? Nithon able to farm up. Can he get a third? No, just off the mark. So close. David does pick up the sticks. They need to plant that bomb. Thankfully, Foku was there for that trade. Imagine if Nithon got the triple, though. That's actually a round one.
Yeah,
For
I
Red
mean, if
Cannons.
he takes down the last player right there, I don't think there's enough time to run about. Even if he did, I mean, David could just reposition. He would have heard it. So, wow, a little bit scary right there. Nithon gets away with some nice op shots again, but this is a 2-round game right now. W7M have quickly can't come back into this one. They don't have a lot of room here for things to go wrong, but they're getting close to getting back into this. Again, we got another gun round though here. Can the defense Rise to the occasion. This is a nade stack right on where the boost is.
Oh, but they break it down. They do break it down. It's just a tad too late. And
They would have landed 2 nades.
okay, they would have landed 2. I thought like 2 of them missed for a moment. I heard 2 bounces, but
I think only 1 did, but either way. Hey, why does he walk away from that? What is that? He jump spotted here. He's trying to get something towards long, but I don't think Nighthon was ever exposed to that.
you're trying to spot out the boost. There's an old clip of us, or if you remember Bowden Master,
Yeah.
back on ATK, jump spotting, jumping.
PA?
I believe so. Nighthon, though, is about to get uppercutted, or is he? Good on the reposition, but not good on the re-swing. Only for the 1.
Yeah, that's not enough considering how excellent Nighthon was in that last round of delivering the multis on the bomb site proper, this time with only a singular kill. More pressure for the Hearts out. Tarn. Hey, a chance to deliver here. Good for 1, but then the quick trade rolls on out here. 25 seconds, and again, they've lost one of their bigger B space creators here. Venom Zera. She's gonna have to slink back in towards this safety.
But has bought time for rotates. David can cover his short side. Double mollies, though, into the pit. He'll play behind the flames, however, and oh my god, David won't be able to get the double, though. Zeddy faster on the draw there and looking away from the util. Hardzao has to let 2 fall back and toss into the clutch without a kit, by the way. I mean, this probably is just impossible.
Ooh.
Takes some fall damage on the way in. That doesn't help. And this is more a save than anything.
Yes, it is. He's out of here. W7M now, the only 1 round the difference here. We're seeing a complete revival on the T side of Overpass. Red Cannons cannot figure out this defensive success. Op at least going to be recovered here late for Hardzao. But now look who's caught flame here. Now look who's showing up into the server. Some of the expected individuals, 5 kills and a half here for Tarnay, and a lot of them have been high impact. Again, it's kind of a story of redemption here for some of these players who have gone through it.
There's a huge kill there from Zeddy, especially. That double kill comes in for David. That bomb plant's denied. That round is over. Completely different.
100% right. Nighthon. Again, given another round with an AWP. Feels like he has a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Is the most consistent defender for this second half. The Riflers have not been able to show in the same form. And I think more so than anything, they might be still hitting some impressive shots. But we got W7M who have warmed up big time.
Jumping around this corner, clearing out that close long position. Yeah, but a perfect angle from Nighthon to pick up Sadzin. Easy opening kill. Couple of jump spots. We'll call him right back. He was about to leave Riggy on his own. And he's missed the timing on his Zeddy. In the meantime, Heart's out up on the connector steps. He loves that angle. Perfect on the Storms in. Drops the smoke. 30 seconds.
It's just kind of flush him. There's no other options to walk into this A-side setup.
And Zeddy's about to walk into a 5-7. He could have knifed him if he wanted to, if Riggy was feeling privy. Hardzao, though, about to drop the bomb and just stop the saves. Red Cannons, kind of just piece by piece, will pick up a half buy.
Comes a big wake-up call here. Opportunities to pick up guns now. Tournay needs to back it up a little bit. Any more guns to retrieve for Venom Zera? Is he able to get something? He swings for the fences. And Venom Zera grabs the A1S that he just dropped. Nice from him to capitalize on an opportunity. But Hardzao in connector, man. This guy is just an absolute beast. That's, again, a round-defining kill rate there. it leaves them with one option and one option only to walk into that A side where you have to deal with those positions. Too much to bear. Last time out called from W7M. Can Red Canids use that half by victory to get to the finish line here?
Yeah, it gets them a huge swing in economy as well, as they've been struggling to get out purchases round to round. Not the same level of individual success across the board. Missing the David multi-kills, but that kind of round, everyone is able to contribute. Maybe that's the winning formula here. It's looking like an airstrike over towards this B site. Heavy presence. A not for Nython, but it misses. And then quick trades back. Venom's there at least with a double, but this is not safe at all. David's last defender here will be able to answer back. Keep it 2v2. We'll make it 1. David's back in the server with his multis. Last player, Sadzine. Not willing to reveal his position just yet. His spot is unknown.
They're going for a boost here. They are. This is interesting. Sadzine, plenty of time to again set that paranoia in. I think it's smart of him not to reveal himself just yet. So boost is firmly established. It's just such a slim angle. Oh boy, this challenge here. Testing the likes of this duo right now is something I wouldn't envy, but let's see if he can get it down range. He's still waiting to strike.
Eventually has to go forward, though. Is he going to pre-aim this? No, absolutely not. You can see just how clueless he was to that. Cool way to play out the clutch and make sure that nothing could go wrong there. 11-8 here for Red Canids.
Yeah, nicely done. Closing that one out. Venom Zera, and again, David able to shut it down.
The second one.
This big revival. Needed those two, certainly, if you wanted to get across the finish line here. And unfortunately for you, you built up such an incredible lead in that first half that you have the opportunity to kind of coast for a little while. But now you've kicked it into gear, and again, another fast B play here, gold out. You're waiting.
You got one flash. You got one flash to rule them all. Riggy's gonna swing in front of it. Oh, that's not what you like to see. Down a player early on, and they starting to flood on through the Tech 9s, close the distance, and they get tons of kills for it. Molly's out here for Nython, but a smoke extinguishes. They picked up a smoke, and that will get them established in this site. But they're not done yet. Oh, but Tournay back at Graffiti. He had a couple on a silver platter. We'll have to let them go, however. Red Can is lucky to even be standing. Somehow W7M pushed through.
Yeah, that should have been 2 extra kills right there. They're happy to live for a little while longer for now. Foku, though, has nothing to lose. And look to meet them where they are. They've split up as well. This is nightmare fuel. One goes down, the other probably not long for this world either. Right on. Hanging about, jumps around the corner, able to stay alive for the first kill, usually good for the second. Yes, he is. His op has been glued to his hands throughout the majority of this half in some form or fashion, and some save. But that's massive from W7M. With one flash, they managed to break down the setup, break down those 2 powerhouse players.
Yeah, Riggy has made a couple of missteps. He's a coach. He's not a player. And like, yes, the coach watches from the sidelines.
Oh my god.
There's no way that Foku just landed that shot as well. I felt like he was dead. He was getting shot from multiple angles. The HEs will get him eventually. But still costly. Nython, where did that shot go?
Oh, his escape not so straightforward. That flash helps him big time. Chase was on. Instead, he gets out safely here. His shot might have slid right through him. Somehow doesn't connect, but still happy to be alive. Still happy to be playing out this round here right now for Red Canids. End goal, though. You can see it clearly defined right now towards that B side. Meanwhile, rotations are being made off of the site.
Yeah, at the worst possible time, they've left Riggy alone on B. It's a good molly. At least keep Tournay at bay. Riggy is gonna need a hell of a hold here, though. Trying to stay elusive. He's done that. He's gotten his one. Will he stay alive? He has help from Venom Zera. Bought enough time here for the coach. And then the star players start to open up. Riggy will fall eventually. And Sadzine will put himself into the clutch. 19 HP, working around the smokes, but Nithon got the pick on him to make map point for Red Canids.
Yeah, I mean, made a very big mistake just a round prior, but the way he played out this round, this time around, complete reversal. That Molotov. It buys enough time here for that late short presence to just not be available. No one was free for the trade. They didn't have a heaven smoke as well, and you don't need the best mechanics here if you've got the incredible mechanical skill of the players around you to do all the heavy lifting. All you need to do is be a distraction and buy time, and he did that to perfection.
But he also found the kill. Found the kill that he needed. You know, he did his job. He's doing what I'm talking about, Cole. Being just the floor. Just doing the bare minimum. He's made a couple mistakes, but when it matters, he's there.
As any good coach should be. Then the server with this squad, and now 3 opportunities to close with this squad right now. Their map pick. Oh, that timing. Timing's got to be brutal here. Flash goes, maybe trigger some preparation here from Hardzao.
Ooh, lucky to be alive as the op shot was passed. Hardzao. Standing in the open, though, will eat the flashbangs. Nithon now misses a shot. They close the distance. He's going to get ran down. No scopes necessary. Instead, it's Poku with the double entry. He'll keep his team alive for this one. 2 versus 4. Takes a lot of damage and will drop to the coach. But anything more, I don't think there's a chance. Red Canids to save. We're not done yet.
Not at all. Still standing here. W7M able to resist the pressure right there. Foku with the multi. Beautiful work right there, breaking up that duel. I mean, I can't believe the timing that he just nails. David, you thought his rotation was going to be just in time to bail Nithon out? Because that no-scope, it bought him an extra second. But I think, you know, what Folk did so well there is avoid jump-up and being able to chop up those duels. Massive work. Nithon, I feel like that's going to be a pretty frustrating exit, though. That's one of those rounds where you know you put yourself in opportunities. 3 op shots rattle off right there, and only the no-scope connects. You know that's a little bit too much missing to actually hold a defensive A side. But fortunately for him, more ops still afforded. His bank account, the constant saving we've seen out of him, are enabling that.
This time he's taking his services over towards short. Maybe the B site this time. Worried about a faster play, and he's at the scene. Needs to be good as Ricky completely blinded up. The flashbangs are excellent. Nithon overwhelmed. It has to be Venom Zera. He nearly gets 3, but that's not enough. The Nate, though, might sink true. Tournay going sky high real quick. But with Zeddy still in short, David needs a clutch. Oh, but it's very possible. Zeddy. Jiggle peeking. Seen. David, a chance. Moving between the angles. Sees Sadzine. He knows where both players are. He knows he can isolate some duels. Saw the shoulder from Zeddy. Swing. Chase. Zeddy can't escape him, but he will hold on. Fighting for his life here as W7M bring it within 1.
I mean, you just have to have supreme confidence when you're up against David to hold the line like that. He doesn't shy away. Look at the flashes, man. look at the constant flashes. There's so many players on this site here. And the utility usage right there, the explosion of W7M is enough. There was 4 players on that setup, and they ended off with a 2v2. That's a work of art right there for W7M. This could go the distance, and then some. Extra rounds could be required. It's only MP9's to stand in resistance. It's only Nython here in Long Bath. 1 flash. He is done for.
Ooh. Up close with the MP9. It's at least a 1. A 1 for 1, but that's massive. Hards out. Finds this extending kill. It gives Red Cannons just a bit more resources than their opponent.
Man advantage. That's been pretty rare so far this game. Haven't had too many of those opportunities here. Hardzow delivers it. Right on the silver platter. Reinforcements soon to arrive on this B site, but it's only in P9s.
Ramzero's repositioned. The last line of defense is Riggy. David's coming through with his MP9. Riggy starts to hear the movement. David, will he jump on into the site? He will. Trying to provide a last line of defense. Riggy, the coach, steps forward. Almost a double. Can David do it? He's inside the smoke on the site. This is unbelievable. Seconds remain here. David. They are wondering, where could this guy be? Smoke on the site, though, will give him more cover instead, and he stops the play. There's no time. There is no time. They've run out of time, and David's not even going to wait for it. He's going to go for the double kill to lock in the map at the final hurdle for Red Cannons, 13-11.
I mean, again, just their guardian angel right there. He comes through when it matters the most and is able to close it out. David doing so much. He wasn't willing to give that overtime right there. And again, Raya as well, being able to shut it down in the late stage right there, being available with that 1 MP9 kill, giving David time to get into the right position. That's a phenomenal bit of just resiliency for a really tough closure for Red Cannons. And that's an important map for them to pick up easily.
I mean, it could have been a lot easier, though, and a lot more stressful, and something that definitely gave W7M more confidence in their abilities, especially for Tournay, who started sharpening up, especially in that second half. 0 kills on that opening CT side, but made it 11 on the T end to, make it overall not a bad performance. They needed a hard carry out of David to even get there, so you wonder what could have been on that previous game. I think for Red Cannons, a lot of these individuals, that's what they live and die by. And if they go cold, you can get these close games like this.
Yeah, I mean, again, there was certain moments where things went cold right there. I think Hardzow finding himself in a lot of stages where he was hung out to dry, and then Nython also struggling a little bit with the connections on that A side with the op. There's a lot of opportunities right there. And, credit to, again, W7M for making that very challenging. Being able to recover a half when it would have been easy to bail out on your opponent's map pick on the T side, the more difficult side of things, losing 9 in a row. But they didn't really shake in that second half. So that's probably going to give them a lot of steam heading into their own map pick.
Yeah, we still have a lot more to play as we move over to Ancient. W7M with some confidence underneath them. Can they bring this one to a third like the previous iteration of this series? We'll see it after a break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
Were you not entertained? Of course, it's Red Cannon's Counter-Strike that just always brings us down to the wire with the most absolutely mind-boggling plays. Not in like a bad sense, but just in terms of the amount of aggression and multi-kills that this team brings to the table always leaves us satisfied after a match. And well, we're satisfied, but we also don't mind a little bit more. We're heading into map number 2. It's the pick of W7M. We're moving into Ancient. This series has gone to 3 maps before, but where can it change here?
Yeah, I mean, we have seen a bit of, like, even in that last map, hot and cold of this this team that can be so exciting on the side of Red Cannons. We've seen them at their peak form right there in that first half rollabout, and then a little bit of silence comes through, a little period of awkwardness, and nearly almost a comeback rolling out for W7M in a bit of an unlikely fashion. I'll be honest with you, but again, this leads us to our next map. I think this that sort of comeback right there, it does fuel a lot of momentum into this next map. You're a little bit more confident leaning in, and you have seen what Red Cannons can get away with when they're not hitting their strides, and that's sometimes a little bit of limitations on the resources. We talked a little bit about also dealing with the coach factor there. There were some small mistakes rolling through that you could definitely feel. Some miscommunications in the mix there as well between some of the defenders, and that's something you really want to capitalize on if you're W7M.
Yeah, but I think that these 4 individuals, if they are awake and angry, then there's a chance that we could see a potential 2-0 here. It really comes down to if Nithon stays consistent throughout this map of Ancient. He's gonna need to, as Red Cannons will be leading off on this CT side. It's all about that opping presence. He had a lot of opportunities, but we were highlighting a couple of these missed chances.
Yeah, I mean, consistent right positions. He was in the right place at the right time. Sometimes not even getting flashed off the line, and still just some of those tripwire shots just fly right by him. That's kind of been not unfortunately just the theme of his opping coming into like CS2, coming into this roster in general. I think IGLing, obviously, it takes a big toll. You have to look at that mini map so often as opposed to the center of your crosshair, looking at where these shots need to be lining in. But like you said, if those shots do come through, if like we know they can, then again, Red Cannons are going to find themselves in a pretty spot.
Yeah, we'll see if David can also maintain his form. T-side rating, just a casual 2.45 rating, but definitely cratered a bit. Going over to that CT side was bailed out by some at least, decent kills coming in from Nithon. Like the opping overall, like again, he's so much so at the scene of the play. As Harzao, wake up. Hello? Harzao? Oh, he's not there. All right, looks like we're gonna have to put a little delay at the start of this pistol round. As we'll wait for Harzao to get back into the server. they readied up, but Harzao had other ideas.
Glad we caught that a little bit earlier. Never like to be in the position. Last CT pistol, that's where I think, it was interesting. It was 2 very, sharp players getting blasted quickly by W7M. That set the tone for the first 6 rounds of the half. And so, pistol round, obviously important. And so far, W7M, they've won all of those pistols in that last map. They got both of them.
And insane starts off the back of them as well. They got 7 rounds or not even more than that. Sorry, they equalized the score up to 9-8.
Yeah. Well, 10 in total, considering the pistols, because obviously they get that 0-3 start in the beginning of the CT side. So they got 3 kind of gimme rounds off the back of that, and then
5 rounds off of the second half pistol as well.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you need to pull off a 9-3 comeback, by the way, but just not enough at the very end. Of course, David to save them.
Yeah, the last possible moment with a pretty rough buy as well. Had the MP9s with 1 A1S from Harzao. And again, like, I don't oftentimes even like consider a big factor of this team anymore being Nithon with an AWP. It's obviously it's pretty obvious that this team has taken the direction of a lot in CS2, where riflers are the biggest priority. You've got a crazy core of Hardzal, Zera, and David right now in that role, so obviously still can be so influential, but you still have those other players to lean on here as well, and those players already able to sing here out of the gates. Continuing the fight, though. They're chasing at distance.
So Riggy will be scrambled away to that A site, but he'll quickly call it clear. And that only prepares Zera, his dual Berettas, in a perfect position, but he lets go of the angle and instead moves into the firing line of 3Ts. Riggy will make it here, though, with a nice headshot. Does he have anything more in him? He's grouped up with Nithon. This is possible, albeit unlikely, especially as this wrap comes through from Tournay. And yeah, excellent headshot. And the coach needs a 1v3. It'd be a fun storyline, but not looking likely here as Tournay still stands. Ricky running out of time. And this pistol round, in essence, a guarantee. Ricky will stamp his name into the kill feed for a little bit. Eventually ran down. A little overextension there from Red Cannons, and W7M, 3 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely the best way to put it right here. You get this opening duel, but then continued aggression rolling on out there. That's where they probably wish it hit the brakes a little bit. Let the play come to you if you've got 4 guns in Donut. Or shift the setup, but they weren't too interested in that. That's sometimes Red Cannon's signature aggression getting the better of them. Got a late flash out middle. There's the pop. There's the avoidance from Tournay.
Yeah, I don't think I will, he says, as...
No. He's putting the numbers in his head right there. Risk reward of challenging 4 USPs. The risk is losing your AK. The reward is farming those sweet eeks. I'd take those odds, but let Foku do the heavy lifting here.
That's an American reward system right there.
Hold on.
Oh,
There's
wow.
no way Foku survives here.
No, he can't. He can't. He's not going to survive.
Dead.
I mean, he might as well send himself in. Yeah. But he's going to try. Guys, come on! No!
Oh, man. Poor guy. He just looks up in despair. Why? Why, cruel world?
Why this
Have you
map?
Increase the bomb radius.
Curse you, Gabe Newell. As he shakes his fist as he can do nothing about it.
Goes down with the ship. Love to see it there. If you're Red Cannons at least being able to do some damage, but focus set on this gun round. Again, off the back of these pistol conversions, they've been able to gain a lot of steam. And they've got an opportunity to do that once more. Nithon. He's got a scope, but it's not an op.
It is an AUG, though, and this can spam. Oh, and it will. Perfection, but trying to clear the smoke will allow it to fire back. A boost up top, though. Some clean stuff back at the site, but now Hardzal getting battered with utility. Does he feel like playing around it? Is the question. Being suppressed by these flashbangs. Roku not comfortable to plant this bomb just yet. And down on 35, it's Sodzindo with coverage. And now Riggy completely blinded up. It just leaves Hardzal on 24, but Foku jumping. You have the bomb. You need to go. Hardzal hears this. Now ready to make this move. He was inside of spawn. And now here's this fallback and can't get the kill. Chance missed out upon. And now 2 players entrenched inside of Donut just makes this feel impossible. And Stormsin will lock it in.
Yeah, instant dismissal right there of that clutch attempt from Hardzal. And there you go, W7M doing what they do best here. They set themselves up for success so consistently with the pistols. and they're able to show a lot of conviction on the follow-ups. This first gun round rolls around, and they are always available for success. Take a look at those live odds. They're brought to you by 1xBet. Those still favoring Red Canids. And of course, if you want to get on that link, is being posted right there in the chat. Or you can go and just click down below on the banners. A lot of games today, so you can get on any of that action here. It's Tournay, risky, especially as he loses a teammate. I think he knows better than to push that smoke.
Riggy, does he have another? That'd be some fun stuff out of the 5-7. Have to tame our expectations. No offense, Riggy. Ooh, Satsin
Connected.
hammered.
2 damage.
Hammered for 2 damage. that's interesting. I haven't thought of that one before, and probably should have reconsidered that. Oh, David though up on the boost. Hold on. There's still room to maneuver here, as David will commit to the bit. Smokes fade. Some chance, just barely able to get it in for Sodson. He's got to stand still. He's got to freeze.
That's all he needs to do here. Let his teammates take that next point of contact. Instead of freeze, he will swing for the fences. W7M recover a bit of an awkward kickoff right there. I like the vision there from Venom Zera. Chest bumping the Molotov, maybe to try and make it land so that he can still play behind that pillar.
I mean, maybe also if it hits him, it won't detonate, because that Molly has a very tiny margin.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it, that's an interesting way to play. It looks funny to start, but it has purpose.
Yeah. Just got a little bit of vision there. Venom Zera's we've seen some crazy clips with a Deagle here, but look at this from Stormzen. Nithon again hitting the deck, blasted out on a defensive round.
Needed to hit the shot, but not quite there. David, though, can he answer back? Foku will reply. Riggy does shave away.
Oh.
Sadzine on the extremity. Missed Molly as well. Not helping out here. Reposition necessary for W7M, especially as Tournay has heard all of these rotations. Oh, but Riggy knows about this possibility.
Yeah, I mean, this really is just a winning position from Tournay, though. It's something that I've seen get cleared, kind of, but not fully.
I'm just saying I clear this. I've gotten kills on plenty of lurkers in this corner.
2-2.
How diligent is he? He's gonna scope up for the corner, but Tournay is faster. Instant headshot. That's gonna call, well, I would say a save, but Venom Zera might lure them back in, but it would be towards inevitable doom. Obviously, post plants are just too strong. This is gonna be 5-0 for W7M.
Very reminiscent of T-side of Overpass as well for W7M. Sometimes these rounds just start off so disastrous for Red Canids. It's so difficult to recover. We're talking 3D3s with a minute 20 left on the clock, and Tournay in a position where he's already cut off the A-side rotators. Like, it's very difficult to save those rounds, and especially if Tournay's got the hot hand on the T-side again.
However, the other problem is that Nithon has got to start connecting. He's been in the right positions. Tactically speaking, he's been there. You gotta see him at the scene. Frag for now smoked out. Now Tournay looking to stay aggressive. Oh, he hears the fallback from Hartzau. And going to scoop up grenades. He's gonna get punished instantly. Tournay down to 2, but a kill's a kill. Oh, but no escape, David. Okay, homing missile through the smoke for the headshot.
David's been trying to hold on for dear life in some of these rounds. He's really been fighting. We got a man advantage. Now swept aside. Here's that execute leaning in. Smoke's traded tip for tat right now. All time.
Look at this. Venom Zera wanted to battle. He knew he had the smoke advantage, but Voku with the sharper entry as well as tons of damage over to David. Searching for a kill through the smoke. Won't be able to find it. 3-on-3. Ithon will return. He needs to be fast on this flick, though. It storms in around the corner. He's got it. Nithon will get them some entry back in, some space, but back of the pillar here for Satsun. He is able to get the first, but unable to escape. Nithon needs to get this defuse down, though, fast, and a missed shot, critical. Oh, no, Ricky. He's got the kit, though. He just needs to get the kill, and he's got the defuse as well. Red Cannons will finally get there first, of course, by the skin of their teeth.
Just enough in the tank right there to get the job done. The sidearm is what claims the finishing blow. Again, David able to collect through the smoke. Also gets rewarded. This is a really cool setup, though. Zeddy, he goes through that smoke. He's kind of the sacrifice right there, but then Sadson on the other side of it. That's a huge flick that needs to be hit instantly, which is just impossible if you're Venom Zera. He might be the one man to do it, but it's a tough task for him. So cool setup. Even if you have to push the smoke, that's how you want to do it. David again challenged on that A side. The lineup is beautiful.
Oh my goodness, that's almost the triple there, but instead it's actually Nithon to find that kill. Somehow David didn't get any.
It's just a lot of damage done. And again, as this round plays out, oh boy, back of your mind, low HP bars here, the flanks possible.
Bomb scooped up. Oh, the timing. Do not slam your desk here, Nithon. This is gonna hurt. Oh, he turns back around. Oh, but then he looks back towards the site. Timing again, and then Tournay. These lurks are just... they're suffocating, Cole. There's nothing you can do about them.
Yeah, the feeling for the game right now to Tournay is beautiful. Look at this cutoff with the op. Might not even be necessary. Security on offer, W7M. This is just, I mean, compared to the way he started this game off, this is what we kind of hoped to see out of him. He's only been able to bring it on the T side, where things are a little bit looser. But man, is he stepping up to the plate.
I mean, Tournay doing God's work here for W7M. I mean, he's just managing his angles so well, and Nithon has just been completely nullified as a player at the moment. 6 shot out of Foku there, but that kill from Tournay, that's going to be a desk slammer for Nithon.
That's, you're bringing the hammer down on that one, that's for sure. That timing perfectly nailed. And that frustration sinks in after an already frustrating map. Tournay avoiding this op-scope to perfection. Drawing got attention. There you go, Venom Zera looking to take some force. And he takes it by storm.
Yeah. In the meantime, it's out on the A site. David in some trouble. Ooh, smoke spam though. Okay.
Jeez.
That's like 1.5 there. Could even get the finisher. No way, David.
What?
All right, he's gonna walk through as well. He's thinking about it. Almost finds.
Keep spamming it.
Storms in, and yeah, if you keep fishing, why stop?
Yeah, they keep biting. That's for sure. Just dwindling the HP bars. Left a tuck tail with their hands in their pocket, kicking dust right now. Venom Zera has middle contained. No tornado to worry about if you're Nithon. He's been a nightmare. You kind of see there's a necessity to adjust. Now Nithon covers mid. But it's no matter here. This is a save.
You know, it's very interesting how many times these two teams have clashed as of late. They were actually both present at RES2, where they did battle versus each other. Red Canids actually got the better end on Ancient over there, but of course that's with Destiny in the server as well. They didn't need Nithon for that win, I should mention, though. They didn't need him at all. He was just lukewarm, 10 and 10.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I don't think, again, he's like a big condition for the squad. I think he needs to be connecting on some of these op shots, right? He's consistently finding shots. He's just missing them. So those are the things you need to be delivering, but you have such powerful riflers that you can lean on a little bit more. Destiny was also, I feel like, one of those riflers that you could lean on. He was still very sharp. He had great moments.
And you know, Ricky has not been playing bad. He's playing the cave position, which is arguably the most important side of the map. W7M haven't really challenged him. Middle has been their domain.
Yeah, I mean, and A. They've been challenging David, in fact, and sometimes he's been able to rise to the occasion. Others, he's walked into a tough challenge. Oh boy. Walking out in the open here. He's got an operator on that corner in Foku. He's given peeks to Foku that you dream of. But there you go. Smoke. He's still got a Molotov. He's still got Nithon finally getting his revenge.
Yeah, flashes through the smoke as well. David pops up. Oh, there you go. There's a double. And we are not doing that.
Oh. Well, thank you. Get out of there. Get out of there while you still can. David, not given. You can't pass.
Foku's not saving this one either. He has been heard inside a spawn. Venom's era. Oh, approaching. Swing. Easy does it. Wait a minute. Wait. Oh, okay.
No.
That could have been interesting.
There could have been time, yeah.
But now he's been cut off. He's going to try and sacrifice himself and just get instantly headshotted. That's David in a nutshell right there. There's a triple.
Yeah, I mean, that, again, is going to offer up some recovery here for this CT side. This feels like a breath of fresh air for Nithon in middle. Dealing with that dastardly lurk that's been like bane of his existence. That utility's gonna hurt.
Oh, see ya.
Yeah. That one's doing numbers.
Yeah, Storm's in sacrifice to the Sun God.
Oh. Almost more.
What are all these temples for? Like, okay, so they're all temples, but like, where do you do your like temple activities? Like, these temples don't really make sense.
What do you mean temple activities? Like sacrifice and such?
Yeah, and like these temples are very small and cramped. Like, where are you gonna go? Like, you know, kneel down to pray or something like that, you know? Or I'm just saying, the design of this is not very ergonomic. This ancient map, huh? Okay, there we go.
This is kind of cozy.
Come on, Nithon. All right, give it another crack. Oh, ow, ow.
Jeez. That sucks.
No fun.
That sucks for Ninthon. You know that feeling as someone who loses out to that $700 gun. His teammates should be able to get the rifle recovered, so it's all good. Op is still held on to, but yeah, I don't know. I think Red Room is like pretty cozy. I definitely don't think Donut was designed perfectly. They could have done a better job there.
Yeah, how's it? Okay,
I don't even think that middle pillar is structurally like.
Yeah, how the heck did they get that in
supporting.
there? Like, let me think about. Like, how, that cube does not even fit inside of the donut. Like, can we get like a panorama of the cube really quickly and just like assess its dimensions really quickly while we're in this timeout? Like, I'm pretty confident that cube does not fit within those doors. And look at this. Like, look at this. I would not want to do anything over here. Like, look at this cramped corridor. Gosh, think about it. Like, the Greeks knew how to do it. They built a giant Parthenon with just like open air stuff like that. And whatever.
Yeah.
Assessing the ergonomics of ancient architecture is not a topic I thought I would be discussing on this broadcast, but here we are. All right, Ninthon, let's see it. Oh, he's lost Hardzao, and now he's smoked out. And Stormson, not to respect that molly, will just already press on through. Molly destined for Ninthon as David steps forward. Spots ahead, though. That's actually Ninthon's kill, believe it or not. Oh, but they're not going to be ready for the double Red Room play just after that kill comes through. Hello there. Venom's Hera instantly down. Now Stormson, though, starting to fast flank over towards B. Riggy got to turn around. Oh, he just let the ball carrier go past, and Satson's just going to instant headshot him. Oh, this round, the wheels just come off. This one's done.
Yeah, that one broke down quickly right there. That's another one of those just domino effects. Everyone just piece by piece falls down. That timing, it was like Foku was a sacrifice right there for that double mid setup because no one peeked. No one even tried to trade him right there. And it ends up just being worth like that sort of bait. Now, W7M able to reply, make sure that not too much momentum stays in Red Canids' favor.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, could have been a big round to win. You know, finding 6-all, playable situation, but this constant Red Room control, like Red Canids just have not had an answer to mid control from W7M. Like, they've tried to get Ninthon in there a little bit early on, but constantly smoked and flashed out. Red Room has been a problem. They think they dealt with the one player, but then there's two more suddenly summoned out from thin air. Yeah, it's been messy. Ninthon now over towards the A side, though. This is where he can find some success. Will get his one. Ooh, but Hardzao being lost over towards middle makes life weird. As well as Foku inside of the smoke. He's made some footsteps.
Not hurt, not registered.
And a missed
Not
donut.
planted either, though.
Oh, okay. Hello there, Foku. Ooh, he's out in the middle of the open, though, and this one's gonna fall flat for W7M. A little disrespectful of Red Canids. They're still very much in the server.
Yeah, a little delayed on the bomb plant. That's always, challenge number 2 of taking that site. And we do see Ninthon land a critical tripwire to set the tone early, giving them a quick advantage. And again, with a pistol success, it gives so much ground to this squad here. It gives so much early success. 5 rounds out of the gates for W7M off the back of the pistol before we finally see Red Canids arrive here onto the scene. Those 1xbet odds, a little bit more faith placed in W7. that they walk into the second half of the lead. We'll see if they give us 4 pistols.
Well, we'll see. Though, speaking of 4 pistols, there's 6 of them for W7N.
Oh.
And Foku's gonna make good. One burst, good enough. David, quick on the swing as well. Really wanted to get this one across the line, taking all the team damage. But the kills come through. They've left the player inside the smoke, though. Storms in, will pop on through to deal with Hardzow, and players start to drop. David falls next. Riggy and Nython, the 2 players tossing in the utility, have to get this one across the line. As a smoke deployed, that Riggy is just going to play around.
Oh.
Defuse gonna start up. Riggy needs to stop this. Ricky, he's right there. He's right there. Get your knife out. Okay, he's gonna get off of it. Swinging the sword here for the coach. Defuse needs to start up. Kill needs to come through. And is there time? Is a very good question.
Just
got it. 4 for 4, baby.
4 for 4. I mean, that's a tough decision to make right there if you're W7M to get off the bomb. All things considered. I don't know how you make that decision. I feel like the only way they were going to win that is if Riggy just missed, and with 10 seconds, he was going to eventually find that kill. And if he would have stuck it, he would have found that kill. So that's the only right decision at the end of the day. But it's a tough decision to make on the fly in the heat of the moment. Wow. 4 for 4 on the pistols. But the conversions have also been good. They've got the perfect duo.
Everything you could want. This pop flash here from Foku's good, but he doesn't have the weapon for the job. His opponents with more rifles than him. And then Venom Zera, sniper shot onto Tournay through the smoke.
A couple targets there on Red Room, and one of them does fall. And, Sadzin giving it a go. This Red Rune cave control is going to be attempted, and it's deleted with ease.
Last man standing, Sadzin, only on half HP for the record. But Ricky's not going to push through. This gets weird. There's a potential double kill there, and Ricky, oh man, he's still sitting inside the smoke. Ricky's going to fly on through. He's going to try and get the bomb, but Sadzin's just going to be able to clean up a triple kill somehow. Oh no.
Yeah, that's, I'm with you right there. Could have just stormed up towards the top of, that B side and been the sacrifice for these 2 cave players, but instead a disastrous lineup right there, right where you need to be to save that round from the brink of disaster. Sadzin, look at the lineup. Bomb dropped. That's everything.
I gotta be maximum frustrated there. Like, if I'm Red Cannons, Ricky has just gotta go through the smoke. He has 2 players in cave to easily trade him out. The most that Sadzin can get there is a double kill if Ricky runs through the smoke. There's no doubt in my mind. But because his position is unknown, it just makes life too awkward. Oh, man. And you can't tolerate that when you're down so many pistols. That's your chance to win a force buy, get back into the game.
Yeah, that's a big point right there. Could have had that big opportunity to respond. David eats 2 HGs right there and is evaporated. It's going to be a frustrating factor that Red Cannons have to overcome right now in this map if they want to stay alive. And that factor, I don't know if they've got that in them right now, to be honest with you.
just going to see a swing towards bottom middle. It'll be a mop up for Tournay. Nython will get his one, but quickly mopped up. Alrighty. Do they have it in them? This round to decide it, or else we could be out of here quick. And then on to third map decider of Mirage. I mean, Red Cannons would certainly be a big surprise to exit out of the tournament and not make it to playoffs.
This is a big opportunity here. You could capitalize. The utility, the smokes are threatened, but there's not a lot that stands behind that utility here. That's multiple smokes dispensed. Oh, he lands a shot. I don't know what threw. It must have been the leg shot through the wall or something. It's 15 damage off, but there you go. An opening from Venom Zera with the rifle. There's an entry that comes through in some form or fashion. He's going to trigger some re-aggression that, again, Nython has a chance to punish, but ducked out on. Did he see something? He reacted.
I think he saw a shoulder. I think he saw a shoulder move down, and you can see that, there's a flash for this. Turn around the corner, but it's not perfect. Nython does take out the op, though, and take down Sanzin, but look who's here. Another rotate in the form of Stormsin at the scene, and Zeddy to box them in.
No retreat.
But they do have to be proper about this. Oh, but looking away. Doubt sets in the mind. And David takes advantage. So, Red Cannons will get their first foothold on this T side.
They're eager to respond right there. That's, that's Nython being able to deliver a little bit of impact, even if he's not connecting on some of these shots. He's able to support his squad. I think that flashbang went a little too deep, but it's still a good look. Spotting out that information, being in the right place to catch off re-aggression. Because you do have players like Venom Zera and David to open things up for you. You can be someone who can activate later down the line and still have influence here. I think at one point, Nython was definitely that opera that liked to open up rounds. But it's kind of long since that Pain Gaming's days where he was so influential in the opening stages, and now again as a caller, he's a T-side opera that has become a little bit more passive.
Yeah, I mean, back on previous lineups, he was just going for it. He was just full sending in. But obviously, when you take up different roles in your team, you have to adapt. Ooh, and needing to adapt here. Needing to hold on for his squad. Ricky is actually in some serious trouble, spamming these smokes almost out of ammo. Here's a Zeus. Oh boy. In the smoke, he picks up David, and then it picks up an AK. Oh, the wheels are coming off. They have come off. They're fully flying down the freeway right now as it's a 1v4 for Nython against Pistols.
There's no room for break either. They are absolutely devastated. Shocked. Nython. Again, just left with his hands in his pockets. Can't believe it. The collapse comes through from W7M on a nothing round.
Just a swing. One flash. A Zeus. And chaos.
Just one player in the server here on the CT side with armor right now. So many default pistols and P250s invested. They get rewarded sweetly. And Nython, he's not going to live. He's not going to make it through this round.
Thanks for the op as well.
Op retrieved. That's your ticket punched right there to a third map.
Yeah, call it the tax you want. That's just too big of an advantage here for W7M. That was your chance. That was your foothold. But on that foothold was a stick of dynamite.
Yeah. Someone unscrewed the rock right there. It was a trap.
You do any rock climbing, Cole?
I have in the past. There used to be a when I lived back in my old apartment, there used to be a rock climbing gym that was super close that I used to go to. It's very fun. Fun exercise.
It is fun. I don't like do it often. I just like sometimes do it with a couple friends if they say,
Like a
hey,
little
let's
bouldering
go.
gym.
Yeah, a little bouldering gym. It's fun.
Good stuff. But yeah, not so fun for Red Cannons. They tumble to the floor right there.
You know, that's just a smack on the mat after you take a big fall. Yeah, that's that hurts.
It does. They hit the ground hard right there in that last one. That's why, you know, we kind of feel like W7M have maybe sealed the deal. Obviously, it's not done yet, and in fact, they're still bringing in a pretty good purchase despite the lost round. But in terms of like the flow of this game here, that's a huge wrench in the system of Red Cannon's comeback potential.
And I know this team can get frustrated. Nython as an IAGL is a bit of an emotional player. You know, you miss all these shots. You have these moments that happen that shouldn't be. Well, it'll be a test to see if they can still put up a fight. Tournay facing 4 players behind the smoke. Are they going to wait for this? Oh, they are.
Tournay's just been really sharp. Defensively, though, he has struggled a little bit in this map. And they're in a really awkward position here. They have no idea where these T's are.
Jump up here. He's going to commit himself to the off angle. In need of a hold. He can't fall down off this angle. He needs to do it. So many players around the corner. First, but not the second. But he sees everything. Rotates have scrambled. But, oh, the kills are coming in. Zeddy, last defender. He'll get ran down. Sadzine as well. David will not wait. Plant to come through. Foku to try and save. The Red Cannons are still fierce.
They hang about right there. I think that was a big blindside right there for Tournay. Because Foku's calling B clear. They know it's an A-side play. You saw the rotations. You saw the kills that were required. So hold that thought. Foku's trying to save this up. The Jiggler too. But that's just a distraction for them there to flank. And no op saved. There's a great response.
Now that's so funny. A Nython's op goes to the TT side, then it goes right back into his hands. Over the course of a couple rounds.
I just don't think they were prepared, or at least Tournay wasn't prepared for what was around that corner.
Nope.
This is the high individual impact, though, that you can get out of these guys, man. As you can see, it's just the powerhouse. David and Venom's there to break that round down. It's a full house between that duo. Frustration doesn't linger for too long.
They're already in. Riggy, hello there. Quickly traded the what? David, and then Hearts out, and the whole B defense has gone up in smoke. Woo, okay.
Wow. David put up to the task right there, man.
Close the book on this one, I guess.
My God. Started off a little bit well. Riggy getting active right there through the smoke. Looks a bit silly, but then the backup right there behind him just baits him into the brick wall of David. That's a quick one. That's a quick 8th.
Well then, I'm rubbing my hands together to see that David replay, because that was not a lineup. That was a spray transfer.
Yeah, I mean, it was little HP as well. He got taken down low with that first exchange. Let's see it. Bang, bang, instant. I mean, it had to have been that quick. Otherwise, he's just traded. Otherwise, it's a 2-for-1 trade. And you know what? I'll just say it. Hardzow's probably dead too. Because he'd have to turn around, he'd lose another fight. And W7M's game plan would have gone according to plan. Instead of walking in to a graveyard there on B ramp.
You know how we were talking about how like the endings, the suffixes for all the red candidates or just Brazilian players in general, the Zines, the Zows, the Zeras,
The Zins.
David's one of the very few who could take the dais.
Yeah.
Man's a god.
No question about it. He's just been feasting throughout this entire series overall. Just playing back-to-back incredible maps here. Trying to get him to the finish line. Fast speed play. She's going to do some nice damage early.
And you're in trouble. Somehow Zeddy got his, but, you know, not a big deal at the end of the day. And try to save your rifles. Take 2.
Should be able to get out. Tarnay actually walks out with a little reward as well. And there's 9 sealed. Red cannons.
There we go. Time to back away. Bomb about to go off. 9 rounds for red cannons. At least these guns held on to. So the question is, hold on. Storms in could. He has exactly 4750.
I think it's probably worth it to go for the op, but priority more so on the utility appears. Makes sense as well.
Last time out for W7M as well. This pressure is actually starting to be applied.
Yeah, no question. Key to the moment. Getting a taste of their own medicine here with this comeback from Red Canids. They're the ones now feeling like their lead is collapsing right in front of them. As that timeout expires here. We'll see what's been said in the in-between here. I mean, I feel like some of their stuff even should be working in theory if it wasn't for some of the individuals that Red Canids possess. They've had smart collapses. They just have not been able to execute, you know, first of all, like David on some of this resistance. Venom Sarah's been good at finding these mid picks as well. It's right back up to the antics again. Looking to collapse once more.
Look who's on the other side, though. It is David. Also, just 4 players in general are going to make their way up the ramp. Now, Venom Zera found the kill on the Sadzin. Zeddy is dead next, and the whole B site crumbles.
Yeah, I mean, have fun with your cave side positions. You can't even make it past that point. You can't even start the retake effort here. In fact, you're looking to figure out a route out of this round. Mission accomplished. You saved the round. At least getting your guns held onto here. That's no guarantee either, though, for Stormzen. He's hanging around a little too long.
Look at this. Oh, David knows. He knows where Stormzen is. Here comes the HEs. Stormzen probably not long for this world if Ricky has anything to say about it. In the meantime, these players saving in towards Donut. Nothing's guaranteed there, as Hardzao will fall next. Will Stormzen go down to the bomb? He does! And everyone drops. This is starting to get critical for W7M. so, working up middle. Tournay is going to get forced into the open. And donut control going to be established. Maybe they choose not to slingshot into this A site. Got a red Candace. Tournay looking for a deagle headshot. That's the bomb, but David with the coverage. Still, though, A main, a threat. Hearts out. Is watching, though. I think he caught a shoulder just before he looked away. And so a 3 versus 5. And a save attempt. Hoping to hold on to everything. What a flick from David! Oh my goodness. Now into a 2 versus 5. Probably just going to be the save. And it's 11 all. You know, we saw those 1xbet odds hydraulic pressing against W7M to lead off. Back on Overpass, you know, they're up 9-3, 1.07. If you remember that. But, well, now it could get a whole lot closer. Maybe you could have placed your bet now when you were down 11-6. 5 in a row here from Red Cannons. Check out the mobile app, all the good stuff while we have time in this map. Only 2 rounds of regulation remaining. And so still holding at a standstill. Far less aggressive here for both teams. It really is the reality setting in. When you hit that 11 all. We have multiple players grouping up into cave. Finally, W7M.
At the moment, utility already tossed in. Good dispense. Love it. Oku gonna have to choose where he wants to go. He does elect to get inside of cave here instead. Wants to fight forward instead of bailing out.
So we'll make a lot of footsteps. 30 seconds. They're trying to fake him out. They're trying to make him get antsy here. Foku moving between the different angles will hold the thread line here. Now has to deal with David. Swing back in. David spots him out. Front of cave. Foku in position and will get deleted. Just leaving Tournay to hope to stop the bomb plant. Can he do it is the question. No, he'll focus on taking down David. Advantage, though, extended here for W7M as Nython outscopes in the open. Now it's a 2 versus 4. Hards out. He's going to be forced forward by the Molly. He's done. Venom's era won't be able to hold on. It'll be W7M to finally get map point.
Yeah, I mean, just a golden opportunity right there to try and seal this one on in for Red Cannons, but they've finally been extinguished here by W7M as the moment matters the most. It just caught in some really awkward post plants as the smokes fade away.
Oof.
That's brutal.
It is just so close there. Nython, I'm not sure what got him off of the angle there. And so, well, a lot of head in hands moments for Red Cannons. At least they'll have another buy, another attempt to get it across there. But these little mistakes at the very final hurdles are what are costing Red Cannons. They had the right idea. They had the good setup. It just fell apart at the very end. So, having to fight for overtime or a third map. B-side execute comes through, though. Zeddy is the only defender, hoping for some smoke spam. And he'll receive some in turn. Bomb's gonna be hard to deny here, but Hardzao will take his sweet time to get it in. That will be a success. It is a 5-on-5 post plant. If you want any more chaos in the final round of regulation, this is it. Hardzao gonna be playing up close as first contact flashes over. He dodges them. It's Nithon though with the opening shot. Can he give any more? David does. Back of the site. There's a double. Of course it's David to drag us into overtime as he hits 22 kills on this game, and Nithon starting to connect once more. We need extra rounds here. And so it is 12 all. Man. Huh.
Do have all tied up here, taking it into this overtime affair. Starting it off with some early utility from David. We'll see what they've got in store for us. More B control, yeah. I mean, just a hellfire being put into place here, and again, it's up to Riggy to try and test the waters first to try and claim some of that mid control.
Look at this. Oh no, that missed Molly from Nithon. It's gonna cost a lot. Hardzao gets eventually found. Sadzin also collects. Where's the response? That one missed Molly from Nithon meant everything.
Now you have to rely on some low HP bars here. David's gone and picked up the AWP here. Looking to see if he can't get the scope working for him. He's up against it. A chance here on his Eddie, but he missed. Just barely missed.
Riggy's closing in though. Spam through the smoke almost picks him up.
Distracts.
And look at this. The cave play. Could be the next port of call. David. Oh, we'll walk into the scope instead. Bomb tumbles forward. 2 versus 4. Was Venom's era just seen? It's a very good question. And you know what? The answer looks like no. Molly in towards the corner will force Zeddy perfectly into the line, but now has to deal with the op here for Venom's era. One smoke to the left side, but that won't get him any ground. Tournay holding the off angle. Sadzin on the op won't miss. And first round of OT for W7M. So back aboard in extra rounds, OT. And a swing forward there, storms in, and Zeddy in some trouble, but Sadzin will not be missing again. Still staying solid right now. Trying to compete with David on the other side of the server, doing just that. As Tornado jumps up. The elevated angle while Storms it hits an instant headshot on the off angle. Some perfection. As now Riggy, the coach, tries to challenge. And unable to do that. W7M finally stabilizing. It took overtime to do it. Does Nython have this in him, though? Is the question. Chasing for this kill. And probably has a decent idea that Storms in just around that corner, but Voku just swings in. Making sure that cannot happen.
Yeah, some strength shown right there. And the defense, again, they plant their feet right now in overtime. Resisting the pressure that's been thrown at them right now. Overcoming that kind of mountain that David's provided the squad, and it could just be a sweep here. W7M keep it up. Finding their formula, finding their winning formula to take that B control. Red Cannons have been able to resist so effectively. This time more towards middle, a lot more resources thrown this way. Tornay playing with fire right there, jumping around that corner, but stays safe.
And so he stays safe, but Stormson chooses to fight. And he will receive Venom Zera. On the other side, though, Sadzin, again at the right place, right time. Easy op shot. And there's a secondary in the form of Foku on this B side as well.
Look at this perfect timed aggression right there from Tornay to take control towards A, though. It's going to reassemble some stacks towards B. I don't think Zeddy spotted anything. So there's that full brunt of an execute. He's going to be left inside the smoke.
Flash to the sky, though. They're going to try and fight this, but Foku's one missed shot. It's going to cost a lot of ground, but David continues to fight. It makes it a 3-on-3. It makes it playable. Now as Tornay starts to close in the distance on towards this flank, he's going to call in for support for Venom Zera. Will they clear the copy, though? Oh my goodness, almost the double. Almost what could just be map ending. This time it'll come in from Foku, and the double off retake works out for W7M. Clean sweep on the CT end.
Just keep giving him duels right there. Keep on giving him love on the AWP. He'll take those second opportunities, those second chances. 100%. And you can hardly blame specifically David for being confident, but punished accordingly for these oversteps. And they're going to lay claim to a massive scoreline here. 15, 3 more chances to close out.
Yeah, and so the chances of a 2-0 here for Red Cannons are slim. We gotta win 3 straight or we go to Mirage. And that's actually where recently, Red Cannons actually had some success. That was in a best-of-1 environment. Earlier on in this tournament, Foku had a lights-out map to quickly put them in the dirt, put that series to rest. Will that be the same? Will David keep us going? Underhand flash out middle. It's David and Hardtow. Just bringing a crowbar, prying open the rounds, but Zeddy has done the same on towards that B site. Bomb's going to be escorted in clean.
Riggy having a tough time being involved, and there's a flank coming through. He disrespects the smoke, and he has a freebie, but misses his opportunity. Hardtow doesn't get anything off the back of it, though.
Huge opportunity here. Riggy, he needs to help answer back. Nython will collect his shot, and now the coach needs to clutch. Bomb's planted out in the middle of the open as well. No smoke on it. We'll just fake a defuse. Force a scramble back. Oh, but instant headshot out of Zeddy to make it 16-12. It's a sweep in overtime there for W7M. What they couldn't do in regulation. They were up 11-6. They're going to lock it in here and force Mirage.
Yeah, I think for the most part, we're looking at a team that struggled to figure out a solution for the pressure on that B side, and I think enough time was spot to where in overtime we saw that solution come into play. We saw more consistent success. It even forced another play from the likes of Red Cannons to go more towards the middle instead. And again, I think that on the fly adaptation from W7M is massive. It comes in late in the game and it saves them their chances here because they were staring down the barrel of elimination.
Yeah, let's not forget about the other elements that were working here for the side of W7M. Tournay absolutely turned up with huge T side impact, especially in the early game, just completely shattering the defense consistently on these mid lurks as well. So even for the stand-in, this is a really good bright spot. While you weren't able to lock things down cleanly on the CT side once more, there's still plenty of good takeaways, especially walking into Mirage. It's clean sweep and OT. Good confidence underneath them. We're going to toss this one off to a break as Mirage is coming up next here, folks. Don't miss it. This one's going to be a banger.
I have very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And things boiled over a little bit there for Red Cannons at the very finish. A chance in overtime. They gave themselves an opportunity, but dropped the ball there as W7M post together 4 straight. What's to think of Mirage? Yeah, so right then and there, it was, is really Red Cannons who did bring it back themselves. Like David going absolutely insane again, over and over for this team. Alongside Venom's there, like you have 2 win conditions up and running for this Red Cannons team, but just unable to press it over the line. I think, again, Riggy, he's standing in kind of as the coach, kind of as a player here. And I don't think he was able to deliver that floor that we were seeing over there on Overpass. Will this map be different? Will he be able to provide a foundation for this team to stand on? On the flip side there for W7M, we saw Tournay actually turn up really well, especially on those T-side lurks, being extremely annoying, extremely impactful, and definitely can build a bit of confidence for himself going into this map of Mirage. Last time, in the opening round, this did not go the way of Red Cannons. Wants to make us believe that that will change. A knife round is not a bad start. And so, CT side beginning. This is actually where Nithon kind of picked up the sticks, though. There's a little, in the interim, we had a little break between our elimination and decider matches, and there's a little best of 1 action between these 2 teams. Nithon was able to really take it to the house. Now, today hasn't been super strong for him. Again, definitely an emotional player. For sure. And when that boils over, it could hurt. We'll see if he can keep it up. Hard's out, gonna be over on towards the balcony, though, struggling. It's actually Riggy to find 2 kills down here. Forced to reload, though, running out of space. He gets a third. Okay, let the coach cook, I suppose. Can the rest of the team close it down, though? That would be a mighty shame if Riggy's men couldn't lock it in, as this is Foku's map. Oh, and it certainly is. Oh, what a shot. Make it a quad. He needs to one-up the coach here. And he's looking good for it. He spots out David, but David does not see him. Swing back and forth. Who wants the fight? Who wants it more? Just playing with the lines, but the bomb is in David's hands. Foku has to fight forward for it. And he will be allowed to scoop it up. David misses another opportunity. Here comes the plant. Code punched in. David's gotten himself into the site. Foku knows none the wiser. Will swing past. Oh, but the chance missed out upon. It takes the third shot for David. And finally, the clutch locked in. Riggy's efforts will not go in vain.
A massive clutch right there coming through from David. That is a sort of delivery that he needs to bring to the table. Foku almost makes him hurt, but not enough in the end right there. Some tough shots. Rahi delivering.
Okay.
Nicely done. Foku, man. He doesn't have armor on this either, but he manages to have that much impact towards the tail, and Red Cannon's off to the races. Finally a pistol for them. They finally get one.
Yeah, they were 0 for 4 in the last 2 maps, which honestly speak dividends to the performance overall. We'll see if Red Cannons can slingshot themselves with a pistol round like that. Foku, definitely the player to watch on this map for W7M. As it'll be a jump through Palace. Hello there, Venom Zera. As Eddie just jumps right into him, headbutts him with the Mac 10, but the cross into CT is not as simple. Foku will be lost. Wall bangs as well. Chipping away at Sadzin, but he will make it into the CT spawn.
So many resources towards that CT spawn right now.
Ooh, it's Riggy hands his back to these players, but it's David and Hardzao to help him out. Riggy chases with the USP Tournay. Oh my goodness, he comes through with 3, 1 HP remaining on him, and he's staying alive just around the corner here. Hardzao, he can't find the kill. He has no kit either. Hardzao, does he have time? I think he's just got it. With seconds to spare there on the defuse, he will chase down Tournay, and the stand-in can't hold on.
Oh my god. What an attempt right there from Tournay. Again, his T-side impact has been so incredible. He almost delivers. An impossible clutch, it felt like. Finally being able to strike. Wait so long to strike from that firebox position. It kind of comes at a cost of his teammates right there, but eventually able to bring in a little bit of life. And still, I mean, even in a lost effort, you take so many down, you get another investment, more loss bonus, more utility, and another chance to just try and strike back if you W7M.
This series has just been a blast, Cole, because neither team can... They just play such aggressive, in-your-face Counter-Strike. And we're going to see another one of these rounds, another force buy back off the bomb plant, and resurfacing the submarine here for Tournay. Will actually get sunk, implodes there. Nython helping out from the window side, but again, escape not going to be easy.
Been a bit sacrificial here out of the gates. Couple of casualties towards middle, but they traded even. Got some, again, faith in Hardzao to deliver on some tough anchoring positions. I mean, he really is got it all to do.
The definition of the man for the job. Sorry, the definition for the man for the job, though.
Yes.
We know him as a good anchor player. He's playing the sound cue position. You'll hear the drop-ins. Ooh, but not great on the initial. Couldn't secure a headshot. And then, that will work. Just a straight-up swing instant. But Foku will clean him up eventually through the smoke. But it extends a chance here for Venom Zera.
Yeah, a tough opportunity, though. Gonna grab the A1S, reveal his position. Quick kill on a Foku through the wall. And a chance on the Storms, and he expects the flank.
He has no idea, but he does have a smoke kit. Storms in. Will move between the angles, though, and Venom's there just didn't know where to look. Storms in got a kill in middle, and I think that just sowed some confusion in the mix.
Oh, man. Yeah, you could tell he had absolutely no clue where Stormson was at whatsoever. Didn't really get the information. There was no information to get. I just have to gamble on where the last player is. Do want to give a quick shout out though to 1xBet. We got this force by rolling through. If you want to get in on some of the odds, some of the action, still a lot more left on the day. You can use code 1XRES LATAM or LATAM. If you want to get in on some of the live odds, if you want to deposit as well, get 130% bonus with that. Venom's there though in charge of holding off this A side. Got a tough task at hand as they move quickly.
2 Deagles though holding out towards that A ramp, trying to be finicky with the line. Zeddy though readjusts cleanly, and Venom's Zera, he's got to do more with this Desert Eagle,
Okay.
and he does. There's a second headshot. A third player above him. Venom's Zera. Oh, he's on for the ace. Oh my goodness, 4 Deagle headshots will be ripped away by Riggy, but Venom's Zera. A vintage round, that's what we expect.
That's what he does best right there. There's nothing better than a Venom Zera Deagle when he's on an island, when he has no help. No one coming through to support him. He managed to make magic out of that position. Venom Zera keeping his team steady right there. What a beautiful sequence here. Just takes his time to light up these shots. So much pressure on his position. It was what was necessary, and he does what's necessary.
It's on brand. It's finally hit. We get a highlight out of him. Oh, and you don't want to stand there for much longer. Look at this. Venom Zera is still back at it, by the way. Out towards that A site, he gets another. Oh my goodness, this guy's on fire.
Scary time. Again, we've had consistency from David throughout this entire series. Venom Zera, he's been close behind him. He's had a lot of big moments. But that last little step up that we know he can deliver, a game like this on a third map of Mirage, this is his dream territory. This is where he feasts. This is where he does his best work. He's already proven it.
Venom Zera is such a dream to watch. You know, I like the fact, you know, we're not seeing these are 2 teams that are kind of the new blood of South American Counter-Strike as well. Like, Nithon's not necessarily played all those international events. Arzo had a solid time with Pain Gaming, but you can't really call him recycled. Only just a caliber player.
Yes. He's a proven talent that they picked up here. And I don't think there was ever much of a drop-off in his performance, and there certainly wasn't as he steps into this squad. I think he's fit like a glove. A little catwalk split coming through here, it seems.
Looking like it. David unable to hold above the con smoke. Can Riggy, the coach, hold on? Satsu's got better coverage. Hardzow's going to be in some trouble, but he has Nithon for backup and a double swing. Looking good. Ton of damage, but Zeddy almost a double entry, but could be just enough. Tournay on these flanks is just so annoying. He'll get the finishing kill. W7M, clap back.
More T-side impact out of Tournay and his lurks, man. He's been just brutal to deal with. It is incredible, this T side that, you know, has just been consistently bolstered by his ability to get into these crazy positions, cut off rotations. Not the first time we've seen this guy win a T side round for a squad. That's good info right there from Foku. Spots the mid setup. Realizes he doesn't want to deal with it. He think there would be utility to flush him out of position. None of that coming through, though, towards the top of mid.
So waiting for that aggression. Ricky is still holding the angle on the off angle, but unable to deliver a kill. Nithon does find his success though, so it's not all sad for Red Cannons down on the underpass.
You want to alleviate some of that frustration. Nithon lifting off here could help out certainly. It does cost one. Ricky down. Hardstyle was still some utility. But in this ending position, it's going to require these A players to step up. And again, it's the powerhouse here. It's David and Venom Zera to look to seal this one on in. It's a Halls pop. They've got a B lurk. What is going on here?
And yeah, Venom Zera out towards A main is going to be problematic.
Now they're faking B. They think it's a Palace lurk here, but they're trying to bait up a rotate.
But that's not going to work. 10 seconds. Oh, okay. Up the ladder he goes. Oh, but David's just too quick. NT on the fake. That's not going to happen.
Counter-terrorists win.
It almost worked.
Yeah. I see the vision, right? I mean, you just send out your, typical A lurk to try and make them feel like it's a B-side execute. It's a really cool idea in practice. In execution, though, it's going to be tough to root out some of these anchored players. Especially when that kill comes through so quickly from Venom Zera. And again, David's still a tough player to deal with. Just a burst out of his A1S does a trick.
Dropping out middle. And a nade, not quite breaking the smoke there perfectly. So no vision just yet. And instead of boost, Nithon did see that. That will get calmed over. Time to bounce.
Pressure again put on Hearts out. He wants to take a fight though. Interested in the tussle. Keeps his jump spotting out. Always looking for that early alarm bell. Zeddy looking to lead the pack with his AK right now. Spotted.
Yeah, Hartzell will pass on that. Ricky, though, will enjoy in some of the festivities. Crossfire between himself and Hartzell. Looking good.
Okay.
Hey, okay. All right. Hey, it's... Let him farm to me. Let him at him.
Go and get him.
Ooh, okay. Maybe needed,
blasted.
actually. Oh, dear. I thought it's not had a fun time. We've gotten some kills. We're talking about the emotional aspect of this game. But, hey, it's Ricky to put up 3 on the B hold.
Yeah, nicely done. Good work on the defense here, Ricky. He's leading the pack alongside Venom Zera, who's already had his highlight reel. Farming up those eeks. Good for the confidence of the coach. Red Cannons putting up a solid defense for what feels like the first time in this series as well. At least numbers-wise. We still see some pressure applied, but look at this. All caution thrown to the wind here. David wants a duel early. And Tarnay, this effective lurk on the T side, is now eliminated.
Oh, and David even wants a little bit more. He sees Foku move up towards Catwalk. Attempted the fight, but no good.
So low. Just playing a dangerous game with this sort of confidence right now. Because there's an A lurk as well. I could step out at any given moment.
I'm not respecting this right now. David. Oh, then he turns his crosshair right on the money. And Ricky also one burst will deal with Foku. No problem. There is a timing here for Zeddy. He's gotten out toward Tetris.
Yeah, but if he finds David,
Oh!
which he doesn't.
Yeah,
I was about to say there's still a player in Palace.
You don't say those words, Cole. You do not doubt David first. Can't believe you would do that.
My apologies. I am familiar with his game.
You have to do it once every broadcast day. You got to reference Shaq.
But I must have forgot for just a split second that he was immortal.
And then there's a Venom Zera. There's 2 gods in the server here.
And they're on Mirage. Oh, maybe 3 here if you count Riggy. He's getting jiggy with it right now. Okay.
He's 10-6. Let him cook. 7-2 right now for Red Cannons as well. Probably one of the more confident leads they've had. And a 9-3 running on Overpass, but you have so many elements working out. David, I mean, I respect the confidence, but finally put down. And now a B-side play, but Hearts Out doing some decent work to cut them down. Riggy, though, gets 1D. That causes some problems. Nython needed some shots to connect, as well as player sneaks in through towards bench. Hearts Out's position not safe. Foku as well, starting to backstab. And this is going to be, another desk slammer. Hello there, Nython. As Hearts Out. Ooh, I love this position. This is sick. Inside of the site, he'll get finished off, but, you know, considering 3 HP, not bad at all. And crossing out into the site, Satsin will be allowed to plant.
Scaling smoke as well to get in on this action. Might be a small gap in it. Missed opportunity, though, from Foku.
And look at the angle. Oh, it was close. Close there from Venom's era, but maybe a little sleep at the wheel. Maybe not so surefire in his crosshair placement. And so a 3rd round for W7M.
Able to strike twice right there. Foku having so much impact starting off this round and being able to finish it as well. And they needed it here. They needed that extra threat. Hardsau and Nython were making it difficult to flush them out of position. That's life here in this half. Nython. A little bit of movement here to get him in towards ladder without the assistance. This is such quick mid control here taken.
Oh, but Riggy says no to that mid control. Why is Riggy, like, so good on the opening fight right now on Mirage? He's top of his team right now.
You know what they said? Oh my goodness.
Whoa.
Oh,
Bro. Let him at him.
Yeah. Hold him back, somebody. He's willing to be walking in the flames. Oh, and David. David in a really interesting spot. Riggy looking to activate off the back of it. Need the trade. He does find it. Wants more. Look at Riggy go. Oh my god. He's deleting them in middle.
Oh my goodness, like, Riggy is putting on his best David disguise. You know, I could make a reference that when David dies, he presses E and takes control.
Dude, it's like Riggy was letting David take the bait right there, right? He was the one that was getting baited. Riggy's the one that's swinging off his contact. Wow.
That was a bit foul on my end. But Riggy's playing a hell of a game.
Unnecessary roughness here, Hardsau. Off angle.
Perfection. Deals with Zeddy. That's exactly the angle you want. If people contact walk up on apartments, if that guy's getting annoying for you, just play that angle. He'll walk into your crosshair. Easy does it. And time expires 8-3, and Riggy walks away with 14 kills total.
Jeez. Look at him go. And Nython's right behind him right there, missing some op shots, but Riggy redeeming. We've got a chance here for them to get another 9-3 half, this time on the CT side though.
You know, but individuals can cool off at any moment. W7M are not necessarily out of it. Contact walk A ramp. Oh, that's so risky. Oh, man, because it's Venom Zera on the other side. Like, give him clean fights. He's going to win it every time. Oh. And this is problematic. Not every day you see the 5-7 take that, but...
I don't know how he's so confident no one would swing top middle. Yeah, I don't know how you play like that. That's got to be just lingering in the back of his mind, but he hasn't concerned for W7M's antics.
Tornay will slink out. Hello there. Give clean fights to Venom Zera. Please, more. More, sir. Please, waiter, more, says Venom Zera. The triple kill for him. He got a quad kill near Deagle Ace. Like, just feed the beast.
It's an all-you-can-eat buffet for him. And Riggy, who tops the scoreline there that half. He is #1 on the boards here for Red Cannons at the end of the half.
This really unknown prospect, up-and-comer here in the South American scene, this Riggy guy. I wonder if there's, like, ever been a coach-turned-star player arc.
That would be the day. Again, if you want to check in on some of the stats here, there's a lot more action left. Got 2 more best-of-3s after this one. If you want to get on the odds, use code 1XRES LATAM Latin AM if you want to get a 130% deposit bonus for your first deposit over at 1xBet. We've got what seems to be a split in towards A. Sadson, what are you doing here? He's sticking inside the smoke. He's looking for this play.
Oh, but they walk out on the other side. He will be able to see over. Oh, but he crouches. He crouches. Hello there. He resurfaces and... Oh, now the Glocks want him bad. And Venom Zero just chases him down through the smoke. All right, Riggy eventually will fall.
Still got some problems, though. They haven't taken much control just yet, and finally able to plant the digits on in. They've got coverage of the cross here. Foku lurks about, but he can't get past Hardzow. Nobody can. It's just Storms and left into a 1v3.
Yeah, now spotted out as well. And armorless. Yeah, the fact that he has smoke kit doesn't matter. Oh, well, especially when Hardzow's just hitting Jiggle Peak headshots. And, well, once Red Cannons start finding the pistols, doom approaches.
Yeah, absolutely. This is an incredible sequence and a nice time to win both pistols here on the decider. The important map right now coming through on Mirage. W7M, they've been so good on the pistol rounds, but now losing both here on the third map. I mean,
the Zico.
To be honest, oh, Zico. Zico? Oh, what about an HE? Hold that for me, says David. And the flank through under fast Riggy. Again, he's looking good. Oh, another one, though. Here we go. Storm's in.
Take 2.
Come on now. Charge that thing up.
Focus.
Here we go. David's not peeking him. He's so aware. Oh. And Riggy with the Glock.
Oh my gosh. The Zico manhandled by Riggy.
Oh. That's just brilliant. That is just brilliant right there. Perfect stuff. What a blast. Riggy having himself a field day in map 3, and in this field day, this performance coming through from him, coming through from David, coming through from Venom Zera, all of these strong players here, it's gonna get them a shot into playoffs if they keep this up. W7M have been no stranger to a good comeback, but this is the map of Mirage here, and you're playing some absolute beasts. That's a good start though. Ninth down early. Oh my god!
Venom Zera, that was a big surprise. There he is. There's another headshot for Venom Zera. And yep, that's the Red Cannons way. Cole, I thought of something funny. You know, let me just execute it really quickly. Ricky is a very well-known player in the South American space. He's actually a top-level rifler. He's been competing on teams like give me a South American team name like
Sharks.
9Z. Oh, like Sharks. Yeah, Sharks have been a really excellent team. I'm just trying to gaslight the viewers to tell them that they're like he's like a star player or something like that. You know, it's
Yeah,
all right.
you
Bit's
gotta
over.
come through the talent farm.
yeah.
Perfect answer.
Yeah,
right
he was
there.
he was picked up by Sharks and went on to greener pastures.
Look at this route here. Zeddy. He's got 2 players lurking about. And this timing. He's turned around. As soon as they can strike right there, Venom Zera has a free shot in the back right there. Still 2v2. Still a very winnable post-plant situation. Hardsout going to take some claim towards CT spawn. Found himself in a golden position here. He's going to be alone. No, Venom Zera still strikes in the
There
flames.
is no way. There is no way Venom Zera just did. He's on for the ace. I mean, Tornado might as well go for this. He has a smoke kit and a
You
low
need it.
HP Venom Zera. And yeah, they need to win this round. There's like no doubt in his mind. Venom Zera, he got a 4K. Got stolen away from him by good old Riggy. And now you're running out of time. Spots the back of him. Of Hardzao here. He gets the kill, and the ace will elude him as Venom Zera shakes his fists. Tornado runs away.
Wow. Venom Zera starts it off. I mean, just disrespecting it. Nithon. He gets blasted, but you don't expect 2 to push the smoke. And blinded up in the fire. He has to retreat. And he just managed to make another kill happen. I don't know where he picks this up from. But this is his domain. There's no question about it.
Yeah. So, Sadzine gonna swing up
Okay.
top, and okay. There we go. Double kill. Zeddy as well. Adds up to it. 2 versus 4. Tornay also picking up on a Hardzao, and maybe just a little bit here for W7M. It's just ninth on 11 HP. Not a lot to be said on this one. That should be all. I think he's playing. There's a tiny little gap inside of that box. Is trying to find that little angle going. Man, Venom's there. What a talent, though. Could be seeing the end of the line for W7M in just a single round. And so, Red Canids could be advancing forward. I mean, we expect it. We want this team to advance. They are, like, maybe prior to Destiny's benching, like, arguably a top 5 team here in South America, consistently competing for tickets to international events. Shoot, finalists as well of last series. We don't want to see the regional series winners and then the finalists get knocked out in groups.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, that just goes to show how much talent there is in South America, how difficult it is. And honestly, there's a lot of those teams that were, preparing for the major.
Right.
Now coming into this event and playing as well. But still, pretty exciting pickup. Nithon does go down after time. That hurts, economically speaking.
Yeah, it's going to keep him down for a little bit.
But yeah, I mean, the reason I want to see these guys in playoffs again is because they have some of the most exciting talent here. I mean, Venom Zera's long-standing bit of prospect for the future out of this region.
Mhm.
Again, it's been surprising. He doesn't have a lot of that LAN experience, but as he gets more and more LANs underneath his belt, I feel like he's going to be even better. And then you've got, of course, David Diaz, who we know what he's able to deliver. We know his peaks. He's got that LAN experience. And obviously, you wouldn't have faltered them too much for, not qualifying, not making it to playoffs. playing with their coach right now, but no excuses at the given moment here. If you don't make it with Ricky doing this, that'd be a certain shock here.
It's a shot at the
numbers.
Yeah, Reggi's giving them a shot at the king as well, because winner of this series goes on to play Imperial in the first round of playoffs.
Oof.
Isn't that fun?
Yeah. Shot at the king is something you'd be excited about. You get to play more of those exciting prospects out of South America and some of the newer ones. Even newer than you here. Nithon, though, with no money in that last round. He ends it with no kill reward. He's going to start it off with a Tech 9 and armor.
Get some ground inside of jungle. And a lot of chaos.
Oh my
Satsu
God.
go down to 2. 2 HP. Venom's Era, of course, as well. Now Sadzine just barely holding on. Riggy eventually falls. But Nithon is still out towards jungle, and David eventually hunts the kill.
Relentless. He's just relentless right there. He won't give up until the job is finished. And he finishes that kill. But a burst from Stormzen. Injects a little bit of life here, and they have no idea where Zeddy is either.
Eventually some worry starts to set in.
I'm setting up connector, though, so mission towards that A side here. They can plant for... I mean, not necessarily. They can't safely plant for Cat. They're going to give it a go, but yeah, there you go. Stormzen perfectly peeks out and denies that.
Yeah, David. Oh, he has the bomb out next. And Hardzao, unable to cover. Zeddy makes his move. W7M closes down a risky round.
Well, there's another. W7M. They shut down a very scary one. Kind of in a 2v4 situation. But a lot of low HP bars to capitalize on, and Zeddy and Stormzen hold their nerve. It's now a full eco, so even more ground given. I guess I shouldn't say that so confidently with Venom, Sarah, and David both on the deagle.
Oh, yep. Speak of the devil. There's Venom's Air out middle. Does he have anything more? No, Tornace wide swings out. Nithon, he wants to pick up the deagle, but yeah, that's not going to happen. Foku will taste him down.
Okay.
And David. Oh, he heard the footstep. Flicks up in time. And dinks, some headshots. But not close to the round there as W7M. That is 3 in a row.
Not bad, not bad. 3 in a row. 6 to take it into extra innings. Not quite fully building that faith just yet. We got another gun round to roll out. By no means over. And this looks to be a pretty good reaction here from Red Cannons. It seems to be a faster play towards A. And as you can see from W7M, a lot of commitment and resources towards B and middle early.
Doesn't matter. All they need is Zeddy here on the site. Venom's Era, though, will break open one side of these rotates. Go for the plant, though, and was that just open to CT spawn? Did he just make the gamble and say, hey, you're not going to swing? David makes sure of that with the wall bangs onto Zeddy. But as Hardzao falls, it's a 3-on-3. It's still tentative. Sadzin still needs to make a move from this connector side. Time is ticking away as Stormzen falls. Trades there from Nithon, and Sadzin just too far away from this. Like, what's going on here?
He's a mid-lurk.
He thinks there's someone in jungle, but this one is just too far gone. He's got to run onto that bomb, start a defuse, and now out in the open, an elimination for W7M. Red Cannons earned themselves a fight versus Imperial.
Yeah, challenge in playoffs here for, again, our finalists of the last series. They get an opportunity to make it into playoffs and a big victory here over W7M, who showed some real resiliency in this series. I honestly love what I got out of Tarnay, out of those T sides. I feel like he was playing his role to perfection. He was playing a very instinctual game here. But Red Cannons show up in map number 3. That is certainly that strength here of Mirage shown by this squad.
Yeah, and I think a huge difference maker was just Venom's era and the utter just highlight machine that he turned out to be. It was Foku in the previous series that just took over the map for W7M, gave them an easy way to a victory this time around. Not really as present because, yeah, I mean, how are you supposed to beat 4Ks after 4K?
Yeah, I mean, again, it started off so hot. I think that opening Deagle round coming through from Venom Zera, it just builds so much confidence. It's that reminder that he can deliver these sort of massive rounds. And also, again, this is just his prime real estate. This is his map. He knows every little detail about it. He's got the mechanics to back up these plays, and he put that on full display.
And let's not forget Riggy. He had a good map.
Yeah.
All right, star player, coach to star player arc is coming soon. Well, we're going to have to go ahead and toss this one off because our next couple of teams are ready to go. We got Yumi and Tea Time taking this one away. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. clear.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Welcome back to the RES LATAM Series number 3. A bit of a longer day already, but it's supposed to be when we're heading into those lower bracket deciders. 2 down, 2 to go. I'm Tito. I'm joined by Michael Yumi Cassidy. Michael, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, feeling pretty good. I'm glad that we're still relatively on schedule. Shout out to the Red Cannons and Riggy for getting us back on schedule to a certain degree, because that could have been a long one. But yeah, we've had 3 maps all day, and I don't think that's going to change moving into the final decider games from these groups either.
Well, listen, let's find out what we've still got on the menu for ourselves. Take a look through the remaining 2 matches of the day. It'll be Sharks versus Glorious to be starting things off. That's an exciting one. I'm looking forward to that, especially from what we've seen from both of these teams. And then a rematch between Adelia Amigos and Case Esports, which almost certainly will go to 3. But we'll talk about that later. Let's talk about the big old fishes in the water and the AI chatbot that is Glorious's logo. Michael, I really enjoyed watching Glorious. I won't lie to you, but it did feel like Sharks might be slightly... let's just say slightly out of their depth.
Wait, the Sharks are out of their depth coming into this matchup? I mean, against Pain, they definitely felt a little out of their depth, but...
Well, listen, they're Sharks, right? I feel like the more out of their depth they are, the more comfortable they are, because they're like more in water.
I don't know that that's how I don't know enough about sharks to really combat this biological fact, but I do think against Pain they did actually look pretty far out of their depth. Of course, Pain having the great sort of major circuit run and added confidence for the rest of the squad, implementing Nizen that looks quite good. But I do think in terms of form, they do look better than Galoris. If I had to sort of do a power ranking against these 2 squads, I just think they have more solutions in the mid round, whether that's Ardian Zhao, DRG, Togs, Doc. You know, I felt like those were guys that actually could see a lot more activation, whereas, you know, you had players that really struggled on the counterpoint for Galores. But this Sharks team, you know, I feel like Sharks as an organization have just been so consistent in sort of fostering talent and being able to sort of find and identify players that are going to be potentially even taken by other organizations. But I'm kind of hoping that Sharks hold on to this core, because it does feel like the longer time they give them, the more it's likely to succeed. And I think Suplex, you know, is such a recent addition that it's kind of hard to see how they're going to actually end up ranking once he gets up to speed.
I've liked him, though. I won't lie. He's been looking like a flashy opper whenever he gets into fighting positions. You're right. He does seem like he's a bit back and forth at times when decision-making comes into it. But when you put him in a fight, he's great. And that's what we want to see. But we also want to see a bit more from the Gafolo side, right? The Galori's side. I'm going to mess that one up a couple of times in this match, more likely than not. But I was really, really impressed by Hoax. I thought he had a great performance when we got him against Spain on Vertigo earlier on in the tournament. Detroit obviously has had his moments as well, but largely Koala seems to be the guy who's going around giving bear hugs of death to people as well. They've got a solid rifling core. Detroit's doing all right as well on the AWP. I have honestly really enjoyed this team.
Yeah, no, I think they've got some exciting pieces as well. I do think there's maybe a layer of tactics that they haven't sort of brought themselves up to as of yet. I feel like they are keeping the game plan relatively simple a lot of times, but especially if you have players that can shoot as hard as the guys that they have on this roster, sometimes all you need is a simple plan to actually make it work. So I'm kind of excited to see how these 2 kind of clash stylistically. I do think, you know, there's a bit of a grudge potentially from these cores, because back in RES Regional Series 1 for the LATAM region, they were beaten twice by Sharks actually, and eliminated from the running because of the Sharks. So I think Galores will have a little bit of a gripe, a little bit of a bone to pick when it comes down to it. But getting into those playoffs in the first part is the main objective for this Galores squad, because they just haven't been able to reach that as of yet.
I said, you know, they say beat me once, shame on you, beat me twice. Wow, you might be better than me. Beat me thrice. Oh my God, you guys are gods, right? That's sort of the Counter-Strike verdict. Let's find out, though, whether these are gods or just little fishies swimming around. We've got to find out what ocean they're swimming in, what ponds they're swimming in, what maps they're going to be playing on. Michael, let's talk about the veto.
This is really weird because based on, I think Sharks had the advantage here because they could just kind of float the overpass, but they actually still ban it. Both of them ban overpass in that first round, and so we're getting a little bit more of their obscure picks when it comes to the first round rotation, which I don't think is much of a surprise because Ancient, Anubis, these are very common stomping grounds between these two squads. So we end up with the series having 2 first picks for the for Galores being allowed to get Inferno and Nuke. You know, this is a team that has been flexing out their map pool and sort of flexing it with those opening picks. So I actually think Galores actually have weirdly weaseled out an advantage in this veto period, but it's still going to be a very uphill battle. I'm kind of surprised that the Sharks didn't just float that overpass so that they could get a free ban on a Galores pick.
I'm completely with you on this one. I genuinely think this is setting up for a potential 2-0 from Galores as well. And I'm a little bit skeptical about this. Now, listen, I don't want to read too much into this one because I do know these two teams have probably scrimmed each other and whatnot before in Vertigo as well. But the official matches, they haven't played Vertigo against each other. I think Sharks might be underestimating what Galores is bringing to the table just on the basis of things like HLTV win percentages, because Galores, I think, is sitting around 31 or so, at 33% across 6 maps. That's not the best, but they look really good versus Spain. I genuinely thought they could have won that map when we watched them on. I think it was a 13-11. Hoax popped off. It felt like Hoax and Hap were having a lot of really good times. Koala was playing some good late round situations as well. Sharks opting into Vertigo when Inferno's already a slightly weaker map for them is really opening up territory for a quick 2-0. Now, listen, on the flip side, I do think Sharks is a bit underrated on Inferno. I think the DRG Doc combination of the T side can do a very, very good job of opening up the rounds and getting a couple of extra kills versus a team like Galores. But you are opening yourself up to some potential upset territory.
Yeah, I think if we're going to really boil it down, I think the Galores side have a lot of upset potential coming into this matchup, but I think Sharks overall seem to have a much more tight-knit structure. They have a bit more organization to them, whereas the Galores side could just you kind of don't know what you're going to get. You can open up a can of worms, and you know some of them are going to be healthy, and some of them aren't going to be quite as such. So I do wonder which version of Galores we're going to get, whether we're going to see a lot of that high variance play actually kind of affect how these two maps pan out, because Vertigo and Inferno are both maps where you could take a lot of early duels sort of around the opening flurry of utility from CT sides, and there are lots of niche ways in which you can find advantages early. So those two maps, yeah, I think this could actually, I do agree, it weirdly favors Galores for the series, but yeah, I'm just kind of hoping Sharks have a plan in place for them to not have taken a little bit of a gamble on that overpass. There was a way in which they could have banned that out in the second rotation and just gotten rid of a free pick. I do think that there could have been a way that Sharks came away with a much better veto out of this, but it's a risk, and it's a risk they weren't willing to take. First map in the series is Inferno, and Sharks, of course, it being the pick of Galores, will start CT. Got 4 teams in the playoffs as of now. Or sorry, 6 teams in the playoffs as of now. The last 2 teams to be decided here. This is Group C's decider game. And they're already just barreling straight up towards short on the Galores side. They want to go A quick.
Suplex will be trying to intercept them, but Ardian Zhao's already down. Suplex ducks away behind the double box, comes up big with a triple. Instant responses, and hey, that's what you want to see. Lazy Ninjas all alone, a 1-on-3, isolated, 2 out on the site, but the problem is the smoke. It'll give Doc enough time to start scaling in as well. Suplex just trying to check out the angle. DRG playing close with the dualies. And Doc is really just hoping to keep his armor alive. I won't lie to you. I know what he's got on his mind.
Yeah,
Suplex.
I think he saw him on Biggle.
Yeah, has been spotted out. Now isolates the duel with DRG. There was a world where that goes awry, but they're able to clean things up regardless. A great A site hold. And Michael, we will put a lot of spotlight on Suplex to start things off. I'm really excited to see how this one goes for him.
Yeah, I felt like, when we saw him opening on Nuke, had some really high impact rounds, was able to sort of disrupt the flow of how the rounds build up and, you know, actually be kind of a hard man to nail down. Inferno is one of the classic AWPing maps. You know, there's many different ways in which you can approach it. You have different styles, aggressive AWPing, the sort of fullback AWPing. Both are very akin to the map's layout. We're not going to have to worry too much about AWPs in this. It's only Glocks versus the SMGs and the flurry of bullets that the Ts unfortunately meet a little too hard to their head. It's a nice farming round here for Sharks, only losing Doc on the opening exchange. Everyone else feeling nice and healthy.
Well, listen, if you don't want to be losing anything on your opening exchange, you guys can also go check out our partners over at 1xBet. They've got the Esports Era promotion, where if you place the correct score bet, then you get a free bet if you're losing. So check out the link in the description for our boys and what they're providing for you.
First gun round. First sign to see how Galores are going to approach this one. I want them to be aggressive. I want them to take opening fights. You know, obviously, with due reason. Let's not go running through 3 Molotovs to find that opening duel.
Or maybe let's. Hey, if you get it done, I'm okay with it. Results-based analysis, but there's a nade, and the result of it is Hope trying to push through a smoke only to meet his death. Ninjas nearby will trade. A good exchange for the T side. Plenty of time to keep working out Banana, and the Sharks are actually... Considering the rotation away, Ardian Zhao, the MP9, and back from Deep CT will offer very little. It's all DRG on this site. Turning the corner is Ninjas. Double peek being set up, and Ninjas finds a frag immediately. Deep nade as well. Ardian Zhao actually dodges most of the damage, and with the smoke being dissipated, they do try and get out some vision, some kills, but nothing to be had. CTs will have to save.
Yeah, Togs didn't really move much of a muscle. I do kind of feel bad for DRG there. Had Ardian Zhao rotated in from construction, he could have actually prevented that player from jumping atop of the first oranges and given DRG a bit more of a fighting chance to a certain degree. Either he kills that player that's above him, or he distracts him and gives that information over to DRG as he's kind of holding that site. I feel just, you know, the way that he was set up, he basically had to take a duel from first, and there was... Unfortunately, not much of a favorable duel awaiting him. They weren't scaling up traditionally through pool, through the front side of the site. You know, you don't typically expect Ts to take that route because it can be so dangerous. You know, a player deep CT or a player construction just totally dismantles that. But Galore is with a good read, nice little just ebb and flow. You know, we found an opening kill over towards B. Let's just finish towards this site. And they catch them when they're kind of least suspecting. They didn't expect them to just immediately accelerate, I can guarantee it. I think they would want Ardian Zhao to make that rotate in the future.
Yeah.
Nice way to jumpstart the engine, though, for Galore. It's a nice aggressive move. You know, they played close to the smoke at the half wall. They had a flash lined up. And even though there was trades... T-sides are going to be satisfied, especially on a map where the rotates can be quite tenuous. You get it down to 4-on-4, you know that they're going to be detached from some reinforcements.
Look, all I'm saying is I'm just excited to see action happening before the minute mark hits.
That is...
After yesterday's Imperial match, my god, what a change this is. Hoax starting off that action again, and in he goes to meet his death. Doc finds him, takes him down.
Well, that'll put a stop to any progression. Or will it?
Watch out for
a smoke. A ninja's best friend. Ooh. And it certainly is. The Doc dealt with, provided with some unfortunate medicine. One that's a little too strong. DRG, nice kill right back, but they find the trades they need to take over this B bomb site. Koala still left on his lurk. Will catch Suplex asleep.
App's also got a great position in the audience. Zhao swings out, though. Pre-fires it with the MP9, switches out AK ready. They're still going for this 2v2. They know Koala's far away. So it's effectively a 2v1 for a while. Detroit just needs to buy some time. He's got a smoke if he wants to deploy it. will be too late at this point. Swings coming through. Detroit trying to fade back, but Artie and Zhao is a little too good. And Koala keeps the creep on. Cogs, first duel, one out, and there you have it, the full retake. And that's a problem with trying to play out that late lurk situation. If you're losing out a member on the site, it becomes way too quick of a call to retake.
Yeah, nice way for Artie and Zhao to make up for not sort of covering his teammate last time over. Just delivers around pretty much single-handedly there for the Sharks, finding those 2 kills, getting his hands on an AK, really helped on the second duel as well. And yeah, you're right. You know, the fact that they still had that Koala late lurk just kind of accelerated the retake there for Sharks because they knew they had an effective 2v1 on that bomb site. But you know, sometimes I write down notes and then I come into the game and I'm thinking, was I actually, was I wrong? No, so far not the case. You know, Galores are keeping the plan very simple. You know, if they're finding space or they're finding some territory towards this B bomb site, they are just continuing to press in, and they're taking chances. You know, they're trying to take some risks against Sharks and hope that they're, caught or expecting a bit of safety behind those smokes when they deploy them over at B. And Galores at the moment are trying to effectively limit test them and show them that those smokes are not walls.
Oh, suplex. That's a great start to things. A leg onto Hap as well. And I think Hap's actually quite a crucial piece for these guys if they want to get a good upset win. Was very good versus Spain on Vertigo.
It'll also be unconfirmed damage, unfortunately, for them, though. So even though he has legged the player, we'll only really see the consequences of that in a later moment when a rifle gets its hands on that frag.
Listen, it's Inferno. You can assume you've done some damage out to the T side on Banana.
Can never take security in that, though.
Yeah. Well, Suplex might be given a chance to actually make up for the leg and pop out another one. Haps planning the quick peek through. Jiggle spotted out, but Suplex has his shot baited, can't land it initially. And with the Archer's wrap being planned with just 2 players, it's going to be a split onto A. 3 players already here, 4th coming by very quickly. The D side will be committed into Hap, finds audience out, fully blind. Ninjas has got the second as well. And with this, you still have 2 players on the side. They might not be ready for it. Suplex position revealed. Of course, he's shown himself off earlier on as well, and they know that they want to try and trace him out in this site, but Togs is going to be the man of danger. Hoax might have noticed him, and no, he hasn't. Hoax taken down. Hap trades it away. The B side is empty, and Galores will not contest on A.
Hap's still fighting like he's got full HP. He's found 2 kills since getting legged at the very start of this round. And you're right, he knew as soon as he got that kill into spawn that B bomb site was going to be ripe for the picking. They knew where Suplex was. They knew where Togs was. And just right now, keeping Koala on that lurk to try and keep them contained. I think a little bit of damage or a few shots exchanged between the 2, exchanging glances. Sharks know that this is not a feasible retake. It is just far too difficult to get action right back in. Unless somebody was overstepping. Suplex is still kind of hunting to see if a player rears its head, but to be honest, this is far more risk than is worth.
If we get Suplex activated, I am happy. I agree with you. You are correct. But that's not about my happiness.
Yeah, sometimes feeling is the most important. Counter-Strike's a mental game, so...
It's true. And especially after what we saw from Suplex yesterday, right? Where he's he can get very aggressive, and he can, go for those big multi-kill plays where he's trying to weave in and out of smokes and whatnot, which feel like on Inferno you get a few opportunities, maybe one every map. I want him to be in his element when that opportunity opens up.
Mm-hmm.
Galores, on the other hand, though, good to see Hap coming alive. And let's see whether he can maintain that life as well. Again, utility bombardment will not stop Hoax. He's all the way in. Very blind, don't get me wrong, but is all the way in.
Well, they were trying to boost mid as well here on the Sharks, but they give up on it after it's failed the second time over.
If at first you don't succeed, try again. If you still don't succeed, go back to the server. We need a dryer on this.
Yeah, probably. They did land a pretty nice nade onto Ninjas, so 2 players now walking a little wounded here for Galores. And, there are FAMASas and 5-7s on the other side of these smokes. It could get a little precarious.
We've had a couple of good 5-7 moments over here so far. Could be setting up for more. DRG's got a flashbang out at Coffin. Feels like you could be able to actually come through, find a kill or two with the aforementioned damage. Doc's just playing anti-flash. He's going to wait for the flashbang to actually start to push out of the CT side smoke. He's just hoping he doesn't get spammed. I think he might be just a little bit visible, but with the smoke, you can never really tell, or with the glowing X-ray as well. Time's ticking down low. The CTs have no intentions of rotating. They will rely entirely on this 5-7 and the kills it is able to find. DRG sits in wait. He'll try and swing off of it as well, but with the farmers, it's not the most feasible. Re-smoke back out to CT, and again, Doc is just waiting for that one flashbang. 15 seconds on the clock. It is time running out. A flash through, and Doc is in. Damage is good, but DRG was the one set up for success, and he can't find it. The dink onto Detroit is not enough. They needed kills.
Yeah, that's a little rough. I mean, they go in on a timing where that flash does find effectiveness on the first two players, but the players that are still throwing util on Banana are able to convene with the squad, and they're just far too deep for that flash to have found much impact. So by the time they swing with that 5-7, I mean, still going into a bit of a firing line. They tried to anticipate how Galoras were going to be scaling up. They've been doing a lot of walk plays into B, even when they've got util down, and they were trying to respond on contact, and Galoras just weren't going in with the pace that Sharks anticipated. Had that flash been delayed an extra 2 seconds, I feel like the play would have been far more successful, but, you know, how are they to know? They're flying blind in that moment. Nobody's actually got eyes on the mouth of B. But nice cover from those players, throwing that utility for the opening pack, even though everybody, the first two players did get fully caught by that flash. They made sure that this sort of didn't spiral out of control too rapidly. At the moment, it feels like Galoras are pretty much in a one-track mind. You know, we don't see that pendulum swing between Banana control to brackets to back to Banana. At the moment, if they're asserting themselves on Banana, there's very clear intent. They've gone in a very linear fashion towards that side of the map.
I wonder how much of that is also potentially them realizing the CTs don't have that much money, so contesting down in through brackets needs a lot of utility that you're unlikely to be trying to deploy all the time. So I'm just trying to take advantage of a potential bracket reinforcement in that way. But speaking of bracket reinforcements and bracket contention, there are 5 CTs here. A minute and 10 on the clock, and in this mid-round, they're about to get a rude awakening. Hap taken down on the lurk, and there's no one here to trade or even attempt it. Docs recovered the AK. He didn't have Kevlar, he didn't buy into this one, but they are starting to rotate back out towards the B site. On the CTs. T's, however, no such intentions.
Yeah, they're expecting that Galoras are going to be very fearful of this AWP, one of the few high-value weapons that was saved over. And because of that, you know, just going back to stack that B-bomb site. But like you said, Galoras have just stuck around and have waited. Nice patience on display, maybe reading ahead to what Sharks had anticipated.
A couple of good flashes, and this AWP will be completely ineffective of trying to find the cascade out, but the flash misses, and so does Suplex. He might have flubbed it right there. Hoax takes him down. Suplex is away, and Audience has been smoked off as well. Hoax only had to wait for the spam to finish before he goes and gets the bomb plant, but before that happens, Togs has found a frag. Togs continues to pressure in from short. They've got the advantage. They have to go for it.
They're here fast. They're here in numbers as well, but they need to find these effective trades. Nice flash to set up Hoax. DRG completely floored, and Togs, with that kit, is the most important piece of this retake. It all comes down to Ninjas. Tucked himself away into Big Pit, while his teammates were all trying to take space right back for this post plant. First kill found. Audi and Zal floored, but Doc has him on the angle, and Togs can stick that defuse with that kit. The Sharks come in with a little, but they get a lot out of it.
That's very nicely done. It did feel like Sharks had lost control of the round, and Suplex is unable to find that second kill. But despite that, just a re-aggression out from the saved AK from earlier on, Hap's death ends up being much more costly than expected when Dogs is the one who's wielding the AK. Also, I'm surprised that Koala isn't able to find any frags there, actually. It did feel like he was set up for some success, but very nice retake from Sharks, gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, they just... even though they lose that sight man so quickly, they had that rotate in from library quick enough that Galores thought that those were the two players that were in charge of the A play, and that they had read the re-rotate back to B.
They're not expecting a potential double arches setup either, right? So it's not like you can read into the guy re-aggressing into mid that easily. Very nicely done, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's a little anticipation from both teams, though.
I'm liking the head-to-head so far, Michael. Stylistically, it's a good time.
I do wonder whether the Galores are going to try bouncing a little back and forth. You know, once again, they start A, they finish A. Feels very one-track mind, but I feel like that's not leaning into the strengths of Inferno to a certain degree, but also by overcomplicating things, you can mess yourself up as well. It is a lot to do with like how much you expect your opponent to do certain things, what resources you have in the mid-round. There's a lot of factors that frame into Inferno is why it's a bit of a thinking man's map. Maybe not the current version. You know, I don't think there's a lot of people in the pro circuit that are as fond of Inferno as, you know, some of the previous iterations. But a lot of the understanding in the macro of the map hasn't changed.
Maybe the people in the pro circuit aren't thinking men, Michael. You ever thought about that?
No, they definitely are.
Damn. Okay, I'm just wrong.
If Thinking Man's Counter-Strike only happened below the tier 1, I wouldn't know what to say.
That would be so much fun, though. Just watching all of the... Like, just imagine if all of tier 2 is like Crystal, right? This really good mind for the game, but really bad hands. And they're all just flaming the tier 1 people like, oh my god, you guys suck, you guys are stupid, you don't know what you're doing. And all the tier 1 people are like, ha ha ha, bro, learn to quick heads.
Yeah, but we shoot better.
I'd like to live in that world. Not for long. Not for long. Maybe for like a month.
It is silly.
Take plenty of screenshots of Twitter.
I mean, you could just go back in time to like the early 2000s.
I'd rather not. Then I'd have to put up with myself.
I mean, you know, retroactively, look at the VOD. You know, if you want to live vicariously in that kind of a scenario, like that's one of the things that people take for granted is that, you know, the tier 2, the tier 3, especially when we were looking at like the early days of Counter-Strike Global Offensive, there was definitely a massive skill gap and tactical gap between them and the tier 1. But tier 2, tier 3 Counter-Strike nowadays, I guarantee you, strategically, would do much better than any of those early CSGO teams. Even the ones that had errors in the early days of Global Offensive. That's how much the game has developed over the past, 10 years.
I will say the other thing is that people don't realize tier 1 now is massive. Like tier 1 is literally like 12 teams. That was never a thing in the beginning of CSGO. Tier 1 was 6 teams. The depth of talent has really increased, that's for sure.
Yeah. Thank you for sticking with us. A little technical timeout, but right back into the action. Round number 8 underway, and Galore is... Let's see if they decide to err away from that one-track mind. A little presence over towards Banana this time over. Not quite as assertive, nor so fast. There are 3 players around that corner, but priming the flash, Hoax gets caught by it, and actually went for the jump peek after while he got full blind. His teammate goes out for the swing, but Doc has locked things out over at B, and DRG there to sweep up and get his hands on the package too.
Koala's at least able to get a response and turn it back to a, separated 1v1s across high. The side DRG's position solid. Koala's got a flashbang though. You've got to be careful. Happened to the side of things has been pre-fired up. DRG. Now geometry of those smokes. A hard thing to claim in CS2, I won't lie. At least Koala all alone. CT's not actually contesting the bomb, so it is recoverable. This is interesting.
Yeah, not giving him just sort of very vanilla fights over towards Banana, but expecting that if he is to pursue this and get his hands on the bomb, They may need to have another player over towards that A bomb site. DRG is just playing so safe inside of construction. You could see Koala is thinking that they have to still be here. They know they had the bomb, but 20 seconds, it feels like he can only commit to B.
Thing is, DRG is quite far away. If Koala just goes for the stick out over here, and with the time left on the clock, it feels like he'll be forced to. He gets the bomb plant. That's the thing. Inside the smoke, there he goes. There's been a little bit of sound cue out as well, but the nade open and DRG can finish off. Very nicely done. Bomb will be planted, yes, but DRG responds regardless. I think that's the second time we've seen Dolores actually flash themselves up on Banana. They've had a few issues with that timing.
Yeah, I don't recall it happening the last time they actually succeeded in getting the entry and going for that flash around the half wall, but yeah, they definitely mistimed it this round. that much is a guarantee. I'm honestly a little surprised that Hoax was even able to get a frag back onto Doc, but it was back onto Doc after he'd already found his impact, so...
I mean,
little DRG 4K. I didn't actually realize that the first 2 kills had been found, or one of those first 2 kills actually had been found by DRG, but...
he's been a great discovery for me personally. Not saying discovery for the scene, obviously he's been around for a while, but great discovery for me personally. I've really enjoyed the DRG and Doc show.
Yeah, I think... I want to say Havan Liberty. Yeah, that's probably where we got our first look at DRG quite some time ago. That was 2020 to 2021.
Did he still have the... No, I just checked. We haven't casted DRG before, other than on Sharks. He wasn't on Havana Liberty. He was on B4. He was on Just Liberty. He was the same as Havana Liberty?
Or is it
Maybe
just...
Havana's a sponsor.
My notes I have a Havana Liberty, but it might have just been Liberty.
Okay, because when I search Havana on HL TV, I only get a player from Lithuania, so... Regardless, point is, we've seen him before, and listen, it was a fun time, but now he seems a lot more polished, a lot more remarkable, especially in those mid-round decision-making situations. Suplex, though, as we head into the 9th round, misses out on an opportunity to get a blind shot, and if speeding up, so Suplex gets a few more of those. Dogs as well. Molly is great, keeps it going, and 4 is better.
Yeah, I mean, that's nice and simple. You know, just able to mitigate the rush play that Galores went for. I think Sharks are starting to understand and familiarize themselves with Galores' game. I'm sure they would have anticipated and done their research ahead of time as well, but now that they're actually in the server, acclimatizing to the pace. And Galores, I mean, this is pretty much a tap-out round. Unless Koala's able to fish something out from inside the apartments, I don't think there's really a feasible way that they recover this.
Watch them make it happen now.
Hoax is just getting a full itinerary of what's been dropped in middle.
Gotta get cataloging.
You know, people claim that as a bug, but I actually think it's a pretty nice feature for us to know that they're pinging those guns.
Might as well spectator experience, but time's running out for Galores, and their spectators might not be too happy about it. Pre-fire beforehand, the spam is good. Togs is getting ready for a quick peek out, and as he ducks under Koala's sightlines, he'll have the advantage yet again. Hoax spotted going for a jump up, a bit egregious, but with a 1v5 in your hands, you need to go for some risky plays.
Yeah, I'm honestly even surprised that they went for that, in all honesty. You know, they could have, albeit their loss bonus isn't heavily accrued, so what they would have saved wasn't as high value as maybe the, you know, in previous rounds, perhaps. You know, they wouldn't have been able to buy alongside it properly. So, yeah, they decided to go hunting for it, and Sharks just don't let them get even an inch, really. Not a single casualty for that CT side, but now having to deal with these pistols on the other end. Elbow Suplex still challenging deep mid, and his teammate crossing in front of his scope was a little concerning, but no real issues here for the Sharks. Not a lot really left here for Galores. The real hope is that they can get this flash play to work at a banana, but that's the only real attack avenue.
Well, Hoax does find the one, and Dox is in a tricky position. Doubles up before he dies. The bomb is still back in T-spawn. Let's not forget that, because it does feel like Galores has forgotten it. In the meanwhile, Galores will accelerate. They know where Suplex is. They want to try and isolate him and make sure he can't find any real estate back in coffins. But there won't be another smoke for CT. So if you want to cross over, you've got about, what, 7, maybe 8 seconds to do it so with the bomb before it starts to dissipate. And Ardian Zhao and Suplex realize that they're trying to accelerate in through. Detroit needs to make a play. This AK will be crucial, and as Suplex tries to round the corner, he's the one who has got the advantage with the AWP. Does he know they're both in Hobbit, though? It's a 1-on-2 for him on the site itself, and now the T's have given it away. Op shot missed, the bomb cheats back, and Koala nearby will find and isolate it out. With that, B-side is empty. Good for the taking.
Oh my goodness, they fully baited them. And Suplex went out hunting. You know, had he anticipated that a player could have just been still lingering and cutting off his rotate, Togs already had a play over towards the A-bomb side, had the bomb actually run it the other direction, but now thrust into a 1-on-2. The kit that can be recovered. Smoke and a Molotov available as well. But he needs to get that on the bomb, needs to be able to properly place this utility, and now that they know exactly where he's coming from, Koala can just simply play off his teammates' contact in from new box, and Togs just not finding anything on that opening exchange and that opening venture. Calls it quits. Galores on pistols. They didn't even have armor across all of their players. They had one flash and Tech 9s, and they break B.
It does feel like that was a bit of a questionable setup from Sharks coming through. I don't know if they knew about the half-blind being there. It might have misjudged the economy a little bit, because trying to get aggressive inside the smoke, jumping up, finishing all of your bullets from behind it as well on Banana like this. Look, Doc gets a good double, don't get me wrong, but you are traded 100% of the time in that situation.
It's also a little perplexing that, well, DRG just, I guess, didn't anticipate that a flash could ever be even really brought up there from Galores, because he didn't react. He wasn't really playing in a position where he could tuck in either. He was just fully exposed.
It wasn't like a perfect pop flash either.
Yeah, it bounced off the wall. It had quite a long travel time. Feels like that's a spot where you're kind of hoping that DRG plays off of his teammates' contact, but that's not how that happened. So really nicely done from Galores, making a lot with a little.
That's a lot of damage out towards Banana from the T side this time with the grenades. I wonder if Sharks will consider a faster rotate into B because of it, but Galores feels like this is one of the rounds where they're actually considering double dipping. Brackets control established, even if not something they realize, but with 3 players now on the B site, if Galores ends up rejigging back to it, this will be a problem. D flashbang through on B. Hoax is trying to wait for this duel to come over. He does have some support as well in the form of Detroit and his AWP. Suplex misses his chance.
Okay,
Reset
but they're
back
feeling
to a 3-2 split now.
Yeah, they're feeling very boxed in here on the side. DRG just trying to get an extra bit of info onto the arches, and they've got a flash lined up for him. Lovely kill onto ninjas, but Hap able to trade things out successfully, and that opens up a potential for a gap. Doc's going to try and amend that, but that smoke is imperfect. Togs holding down and towards pit, but he's been dealt with, and Ardian Zhao has to be this frontline facing man to defend the bomb site. Last man standing on the site itself, and they line up for him. They can't quite tie him down. Ardian Zhao has done the most that you could expect from him, but Hap trying to dance back and forth with him, dink down to 16 HP, and there's just not enough time to even get their hands back on the prize, to even think about a plant. Ardian Zhao wins the round.
That's the first round where Detroit actually pulls out the T-side AWP, I do believe, and it's the one where he's punished for it the most. Ardian Zhao is able to get the duel there because Detroit just doesn't feel comfortable going for the close range swing like that. And he's able to get the quick double. Beautifully done from him. I can't fault it at all, but up to that point, it felt like Galores was trading things out so effectively.
Yeah.
Right till the very end.
It really felt like they were bleeding them dry to a certain extent, but then there goes Ardian Zhao. I mean, perfect jiggle peek, I think, on that first peek out from cold, and then from there on out, it just fell into a bit of misfortune for Galores, but they played with the clock, and they couldn't wrap down those kills quite quick enough at the end. Final round of the half now.
5 is still not terrible for Galores, but it's going to be a hard-fought battle. I think Detroit's going to try and find the duel down in middle. Suplex has been contending in mid quite a few times in the early round with the AWP. I was wondering when the T-side ult might come out to try and counter that, but Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Detroit is actually going right back over towards second mid for what might be a faster apps play. Ooh, fully aggro inside apps, looking for the jump spotter in, or rather just the jiggle peeker in. Togs could be taken down a bit here. He's not got the angle. Togs couldn't see him completely. Detroit fast in through apps, good for one, looks for two, and with audience on the other side being spotted, that was a real risk he took to go for the wide swing.
Well, it's AWPs that strike first on both ends. It was Detroit going for his aggro play, and it's Suplex that makes an independent move over towards B, just as his teammates heavily reinforced that A bomb site. And that could actually encourage Galores to finish towards A, just simply because it's very rare that an AWPer will make that move by himself. Could read that this is a 2-2 split.
At the same time, I mean, Sharks are making the exact same read that, hey, it's an AWP on the A side, he's got an aggressive, he's not going to be on his own, and to be honest, that looks like it might end up being wrong.
I think because he put, like, you can see, they're waiting to see if they push in towards Banana. Suplex, hearing that flash, hearing them re-exec to a certain degree over towards B, is a little bit of a sign, and now that he's getting a face check, they need to reinforce his position and quick. He's got a smoke to buy more time. The Galores are speeding up.
I like the play, but he's been fully flashed up, and the scale into B's already come in. Koala's taking him down. You've got smokes back in CT, deep CT, wherever you want to see. Galores is set up very nicely for 5th round. Doc will have nothing to say about it. They don't have incendiaries. They don't have smokes. They've got 2 flashes and 2 nades, and that's it. Maybe a double nade back out to Newbox could deal with ninjas quickly, but still have so much to play against. They don't dare pull out the nades either. They're blocking each other a little bit on the scale up as well. The crossfire in Banana could have been deadly, but Detroit's not turned around yet. Ninjas and Hap keep it going, and now Detroit can activate a flash through. The Doc is dodged. Detroit, is he DC? He's not making a move. It's all ninjas all the way in over here. Doc is doing damage, and they know it's a 1v1, but Sharks isn't aware of it. Time's been bought, and it's just enough for ninjas to take him down. Maybe Detroit wasn't DC, but he wasn't getting involved.
No, he was not involved at all. He did not care whether ninjas lived or died last round of that half, and he was willing to sell his teammate down the river just because he knew he had a strong post plant to play from. He couldn't be pushed in the same way, especially if he committed all the way into the bomb site itself. So Detroit was playing to secure the round. Not so much to save his teammate's life. And it wasn't even necessary in the end. Ninjas had it covered. Nice slow down this time here from Galores. You know, I was just making comments about how they were very one-track mind previously in that half, and then towards the end we started to see them be a little bit more dynamic with it, playing a little bit more of a slower game, a little bit more methodical, less pace, and you know, it didn't work out every time, but able to get their hands on a couple of rounds towards the tail end of that half, which certainly will benefit them moving into the CT side. They do trail, but this pistol could change that in an instant.
For Sharks, it's all a game of tugs. He doesn't realize the 3-man boiler set up. Ninjas in the meanwhile not getting the timing on the boost up, but he keeps his life. Players inside boiler are about to be given an awakening call. Tongs is nearby. Detroit, got to be careful. Tongs is going to be able to catch him trying to go for a push in. Adjustment is good as well. Finishes off the kill. Refaces his back. Koala's been pushed away. Tongs is still alive.
Hardly pretty fights, but there's a chance that Togs could catch a timing on this player just attempting to flank them over towards Banana. You can see that they're very conscious of the fact that that could be a possibility here for Galores, and Ninjas was just trying to buy time inside of the bomb site itself. Hap gets caught looking the wrong direction, distracted by the prospect of Togs flanking his flank, and it just leaves Hoax and Koala. And sure, they've got a kit on Hoax, but 2-on-5, it's not looking likely. It could actually serve to benefit them in a future round if Hoax gets away with this kit. Oh, he's sticking around. He still wants these fights, huh?
Like
oh,
$300, that's almost a kit if you can get a kill. Hey. And it feels good.
Well, ain't nobody buying that kit in the second round force.
Hey, it's going to be a new meta, I'm telling you. Koala, though. He's comfortable with the extra money, unfortunately. They won't be able to find around. Very nicely done from Dogs, I've got to say. Buying a lot of time, not overcommitting down into the brackets. And then when he goes back for the app steal, doesn't just back off because he's missed the first few shots and he's seen Koala behind the second man. Nicely handled.
Yeah, I mean, the fight wasn't pretty in it of itself. You
Yeah,
know, a lot
no
of
doubt.
misses on both sides, but yeah, he accomplished his job. He had a task, and he completed it for the side of the Sharks, and actually sort of doubled his presence even in the mid-round.
Look, Michael, looks on everything. It's a lot about personality, okay? You shallow man. These duels have personality, Michael.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. Just couldn't
You
have
know what-
foreseen how that happened.
You know what doesn't have personality, though, Michael?
No.
A 5-man beast stack when you're all going A. That is boring.
I mean, it can be a little boring, but it seems to be what the Sharks, to a certain degree, have predicted. And you can make use of your own predicting skills at home by scanning the little QR code underneath the Twitch channel. Of course, 1xBet make it convenient with their mobile app for you to make use of some of those predictive skills. So just make sure to scan that and let our partners know that we sent you. Because this was an easy breezy round, and Galores are just thinking, well, do we stay? We spent so much time assembling this boost. All that hard work for naught. May build the house of cards, but if you don't take a picture, did it really happen?
Have you ever tried building a house of cards?
No. I lack the patience, and I don't know, cards just don't really interest me.
Really? I'm surprised. I felt like you'd be a cards person, actually. I used to collect a couple of nice cards decks once upon a time. It was a good time. Yeah. That being said, Sharks are having a good time right now. Easy breezy. 9-5. Galores effectively have one gun round before things spiral out of control for them, even if it does feel like they're already a little bit dizzy from the turning and weaving and bobbing and breathing. I don't know. It's tiring sometimes.
Trying to think what else boxers do. Bobbing, weaving. Yeah, they breathe too. That's true.
Thoughts to play out towards the B side seems to be the call as they're trying to go for some quick banana control, but they have been met by nades on nades on nades. Sharks dissuaded, but a napalm strike right back out towards the top of banana will cause it to be vacated. Retake in the mines with CTs as Ninja's flame walks forward. We'll get full information, but will it be on time? Sharks are accelerating.
I mean, both these players were wounded at the opening spout just by the utility alone, but Galores seem to have a bit of a read. I mean, they've pulled an extra player from that B bomb site that's on its way towards A, and they're leaving Ninjas by himself on an MP9 with no utility to delay over on B. They're just recovering a smoke that was dropped by his teammate in transition. But Sharks are not to be deterred. They throw a little bit of presence. They throw a smoke, a Molotov in through middle. That nade sailing a little too deep to finish off Doc, but wounds up more of these Sharks members, and they're moving into a stack.
There's no utility out for Galores except for one flashbang in the hands of Detroit, and he needs to deploy it soon if that's going to be the game plan. Molly back out towards apartments. So much info given over. Koala's being set up for success, perhaps the one finding all of it. Detroit as well with the Molly actually gets the frag. Suplex trying to clear things up, but things are getting messy on that A site, and Koala is here to clean them all up. 6 rounds secure for Galores off the back of a very good call. All coming through the information. Ninjas is able to get out from top of banana.
Yeah, I mean, he went and retreated through his smoke, and then I don't know if he got words of encouragement or he just decided, you know what, fine, I'm the guy on the low buy, I'm the guy on the SMG. Let me just hunt for this info, and then he realized it was all clear. And yeah, I mean, a perfect decision there for Galores to reinforce that A play because they had that extra Molotov, they had that flash available in Detroit's pocket that ultimately just kind of destroyed the round and the plans to build there for the Sharks. That was the first real buy we saw from Galores. But Ninjas, maybe feeling a little too bold and brash. This time going straight through while full flashed. I don't think that the Galores guys should be sticking around after conceding a first so quick like that.
Yeah, but if he wasn't flashed, that would have been sick.
That could have been ideal.
Still, 3-man lean back towards B. Galores does seem to have a good read on things. In fact, they're reaggressing out from behind their smoke. They want to try and get involved there, and quickly, Hoax will be playing second contact. At least that's what it feels like. There's no flashes on the T side. You're going to be peeking in dry, and Hoax is all in for it. Great kills! And the follow-up damage onto the bomb as well turns it back to a 3v3. You know what the problem is, though, Michael? They're all on B.
Yeah, and the problem for Galores is that they've cleared things out over towards A here on the remaining Sharks members, but Suplex tries to get a little bit of information about whether they're playing forward or not. Now this territory is all for naught. They've got their hands on the bomb.
And a couple of smokes picked up from the dead bodies as well. That is going to be rough. You've got to save this if you're on the T side. There's nothing you can do over here.
I mean, the play must have been that Suplex wanted to basically evacuate. You know, if they've cleared things towards the A bomb site and they know that there's probably going to be additional pressure over towards B, he's trying to escape, but you know, he needed that kill if there was going to be any sort of chance.
They just weren't ready for the triple reaggress down banana across the entire round, right? You start off with the MP9 pushing down, fully flashed up, it dies. Then you've got Hoax sitting behind the plywood. He's able to get a great timing because there aren't enough flashes on the T side because of the HE prioritization they've been going for. He gets himself the 2 kills, and then because they've, realized, well, we vacated A, we've got to do something. They push down banana, Suplex is found, bomb down.
Yeah. I think the worst part is that after his teammate had fallen towards the top side of B, there was actually a window where Suplex could have just left immediately, but his teammates hadn't explored brackets at that point either. Nice call from Galores, just continually, spin in people from that A bomb site to back up B. This time flashes here for the Sharks to try and get into the banana, but Ninja's playing close, and this time he's not the one caught by the flash. They are. Artie and Zhao still running and gunning through that smoke. Does connect on a headshot, however. So it brings it to a 3-on-4, weapon that can be recovered here for Suplex at the top side of B, but Galores are also still hovering around that and protecting it. They still hear that Deke rattling off, but there are AKs on field as well for the Sharks.
It's a very small thing that Ninja does over here, and quite a few players do this, just a small note for people. When you throw out a flashbang like that, that's very easy to dodge, and there's a place to jump spot out. One of the things that these players around this level do is they just jump spot to try and force you to look at the flash, and that's exactly what happens. Ninja's able to find so much success off that small little play. Now, Sharks aren't done with this round yet. There's still plenty of time, and they're re-aggressing down banana. They have Hoax to deal with on the site. Hoax is hoping for 1. More than that would be greedy. And with rotations coming over, maybe it might be sufficient. Finds himself the 1 kill. Actually, Hap's the one spamming right through. Hoax had maintained position. Hap chooses to rotate back in. And the bomb's been planted. He's not aware of this. As he tries to swing out, Dogs takes him down. And that turns things right back to a 2v2 with an A not able to dissipate the smoke. They can't catch Suplex backing off as well. Both T-side players have got excellent post-round positions.
Yeah, but they're low. That's the problem. And, if they had held on to that grenade, they could have actually flushed out one of these players. But the longer they wait here on the side of Galores, the more difficult this is going to be.
Koala taking point. Flash won't be used. Detroit just trying to find the frags. Now Dog's position revealed. Koala does have a kid. He'll get the kill, but it'll be right on the nick of time on the defuse. I think he's got it, Michael. Galores might be able to steal this one away.
Oh. Damn. The final few moments. That is milliseconds away from buying enough time if you're Togs. And he tried. He tried to tuck in. He hoped that Koala was going to have to be forced to push him, but he stood his ground, and Togs ended up swinging a little too early. But that comes down to the minutia, and there are a lot of traded kills, a lot of these frags that felt like they weren't going to be able to find here on the side of the Sharks. In fact, they found that trade. They forced that duel. Things get a little precarious, a little hairy. But Galores are bouncing right back into this half. 3 straight now. I'm sure last round came down to a 1-on-1, but Sharks are a little bit more desperate to make sure they don't lose handle on this game. This T-side is, at the moment, being read into quite well by Galores and the way that they're choosing to stack and set up their sites.
It does feel like Galores very similar to what we saw on the T side, right? We said a little bit one-track mind about this, that if you're committing towards an area early, you commit towards it late as well. Galoris are very happy to rotate like all of their players based on very little information. The previous round wasn't like that. They actually found out that brackets control hadn't been taken by Sharks, and based on prior evidence, you can say that, okay, it's probably going to be a B-side hit then. Try and just double up over there. But even so, it's very close. It has been some impressive CD side stacking for them, though, that is for sure. A lot of it propelled forward by the consistent banana aggression that ninjas and whatnot are willing to go for.
Yeah. But I think it's just like also very well reflected in the amount of kills that people are getting. It's not really been about a player instigating consistently or, you know, finding kills on opening bouts or just being a massive presence. It has just been about, you know, making sure that there's someone behind whoever is fighting first and ready to trade things out and catching these people off guard. Sharks right now just aren't picking up what Galores are putting down. And that's great news for Galores. We said coming into this matchup, you know, there's a very real possibility that we could have an upset. You know, I mean, all history would indicate that Sharks, when they've played against Galores, have been able to beat them. I think they've only lost one best of 3 to them in, the past, since the turn of the year.
Yeah.
Which is when the Galores first kind of came together, so it makes sense. We've had quite a few run-ins, and even though there have been, you know, a couple contentious series, the Sharks have always gotten the better end. Well, all but one, but almost always.
Sharks will be pulling together a Tech 9 half-buy. This is what gave Galores a bit of that momentum. If Sharks can have another robbery, well, for one thing, they can start believing in karma. For the other, they can really kick it right back into 4th gear. It's going to be a tough time, though. A-Sight hit with the Tech 9s is never easy when brackets have been completely vacated. Detroit, first kill looks easy, second kill looks perfect. 5-on-3, forced through early. They're going to be pushing through the smoke, and it's Detroit all day long. Coming through, big quad. I'm sure there might not be the most flashes and utility being thrown at him, but you still have to hit those shots. Doc wants to give him no more. Don't let him have the ace, at least.
I mean, that's simple pickings for Detroit. Exactly. They didn't make it difficult for him. You know, they threw flashes to bounce into middle. They realized that there's nobody there. They don't throw or wait for a flash into the arches either. And so Detroit just able to constantly take those fights, and he didn't miss a single one. So, I mean, massive frags from him. Ninja's trying to get a little bit investigatory, but here comes Detroit, maybe rounding out that ace, and he'll finish it right off. Detroit with a lovely hold towards the arches, just beating every single one of those Tech 9s. That pace that Sharks wanted to push forward, Detroit was ready.
As much as you'd like to chalk that one down to, hey, it's okay, it's a half fight, he just had a good round and whatnot. For Sharks, this is still showing a mental block from the fact that they have not been able to find wins after their success on the pistol and the follow-up. Gun rounds have given them nothing, and they need to change that now. If Galores are able to get a lead at this stage in the game with the momentum they have, that's troublesome.
That's a little perplexing as well. You know, they threw a library smoke, and they didn't wait for that either. You know, they were 2 players fought before that smoke even had a chance to bloom. And then Sharks had to run through it, so very odd, very peculiar. Kind of to a certain degree, expecting a timeout should this round blow up in Sharks' face as well. Because this game is slipping out of their hands. Galores have really heated up. Nice timing on the Molotov here from Detroit, just as they were attempting to take brackets control. They were lining up utility, but forced back and forced to wait out those flames.
Look at this as well. They've got the 4 players out here, and Hoax's positioning is perfect. The T side were flashed up. They're trying to turn the corner. DRG takes a lot of damage, but he's able to get the frag at least. So advantage found, but re-aggression out in brackets again. It's led by Detroit, and he's led himself to death. Hap now has to trade. Good for the 2. Can he go for more or even back off? Yes, he can. Hap sets up beautifully. Koala from behind as well. Now with the high ground, and you know what that means. Galores has 10.
Oh my goodness. I mean, they get 2 opening picks, and if not for the fact that Hap is able to stand his ground and find great timing, you could probably see the way that the Sharks wanted to approach that. After they saw that Hap was still close on short and willing to take those fights, they actually delayed that second swing just to make sure that they had a player in line and ready to trade. But in making that communication, it felt like they got caught off guard. They just weren't prepared for Hap to swing right into them, and then it's all panic stations and just tease up Koala lovely to finish off that round. Hap, a massive hero for the round. Galore is striking into double digits faster than the Sharks, who came into this half with a 2-round advantage. Hell, you can even make that a 5-round advantage, given that they win those opening 3 rounds. Oh, sorry.
4 round, but yeah.
Opening 2 rounds, sorry.
Yeah. Hey, it's all good.
But
feels like it's been ages since Sharks have won a round anyway, right? So
yeah, it's just been 5 straight here from Galores. That's why they're on fire on our little HUD.
It's a risky setup, though, now coming through from the CTs. No flashes. This could go a long way. Ninjas is good for a few. Make it 3. Now USB pulled out. It's not the 2-for-2 trade, and CTs are very fast to rotate over. The bomb might be planted, but with the nade blowing open the smoke, they've been delayed for a while longer. Hap's got another nade over here. Given a chance, and Togs will take it. Rather, Detroit will take it on to Togs every single time. Only Suplex left. If there's ever a window for you to be a hero, it's time to put that towel on your back and call it a cape. But the Galores, they're being smart about this. Sticking together. Koala holding up for the switch back over as well. They're clearing out angles. Suplex is no good for the triple, only for the 1. And that's just not enough. Galores up to 11.
I thought they were going to make that more difficult than it needed to be. You know, they all had flashes. There were 3 together, but they just keep it with numbers. And they trade successfully, so not allowing Sharks to get that same round of inspiration that allowed Galores a little bit more saving grace or a bit more room coming into the second half off of the upgraded buy. Damn, that's a lovely reaction there from Detroit. Barely saw him with the breakage of the smoke. I don't think it really broke open the smoke perfectly, but all he needs is a few pixels to see. Had to expect that Galores were going to look threatening on their own map pick, and that they have. They made some great reads. They're hitting some nice shots as well. You know, even when it came to that T side, I sort of mentioned it before. They were playing simplified Counter-Strike, but you know, just by honing in on those basics or those sort of trading mechanics, they still found their way into enough rounds to feasibly allow themselves space on the CT side. And here they are, leading the charge and feeling very confident. It's almost about to say too confident, but Detroit didn't stick around.
They considering going aggressive with the 1 player in Banana. Ninjas is always so happy to do this as well. And as a nade comes out from the T side to try and get a response, Ninjas knows he has more cover on the smoke. Detroit also
Ninja
watches
Warrior.
that with the AW. Hey, there you go. Hey. That was definitely worth the interrupt.
Yeah, I don't know. I just...
Well, Detroit's the warrior right now, the blind warrior. A nade, a Molotov, and a lot of discomfort as you're shot in the face. Flashes as well, and Ninjas keeps it going. This obstacle course is nothing to him.
Come on. You gotta leap at him. You gotta show him that you're worthy of the challenge. I mean, they've just been obliterated in this round, and Ninja's just free farming towards the bottom side of Banana. Ardian's out, there's no way to win this round. That bomb is too far away, and you'd have to make too much noise. 5 players to find. Just trying to hold on to his AK, but Galores have struck 12, and this is the most convincing round yet.
Ninjas has been a menace on Banana, by the way. Just his willingness to fight. And that was a very nice goal coming out from Galoris right there, right? The re-smoke back out from the A players of the deep D stir smoke, which covers all Banana as well. That allows them to move through their own smoke into a deeper Banana setup. Detroit is set up with the AWP as well. That's genuinely just such a cute overall deep Banana take that you're going to see very rarely from teams. Look at this, man.
Just playing aggressive and making it work. I wouldn't say Ninjas, you know, categorically when we saw Galoris play last time over, Ninjas was really playing like this on CT Ventures, but hey, if they're feeling the groove like this, definitely can't knock it. 17 frags thus far. This has very much been a team effort to dispatch of the Sharks. They need this one for the confidence. It's been 7 straight. Once they started getting into gun rounds here by Galores, Sharks have not been able to contest when it's been rifles versus rifles.
Look at what Galores are up to. They rotate to B before Sharks even knows they want to go there. And the plan is simple. You re-aggress on Banana, you take out some info, you find a kill. That's been the simple plan from Galores so many times over. Flash is not even there. Detroit is just swinging with Ninjas. Spotted out as well. And with that, deep nades, they're just making it more and more uncomfortable. The response from Sharks is clear. Audience out to find space through short and move through. But look at Galores are penduluming back to this A site. They know it's going to be a commitment here. Hap and Koala have their crossfire set up. And the cover isn't enough. Hap has to come through with the multi. And he has fluffed it. Hoax and Ninjas now in a 2 versus 4, creeping through, still contending, and that was ill-advised.
They had the read. It was a foot race to get back into that A bomb site, but yeah, a little breakdown in the crossfire on that A bomb site. Didn't feel comfortable in their angles, and because of that, you know, Sharks are able to sort of thread the needle to a certain degree, catch that timing, and as they're readjusting, just getting caught completely. The opening of the round looked great here for Galores, but I think it was slightly interrupted, a little awkward. You know, Ninjas jumping over that half wall, blocking the Molotov, actually could have kept a player on the Sharks over towards Banana. They wanted to force those fights, but they Molotov themselves off, and to a certain degree that kind of flummoxed the opener for the Galores side. About the reaction you would expect from the Sharks. You know, such a concerted effort to get aggressive. They spot 3 going towards the mouth of B. I mean, most teams would anticipate that you would bounce the other way, especially when there's no sort of no massive presence over towards Banana from that T side. Even though Galores knew they couldn't stop it. Finally, Sharks break through with a round on gun rounds, but it's a bombardment on both ends. But Sharks definitely worse for wear. They lose a player, but DRG has not got a lot of life left on him either.
Hoax is holding off that flashbang. They are begging for a re-aggression on B, but Galores will not receive it. For once, it doesn't feel like they are quite as fast-footed to rotate back out to A, but as Sharks hesitate, that'll give them the opportunity to rectify that. Hap and Koala. Once again, you're trying out a crossfire. Last time didn't work so well. This time, a little bit better. They've all swept through the T side, and Doc is left all too lonely. Sharks, after the pistol round, have only found 1 so far, and that looks to stay static. Doc only good for a single kill, and Galores wipe him out at 13.
I mean, a massive performance moving into that CT side. Galores having some great reads, some great calls, and honestly, some nice confident plays made on that CT effort, whether it was Ninjas or Detroit going in for some of these crazy plays. Hap as well on that one A side hold. Felt like Sharks just couldn't get anything to fall their way. As soon as they thought they had a little bit of a gap, then someone came in with a multi-kill on the Galores side. So a great performance on their map pick in the series.
And it does feel like between Detroit and his calling, just making sure they're making all the right reads, Ninjas on his aggression, out towards Banana, CT Sign was just theirs for the taking all the way through. Galoris will be taking away their own map pick, and they close it out in 2. Vertigo was a strong map for them when we saw them against Spain as well. Let's find out after a break.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet. OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
Welcome back to the RDS LATAM Series 3. We've just seen the Sharks be a little bit drowning. Michael, turns out Sharks can drown, and on Inferno it feels like that's exactly what happened. They only got one gun round in the entirety of their T side. It was a tough time for them up against the Glorious side.
Maybe Glorious has just been watching a few of those YouTube videos that tells you if a shark swims up to you just to stand your ground and bop it right in the nose. Because I feel like they did that several times over, especially when they got into that CT side. People were standing their ground. They're getting multi-kills. I mean, we got a very good-looking Glorious out of that series alone. And, you know, you touched upon this multiple times already. But going into a Vertigo where they tested Pain quite significantly at the start of Group C, Glorious have a lot in their favor, I think, coming into this map.
It's going to be exciting stuff, and I'll give a small disclaimer. It did feel like Hap was having one of those absolutely fantastic life game situations at times. Now, I don't know whether that's a trend, because it does feel like we have some map specialists over here in Glorious, like you mentioned in the previous one, Michael. It didn't feel like we saw this aggressive CT side presence out of Ninjas at any point when we saw them last, right? So it might be a map-to-map situation, and if it is the case, well, I'm looking forward to keep an eye out for Hap and what he's able to get done here. Now, Sharks, on the other hand, I will say, it's not like they didn't come in with a few punches of their own, but I do feel like Suplex on the T side wasn't able to really deliver the same impact that he was consistently on CT, and no one else stepped up to fill those shoes of an Opper that was really no longer there, because can you really blame him? It's T side Inferno. You're not going to have a very good time opping.
Yeah, and I felt like a lot of the things that they had struggles with really it just came down to being read into. You know, I think a lot of it was a lot of difficulty reading on what Galords were going to be up to, because they were always trying to be the ones that made the next move first, and very often they caught Sharks off guard because of that. So, yeah, I think moving into a Vertigo where, you know, the map, to a certain degree, the dynamic can feel pretty similar. I think middle is actually going to be a very important part of the map, because Sharks are I think more likely to be that team that bounces back and forth, and I think if you're Glorious, if you can find a timing in that window, sometimes mid is kind of left vacated when they go for executes, and I think that's not even just like a Sharks problem, that's just a Vertigo problem. You want the personnel to actually take the bomb sites, so I think if I'm going to focus on an area of the map, I want mid to be that contested spot, because I think for Galores, if they can simplify like they did on that Inferno on their T side, if they still have like a lurking player in mid, I think it'll be very difficult for the Sharks to get solid reads or even really do much about it.
Listen, Michael, you've got all of your fantastic ideas about, okay, I want this macro to shape out like so, etc. I just want some W gaming from Ninjas again, to be honest. If he's able to get that much information, feel that confident, like fight into them that often. Again, we've seen some fantastic utility sets on Vertigo across this entire tournament so far. It does feel like it's one of the maps that in the South American scene is developing more and more into that heavy utility presence. And, you know, maybe it's not the same every time internationally. And behind that, if you can get Ninjas aggressive, this could be a very fun time. Now, Glorious is starting off on the CAT side as well, so we'll find out very early on whether that's in the game plan. But in the beginning, they'll just have themselves two sets of util. Double nade, actually, so might be a retake setup on A. Meanwhile, Sharks, no flashes, it's a smoke and a Molotov.
Already starting off with 4 players running it straight over towards the A ramp. So a lot of presence being shown. A late smoke that's thrown actually by DRG from spawn. So it will bloom, but he's also the one with the bomb. And he's deciding to cross in from Crane. When that smoke is down, it's a very risky venture, but DRG is allowed to hazard that journey and can punch in those digits. This is a full 5-on-5 post plan.
Double nade, come on, boys. They're expecting the fake out, and now the entire purpose of buying out the double nades might actually be defeated. The RG still on the default box, so if you start deploying them right now, there might still be a chance for something to happen. Now comes one, where's the second? A little bit late to the party, and it's still here to pop some heads, and that's exactly what they're doing. Galore is on the retake, looking good. Audience Zhao and Doc getting the responses in, and that's put Detroit in a tricky situation. He's got himself the kit, but he can't find the kill. Audience Zhao, what a round from him.
Yeah, I mean, massive stuff. Really solid job there from the Sharks, just continuing to fight forward, especially when they lose DRG on that bomb site, courtesy of the double nade. You know, they lose 2 kills rather quickly. They blew open that smoke the first time over with that first nade, but Audience Zhao and Dark start just fighting into them around that smoke that's on the bomb site. And it's very difficult for Glorious to continue scaling, even though they found those trades. Audience Zhao refused to go down.
He was really a shining light on Inferno as well. It felt like he was not really given the fair shake of things very often. You know, it wasn't really contested every single time on the A side area, but was really delivering regardless. Good to see him continue and take that ball forward.
So a full A side stack here for Glorious, and very conscious of that.
Suplex is asking for position to come through and go farm. Move! Come on.
Yeah, I mean, Doc kind of sectioning off that door, preventing the MAC-10 from hunting down USPs is a little egregious. That's trying to make some cash.
I know this isn't true, but I would like to imagine he's just saying, haha, you can't get the kills now.
Well, maybe also the better. He found one frag, you know, there was one sort of left over towards ramp, and he took 84 damage, you know? Maybe it was well advised. Like, Suplex, you don't know your own, you don't know what's coming for you around the corner. If he went into 4 players, very likely that SMG could have been carried over.
Well, wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Galore has come into this one with a buy regardless. Doc and DRG. Well, actually, it's a good adjustment, so not the worst. No AWP out for Galore. They, of course, weren't able to find the kills on Detroit specifically, and even if he did want to try and opt into it, would have had to be naked.
Nobody likes doing that.
Yeah, it could be freeing.
Not exactly a deep ramp smoke thrown by the CT side, just kind of making use of the fact that there is going to be that lurk util thrown by the Sharks on the default. It's actually in sort of deep short smoke or deep scaffolding. Endpoint were one of the teams that I think really started to utilize that the most. I think from my understanding, a lot of teams do call it the endpoint smoke. But they were also one of the teams
What is Detroit up to right now? He is on top of the default box. There is no backup utility. He's been taken down, and DRG wants more than just the one. Ninjas, though, is able to duck away in cover long enough to reface and trade. Audience Zhao will not have that egregious triple kill. Not this time, at least. Meanwhile, bomb recovered, but so has the head of Ninjas been. Koala makes his way back over, bomb is planted, Togs hidden away, and as he refaces back out, he's made noise, so Koala can duck out and wait for his teammate to come through. They don't have a kit. Is there one on the site? Doesn't look like it, not at first face value. Smoke's gone by. It's a little bit messy, and they might be able to go try and stick the defuse regardless. Nade is good, and trade is as well, but unfortunately, Suplex knows exactly what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, that's wonderfully done from Togs to recover that situation, and it's Suplex that actually ultimately ties the bow on the round. But Galorious actually looked like they had a solid hold at the start of that. Detroit fighting that first player, but he maintained his spot. He didn't move a muscle. His teammate just wasn't in a position where he could actually cover him and actually fight with him from that position. And without a sound cue given over to the Sharks there, you know, that's effectively, you know, a free trade to a certain degree. If you sit in the same spot, especially a one-and-done angle like that, you know, you're really hoping that you catch them off on their pre-aim, but Detroit getting a little greedy, I think, with how quick he found that first frag. Good adjustments so far from the Sharks. These have not been, you know, aside from dealing with the USPs, not been the cleanest rounds that they've pulled together. coming down to a one-on-one at the end of these rounds. But happy that it's falling their way as opposed to Galores, who did come in with a couple nice individual moments of their own on Inferno.
I like the thoroughness to use all of your nades, your mollies early in. It does feel like that is the secrets to being able to sort of counter out stacks on Vertigo rather than trying to avoid them. You just nade the hell out of everything.
Well, they did go for a stack on this force buy though, so ideally, you know, they've only, I say force, it's more of a half, but maybe a little bit more than a half.
It's like the old existence buys.
Yeah, but the thing is, they'll probably want to. I'm surprised they're not hunting. Because of what? They're on 4 loss bonus, 5. Yeah, 4 loss bonus here. Actually, wouldn't this be their 5th because of the extra bonus? So yeah, it'll be a max.
Wow. They hunt just at strange times. Look, keeping the Kevlar alive is worthwhile. It'll give you a little bit more utility as well going forward. You should have full belts because of it. But yeah, it's definitely one of those things where getting the $600 means you can get Kevlar anyway. So yeah.
Yeah, the MP9 just in general is just like a wasted investment then. You're just throwing $1,200 out for effectively no purpose.
Again, where you sit, I sit next to you. I just, you know, fight for the little guy.
Feels like suboptimal economics, but Galores will come in with a full buy. Once again, not allowing the sort of room for Detroit. He actually had the option of getting his hands on that AWP, and this time he did save armor alongside it, but wanted to take these fights with rifles, especially with how Vertigo can be with the smoke spamming and the sword. He's going to be serving as that extra man to help reinforce the A bomb site, especially when they want to take round. A rifle will do him some better, will be better utilized rather.
Detroit, what's going on over here? DRG's found and taken him down. Koala also smoked off from earlier on. The T's are rerouting back to A, and this time there won't be that magical, fantastic defense that we were praising them from earlier on, or will there, Hoax? Gets given a fair shake of things, but with a flank from DRG, the bomb's been dropped, dogs to reclaim, but he's not ready for ninjas around the corner still. Clears it out.
Yeah, I tried to make the point earlier that middle I thought was going to be a very important sector, and I kind of honed in on Galores, but for Sharks in much the same way, you know, if you're going to try and perform all these stacking calls and reading into positions, you know, middle is the most important sector to still hold on to if you want successful rotates. You see the gap that's exploited here. Sharks just contacting all the way through, and Detroit sort of peeking into mid on an off timing, but offers up a little too much skin and is a little overexposed. Even if he had found that first frag, it was very likely to be traded. They were flying a little blind. They left that gap and hoped to reassert themselves a little later on, but Sharks inserted themselves quicker than they realized. And this time it doesn't come down to a 1v1 to close it out. The Sharks against a gun round actually succeed in just getting 3 away, which is the minimum to build their economy. But the way they've been dealing with these anti-half buys or the save calls from Galores, you know, their money is looking great. Not suffered many casualties at all versus those pistols. Well, that's awkward.
Well, sometimes you break your leg and your head goes with it.
I think he got caught by the T flash, and then his flash underneath him must have just like extended the blind a little bit. That wasn't great.
On the bright side, neither is there buy. That's a pretty terrible bright side.
Yeah, I don't know if that's much of a silver lining.
Could be worse rounds to do it in. Sharks, however, are actually starting to inch back over towards this A-side lean that the CTs have set up. Unfortunately, Hap has dismantled the boost right as it would have found some great efficacy. Hoax reclaiming that area, though we'll find the one, and as he's backing off, there's a bit of a collision course with his teammate. The CTs are trying to fade away. M4 yet to reveal itself, but with the lurk through from Artie and Zal, they will be able to actually successfully get that B side. Suplex, though, caught out. That's an off to pick up, maybe save.
Yeah, Detroit will want that, almost certainly. He didn't come in with a gun this round, and that's the weapon of choice here for Detroit. So 3 to try and save these weapons, but they could also still hazard a look. Hap, hoping that there wouldn't be anyone so brave enough to journey that smoke. But
Dogs
now,
has been spectacular.
Now it should be a save.
Dogs has been spectacular, though. I've got to say, in a lot of these late round situations, he's been making all the right plays, all the right moves, good reclaiming, good security. Detroit, not very good shot. Painful.
Ugly.
Hideous. That would have been the first stop he takes forward in the CT side, and feels like that trend is not going to be changed. He will not have the best money going into the next round if he wants to go for the AWP. It'll have to be in the nude.
Yeah, again, I mean, this is partially due to the fact that they're going for these, like, half-buy investments, and it's on everybody, you know, they're not prioritizing that AWP whatsoever, and that was going to be the first opportunity for them, for them to have that opportunity. You're absolutely right. You know, yeah, they even make it work off the opening play, but they went for a 4A stack. The problem is that after they take that first contact, Sharks just bail. Like, they don't stick around, and Galores were really hoping that they would try and hunt that trade or try and take that space back. Oh, it's only an SMG that they have to worry about around the corner, but Sharks read into it perfectly. And I think the thing is for Galores, the last time they went for one of those half buys, they went for the very same setup. You know, they tried to stack that A bomb site, and then Sharks just finished B. So they didn't actually maintain their spots to sort of catch out the Sharks and maybe even get that read that they were going to turn the other way once they realized that there was a boost or a stack. But Sharks make the perfect call, even if they get caught sort of lingering, trying to hold their flanks. It was awfully nice of Detroit to deliver that AWP to them again.
Lovely. Very nice guy about that. Flash through for Ninjas to try and find a peek, but he doesn't know the scale up is too short. Doc has found a window, and he has jumped right through it. Now, they are aware of this. They are completely aware of this, but Hoax has got nowhere to retreat except back to sandbags, and that could be the one routing that works for him. Doc, though, seems to be clearing this out regardless. What is going on? Ninjas is all over the shop.
I'm at a total loss. I really thought that Ninjas had seen. He seemed to be looking at it as well, but just like that, the A-side defense falls, and there's no fighting this if you're Galores. Like, Koala getting that kill in mid is nice, but it is not enough. That's timeout worthy, I believe, for Galores. They need to find a solution. This is maybe the worst attempt so far to stop the Sharks. And they're loving life, you know. I mean, no one's having these massive pop-offs. They're playing together. They're making the right calls. You know, kind of similar in the vein to Galores on that CT effort of Inferno. It just feels like Sharks are making a lot of the right decisions. Again, kind of bouncing off of limited information sometimes, but it is the right choice. The thing is, DRG was, I mean, he was definitely on their screen, or Ninja's screen, when he went to clear out ramp, but he may have been so focused on his crosshair that he missed it.
I think it might just be a bit of a messy comm situation as well, right? Just trying to figure out what's going on. Everyone's speaking at the same time. What does it mean, right? There's a lot that can go wrong in Battlefield.
Yeah.
Doc's closed his eyes. And not by choice, but at least he's got no one behind. Nades through. Ninjas has been taking that position several times over, and the punishment is real.
Alright, what's plan B here for Galores? not exactly walking with healthy players. Ninja's gonna swap over responsibilities, try and hold on to middle, and just serve as a beacon for a potential Shark sneak in.
Opposite the deck.
Yeah, he got spammed straight through the wood, and that is unideal. Not Molotov out of position, just a cursory check there from the Sharks, and they find their way into a kill.
Galoris can find literally nothing. This is very worrying. Now look, time is low, so there's a world where a multi-kill can give you your first round, potentially, but the flash is so damn good. Nade is dodged out completely, and the Sharks are right back over towards the B site. Koala lies in wait there. He has to make a play. Detroit does the same, and he's actually come out on top. Now, Koala is not able to find the frag. Dogs overruns him, and the bomb can be planted. Plenty of time to do so. Galore is back to the save.
Damn, they're getting dominated. They're actually getting dominated. This is an extreme bounce back from Sharks, who struggle to find T-side rounds on Inferno, but have certainly delivered some great mid-rounding, some nice round building so far on this T-side performance on Vertigo. I mean, their pick, sure, but they're making Galores look like chumps. And this is the same Galores that we were praising for their performance against Pain within the opening round of their group. They tested them 13-11. Sure, they only mustered 4 rounds on that CT effort. But right now, I don't even know that I could see them getting one right now.
Hey. I think they'll get one.
I mean, the gun rounds have just looked so discombobulated.
To be honest, everything has. After the first few rounds, where Galores felt like they had an advantage of the A site, which was then reclaimed in the 2v3s, or the 3v2s that they were losing. After that, they have found nothing. Early round, they've got none of the calls, they've got none of the plays to be made, they've got no one who's a shining light for them. Who do you look towards?
I think the thing is, Ninjas has tried on a couple of these low buy rounds, but it's not been very successful.
Yeah. No AWPs again. We will have had 0 rounds so far, where Detroit has started with an AWP.
I don't think they care about that. I think Detroit wants to rifle on CT Vertigo. I know it is a choice. It's not a choice that I necessarily agree with, but there are some AWPers out there that just don't like AWPing on this map because the angles are very tight. They're, you're very overexposed in certain areas. Like if you peek crane, for example, your feet are just showing, and it can, you can get punished from different angles.
That's fine, but it's something different.
Yeah, it is.
And you need different. Maybe this is where they're able to push through, try and get a quick play through the smoke, something like it. The spam's all there. They've forced the T's away. Nade looks like it might be a money one, but instead they've actually used it to try and pop open the smoke. Damage is there. Not a lot of it, but at least enough to make the T's uncomfortable. But they are getting ready to retake through with the pop flash in, and Doc hasn't been spotted. Ninjas will not be able to find the kill regardless of the failed jump. Doc gets 2.
Oh dear. Oh dear, this looked like the first time they were going to be able to find an advantage. DRG won't be suspecting of Detroit's position, but it's not a finished frag. Detroit taking some extra damage for that duel, what should have been a freebie. Doc walking wounded, sure, but... Ooh, missed Molly. That could actually serve Hap a feast. Doc that first victim, but Artie and Zhao there to trade immediately, and he hardly takes much damage to follow, so they feed that low HP player to the Wolves. And now Koala try to stand his ground, but there's Detroit rotating into the action. A one-on-one after bringing it down to this, but Suplex, he's been in this position before, and he delivered, but he gets caught on the timing. He pulled the bomb, but he won't let Detroit escape. Oh dear, another one of these close clutches. The Sharks don't miss on them.
9-0, and Galores can get nothing going right for them ever since the first 4 rounds. Sure, you're able to get some extra kills. The Molotov being missed gives you a longer lead some life. Detroit puts himself in a 1v1, but Sharks on their trades are too good. I can't believe Doc gets a double there. Honestly. He misses the jump right as the smoke is starting to dissipate as well. So he's in the most awkward position possible, and he fights his way out of it.
And Ninja's got caught. Thought he had that one covered, and then the smoke faded before his eyes, and there was Doc.
Feels like might not have been keeping tally on that smoke timer. Smoke for half, but the execute's coming over. He knows he needs to try and get closer to them. Is there a flash available? Koala has one, but please, for the love of God, deploy it. Koala will not pull it out in time, and Hap's got no support whatsoever. Koala is a dead man. Disaster.
I mean, they were barely even shot at. That's how good the flashes were. They saw those flashes blooming at the mouth of B. Hap had to turn. Koala caught. And these marsupials are struggling. This B bomb site just, honestly, ripe for the picking here for the Sharks. And this has to be infuriating. You know, you just had a dominant display on your own T side, and now Sharks are making you look a little silly. Kills on the exit, fine, but nobody cares about their money really that much here on the Sharks. They just continue into their winning ways. I think Galores have to be pissed. I wouldn't be surprised if they're kicking their PCs. And maybe they can make use of a new gaming PC after an infuriating loss, and maybe you could too. These players getting hunted down at the end, but you should check out the sticker hunt by 1xBet, an opportunity to win some awesome prizes while you place bets on IM Chengdu, which is also going on sort of at the same time. You know, different time zones, sure, but you should check the link in the description, see if you can get some of those tasty prizes that 1xBet are offering up.
I'll give a small disclaimer. I don't know if 1xBet can help Galores win around or not, but hey, you know, they can help them get a new PC potentially.
Gotta look for the silver lining somewhere.
0 and 10. I don't see the silver lining. I'll be honest, Michael. Doc is down. An early advantage after a long time, and the nade is respectable as well. Could this be it? Flashes through Detroit looking for victims and instead finding smokes and thin air. Lean back over towards the B bomb side and they're maintaining this. The T's are not biting, not yet.
To be honest, you know, I didn't want to be right, and maybe I won't be, about Galores getting nothing on this T side. Or rather,
CT
on their
side,
CT effort, yeah. So I've been so focused on how good this T side's been looking. I forgot that there were two sides for a moment. Hooks does have a Molotov that he can deploy on short, but Detroit again in this one and done angle, and he will not be ready for Suplex, who hits the quick flick. Hooks gets that molly down, but they know he's short as a result of throwing that util, and Rardy and Zhao, sure, he flubs his lines, doesn't hit that duel, but the reinforcements here for Galores, it's just pistols, and Hooks finds great timing once again. It's Suplex has to hound him down, 8 seconds, they need to punch in these digits, and Togs, all he has to do is try and protect, but he couldn't punch it in time. Suplex couldn't cover that plant. Galores winning off of a broken-looking buy, but finally they get by those Sharks.
We get one, baby!
Probably about time.
Find the silver lining.
Yeah, you can make good reads all half, but you're bound to fall into a trap one time or another. And this time, I mean, they even were able to dispatch of that first side player. They brought it down to an equal man advantage for a moment, but even though they knew about Hooks into short, they kind of peak individually. They don't dedicate as many resources over to it. These Sharks caught in a little bit of their bravado. They've been winning out a lot of those critical duels when they need it.
I won't blame him too much for it.
Yeah.
Slightly more aggressive once again, right down B lane. Hoax is hoping to find success, and he will be able to connect on the first, but the trade is fast. Suplex to provide. Dogs. Now lies in wait, suplex as well. The scoped in, making sure there can't be any company given over. Doc. We've got flashing x-rays. Flashbang, though, keeps Doc very blind. Detroit's picked up a second with that 4 versus 3. Doc can't get the trade either. Galori's set up potentially for 2.
Still biting your tongue, still baiting your breath. Just the fact that everything has gone so wrong this half. I don't blame you. But this is looking like a Galori's round through and through. We asked for heroes, we asked for individual moments, and it seemed like Hoax was the one to deliver it, and he'll finish off this round with a 3-piece on top. 2 rounds attributed, I think, personally, to Hoax and what he offered up on that CT effort, but it took a long time for anyone to really raise their hand and say, I got this.
They put an end to the Sharks' T-side era, but you can still have your esports era, because if you're sick of losing your bets, you can join the esports era event by 1xBet, where you can place the correct score bet and get a free bet if you lose. Check the link in the description below.
Yeah, I apologize to anyone that had 13-0 on the docket.
Yeah.
And that didn't pull through. I probably could have got caught in that mistake.
I don't know if you can place a score bet when the game's already live. I'm not sure about that one, but listen.
Yeah, I'm actually
guys,
not sure either.
If you guys want to know, you go find out on your own on the 1xBet website. There you go. Easy.
But a hard half now ahead of Galores.
Tough time for sure.
They've got 3 players on util.
Oh. Detroit's got 4 pieces. If he dies, it's a sad camper. Glock train comes in, choo, but Doc's been chewed apart. Dog's out here to try and reclaim, and with a flash in his face, he will not be able to do so. Great entries in Galore scale in nicely. DRG, some responses, but not enough of them. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Detroit was really playing with his food, just constantly jiggle tapping and couldn't really find the damage, but Artie and Zhao able to duck back in those smokes, still on 4 HP, and Hap should have this round cleared. Nice little tap onto that as well as a smoke that's down. Artie and Zhao not fully committing to it, but gonna attempt to try and stick it, trying to be a little off axis, but Hoax has it figured out. Hap was playing around that smoke just in case Artie and Zhao was baiting out a fight. The Galore is a very successful execute on that A-bomb side. Definitely far more utility than the Sharks were expecting. Hell, I mean, it caught us off guard by just how many nades they brought through, but very well placed. It didn't seem like the Sharks had many fair fights.
T-side comeback. Vertigo very T-sided confirmed.
Well, if we're working off of this very large sample size of this one game, then yeah, I suppose so.
Glorious did have a lot more success on their T-side versus Pain. So, you know, only got 4 rounds of CT. 4-2, you know, not that much difference. One is literally double the other, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, when there's also only 12 rounds and a half, it does, you know, the percentage of rounds you're winning. It's quite a steep decline. Either way, this is not one of those rounds that they're going to have to worry too much about. Just USPs on the Sharks. They didn't go for anything too cutesy. They went for a little stack, but they're kind of hoping that Galores maybe just start running at them. But now they're getting ran at from T-spawn. Hey, that was ours. Get out of there. See, I've called it T-spawn and it's CT spawn.
Yeah,
I'm just forgetting that the CT side exists.
Okay, it's okay.
That extra letter is really throwing me out.
He just can't see. Well, as hard as it might be to see a way for Glorious to try and bring things back, look, there's a world where at least they find some confidence before heading into Nuke. We do have a third map in our hands. If they lose over here, the first one was taken away by them.
You know, I'm willing to say, win this round, I believe in the comeback.
Okay.
That's it. That's all I've got. That's all the insight that you're getting offered up. It's a full gun round here for the Sharks, and it'll be the first real fighting chance to deal with these Galils and all the rifles that they have here on Galores. Of course, they still have ninjas on that SMG, so he can be that first sort of scouting man. But waiting out that first flurry is important here for Galores. Nice little lineup there for Hap. Definitely more complicated than some of the others, but definitely leaves you less exposed as well. Now that first bombardment of util out from the Sharks, you can see how it gets a little bit more uncomfortable for them reasserting themselves in at ramp, so Galores wanted they could always re-explore that option. Koala's got a Molotov lined up for short that could allow this lurking SMG to maybe spry in for some action. They're unfazed, undeterred. Koala's still lingering in mid. He's in fact got that SMG with him now.
Koala's in a very good position to try and get a quick pre-fire to Togs as well. He's generally good about jiggling up these angles, and as Ninjas tries to close the distance as well, Togs just gets a sightline on one and backs off. Now Togs is good for the one, but as he starts to rotate away, Koala could have a timing. B-side commitment still maintained. Togs will do the same for his positioning. Koala thought he might get the timing. Instead, it's just DRG's rotate that catches him off completely.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a possibility there for Galores had they anticipated some of those moves that the Sharks were going for. I mean, the round was pretty well matured at this point. 30 seconds by the time they start making their move into this B-bomb site, and just, I mean, DRG making the correct decision, you know, playing around those smokes, trying to stop that player, reconvening with those players on B. They could have ended up in a post plan. It would have been a lot more difficult for Sharks to do much about it, especially DRG on that rotate. But Glorious full on that first turtle. Coming with another buy, but it's 4 peeking directly into ramp. Suplex coming away with a double. But they lose Doc in that exchange.
Togs. Oh, nice shot coming out, but it's right to the legs. Can't get the kill, so it won't be equalized. Sharks, who had obviously pendulum back so many players into the A site, will now be reinforcing middle again, worried about the lurk, rightfully so. Koala was taking his time in the previous round. This will not be one of those rounds where you could or should feel threatened. All 4 players on A, they've made the perfect read.
Go again. Round 2, wave 2, Detroit finishing off 2 frags, but Artie and Zhao gets a double right back himself. I must know.
Knows. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and he's got the bomb. Plenty of time, and Suplex is low, courtesy of the earlier damage from Hoax. Wow. Detroit, what a round from him. Complete recovery, and it feels like it's all on his shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, just did so much. I mean, the tags on that AWP, the finishing off of some of these frags as well. Super important, just being able to swap out to that rifle later on. And Hap doubling his position, basically, by cutting sound after getting that kill. Didn't make any noise, didn't make it easy for a Suplex, who, like you said, was just wounded from the earlier bout. Bounce right back, and Sharks down to USPs once again.
Hey. Pick up the AK immediately, and that's recoverable. Koala just needs to make sure that they can't move back, but look at this. The bomb was actually a little bit delayed. Now, unfortunately, the CTs aren't going to have the full train right back to A very quickly, but this does give Koala a chance to start picking up some numbers, some stats maybe to be padded, and look, 2's good. 3 would have been better, but Doc's there for the trade. And they can actually recover that second AK as well and save it into the next if they want to.
Yeah, they're going to go that route as well. Wasn't sure for a moment with the positions. Of course, they were trying to clamber back into the A bomb site, but they lose too many numbers in their transit. So Galores do find their 6th, albeit, you know, they're losing some of their premium rifles. That's fine. I think the main concern for them is really just accruing more rounds to close in that gap. Stop Sharks from sneaking away with a 12th round. It's A-okay.
Terrorists win.
What's the cutoff now, Michael? You know, you said before, one more round and you start to believe. What's the point now?
No,
How much has the needle moved?
I said that first gun round.
Yeah, but now, right, at this point, since they lost that first gun round...
No, I don't believe anymore.
Never. It's just never going to happen.
I just don't believe anymore.
Galores could be on 12-11 and you're still not going to... Okay. Listen, Michael's a man of firm beliefs. I'm a bit more flexible. Bring it up to 8 and we can start the conversation.
You've shown Sharks the taste of victory, and these Sharks, once they get a taste, they know exactly how to hunt for it.
Nade's there, Doc's making some noise, he's trying to get aggressive. This is perfect! The follow-up in the nade is great! Detroit trades, but he is not happy with this marketplace transaction.
Man, I mean, just fighting fiercely on ramp. This is another time they've gone for this fast, triple aggressive maneuver here on the Sharks, and it's another time the Galores have been chewed up and spat out. A 2-on-4 to recover, and this is to try and fend off Sharks at 12. That has to be disparaging. This whole map really has been the case that Sharks have made some great calls, some great round recoveries, and this time on CT, some great starts. See if Galores can whisk away a couple more frags, maybe find themselves into a post plant, give them that hope, the chance to fight back in this round. Uh-oh, they got spotted, and Ardian Zhao doesn't really need to swing. The Molotov will actually keep him at the double box.
Oh, flash is perfect, though. That is very nicely played. Detroit's left with no option but to fight, and Galores will be left with no option but to force 6-12 off the back of a fantastic triple from DRG. I think you might be right, Michael.
Yeah, if they just, you know, dominated the first, like, 6 rounds on this half, I was willing to say it was fine. You know, they make that comeback.
Or just dominate 6 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, easier said than done, but
Sharks
that's what I need to see.
Sharks dominated the first 10.
That's true. Yeah, from 10-0 to 12-6. You know, Galores have gone the better end of the stick in the past 8 rounds, but it's just feels a little too deep into the hole. They don't have a ladder quite tall enough to climb out of it.
It's grim. It is grim.
Even now, fighting for the OT doesn't feel like a possibility. They come in with a very scrambled by 1 AK, 2 Galils, a Mac, and a P250. And even then, they've had to shortchange themselves on some of their util just to get these weapons out.
Oh! Pugs wasn't ready for that one at all. And as Suplex and his AWP will just be vacating the middle area, there is a real concern for a B-side wrap to come through. In the meanwhile, Ardian's died. So the B-side wrap possibility seems to be extended more and more. Suplex playing with fire as he will be taken down from the side. Hap continues swinging. The bomb is down. Hap, however, doesn't care for it. Galori's still in it.
Okay. I mean, off the back of having an SMG perform some antics, I mean, it did seem like Hoax was going to get caught by that, but the travel time on that flash, and I think that step maybe giving him a little bit of heads up, able to turn in time and just overwhelm from that position. They just perform in with a very quick split onto that B bomb site just while those B players are slightly distracted by the prospect of a player sailing over that window. That's when they decide to start creeping around those smokes as well. So they're able to all have a level of impact.
Oh, fully flashed, but it doesn't matter. Ninjas. Doctor, you need yourself some burn meds. Koala has taken him down. The forest fires strike the other way for once.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting a second Molotov. He heard the first one bloom and thought, okay, that's about all I have to contend with, and then he went from one set of flames to another. This is probably a safe call, really, for the Sharks. I'm surprised Togs is sticking around, and maybe he's trying to find his exit now, too. His teammates have tried to call him back, but trying to see if he can maybe even just thin the herd out, make it a 3-on-3, and talk his teammates into coming back in.
That feels like it would be a mistake. Ninja's almost guaranteed to be able to cut off rotates at this stage. Onwards, Togs is going to be caught, and it's a shot to the head. Beautifully done. Glories, look. Backs against the wall, they are fighting like cornered animals.
And it's kind of flown onto the radar for most of this game, just because Galores have been trailing for the majority of it. But, you know, Ninjas wasn't really a player that we've been touting on for this map. You know, had a great opening bout on Inferno, but hasn't been able to have that same level of impact. It's really been Hoax that really stepped up to the plate. You know, Detroit as well alongside him for some of those bouts. I feel like every other piece has been able to activate here for Galores, and you know, this is kind of a fortunate round for Ninjas to a certain degree. You know, he is anticipating that aggressive move in from short. He gets flashed and he just holds down mouse one. He finds himself into a frag, but you know, if they all start to get engaged here on Galores on this T-side effort, then maybe there is a world. Maybe I was cutting them short a little, but they have to be flawless from here on out. I mean, Sharks only need one round, one error, one mistake, or one great call to topple Galores and force us into a third map in the series.
They try and pop things open. 5-7 is a absolute menace. Dogs gets that one for free.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Hoax just in that corner. I can't help you, buddy. I ain't making a move. I ain't falling victim to this 5-7 too. They do trade it eventually as well, which is nice. But that does leave this B-bomb site vacant here for the Sharks. And after that bout of aggression, Galores are starting to reinvestigate that sector.
If Suplex isn't able to find a big double kill over here, there's no way the Sharks can continue going for it. And Suplex, well, he's been flashed off, forced away from the angle. There you go. Time to call for the save. Maybe not. Misses out on the first white cross. Will still be trying to look for any over-aggression, any sign of death that he can try and bring into the Galores camp. And as Doc will gun it forward with a P250, he is asking for it. Bomb's being planted. He moves through. Koala has been found, but not killed. As good as DRG's frag might have been, he will still be found through the smoke as he reveals his position. Suplex, a big miss. And Hoax continues to fight forward, not backward. Galores wants to take it to the CTs and prevent them from saving potentially, but they decide against it.
Oh my god, I thought that was going to get very messy. I thought Doc was about to disrupt the plan. And if he had done that, this round could have thrown into a whole round of chaos. Those smokes would have faded. That AWP could have maybe still sort of plucked out pieces just as they were transitioning to get that bomb planted. Things could have gotten very messy here for Galores. Still get messy here for the Sharks as well. Suplex and Artie is out trying their best to hold on to these weapons. And Suplex will lose his rifle at the very end. That's the AWP taken out of his hands. Hoax just came around pre-firing and didn't make it easy there for Suplex to hit the shot.
He won't have money for an op here either.
No. Well, he does, but...
No, they are letting Artie and Zhao be without utility. That's interesting. I wonder if he'll have... Yeah, he's okay. He's had some util ferried over to him, so they're fine overall. They have brought it all back together. But with this being a mid play and Dogs having reinforced B, it's only Suplex and he's enough. More than so. Early advantage given over. Galores now playing out from the back foot.
they also couldn't build that B boost quite quick enough where you can actually have an angle in towards middle. So I think once they realized that Galores were sending it a little earlier than usual, no value in holding onto that boost for any while longer. So susceptible to getting hounded down by one of the B players as well. You're exposed to both angles, but you get a lot of information. Galores fighting from behind, 4 versus 5, when they can afford no extra errors. Nate as well, taking Hap down to 13 health. He's already softened up, but made even softer.
Trying to play in from a disadvantage against Artie and Zhao, who's got dogs behind him as well. Oh, this could be tough. And Artie and Zhao, he's made it a freebie. Pick up 2. While you're at it, dogs playing for the bait and switch. Detroit will not be clearing out the angle even if he had. The timing was perfect. 13 has been found. Galores. It's a good attempt, but it won't be enough.
Yeah, it just took them a little too long to find any sort of form in this map. Sharks made some great calls. They played together. They didn't fall victim to some of these faster plays, these more aggressive maneuvers. They were the ones actually dictating a lot of the flow of combat throughout that entire map. And it just felt like it was an inevitability. You needed to see Galores basically be flawless from the start on that T side for them to come back into this game. And I just think Sharks did very much what Galores did to them on their own map pick as well.
Like, if Sharks had only been able to come through, and rather, if Galores had only been able to come through and win one of the 2v3s, maybe both of the 2v3s, the 3v2 advantages that they had for themselves early on in the first half, this could have been a completely different game. It felt like they just started getting steamrolled, and even in the second half when they were picking up rounds, it just wasn't enough when you're staring down a lead of 10-2 to begin the half. It is a very difficult comeback to go for. I think they know it as well. And as we turn to Nuke, it's still going to be even on either side. We've got no idea where this one is going to go. Let's find out after a break.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
respect. From 1xbet 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 respect. Respect. From 1xbet respect. From 1xbet respect. From 1xbet respect.
Welcome back. We're resuming the RES LATAM series. It's time for map number 3. It'll be Nuke between Galores and the Sharks to decide who will be our team in the playoffs out from the lower bracket. I'm T-Time, joined by Michael Newman Cassidy, and if you've not joined us so far, it's been a tale of your own map picks going pretty damn well for you.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like both teams came in very well prepared for their own map picks, understood how their opponents were going to play, and played accordingly. You know, made some really good calls on both ends of the stick. So now we move into a Nuke where, you know, I'm not sure that many. I mean, they could have predicted that this was where it was going to go, but they're not going to come in as well prepared. And I do think it is just going to be a sort of a baseline game. I don't think we're going to see as many risks being taken, as many of these sort of gamble rotations being called. This will be a lot more vanilla in that sense, but it's where we finish things off, and both these teams have had, you know, sporadic results on this map, and it'll be very difficult to see who comes out ahead on this final bout, because I really do think a lot of it has been down to the calling as opposed to just individual performances, even though I did feel at times that Galores really did need those individuals to step up, especially even when we look back at Inferno, it felt like they were just hitting their stride on some of their players.
I will say, though, that Galores, the fact that they're able to crawl back up to 9 rounds in Vertigo is going to be giving them a lot of confidence going into Nuke as well, and they will need it. I know you're saying that we won't see that many, you know, crazy plays or anything like it, but Galores doesn't look like they're in a position where they can just purely outgun and outmatch Sharks directly. I would like more crazy plays, right? I want more information to be found. Yesterday, what we saw from Peria and his late outside pushes as well up against Imperial, it felt like those are the kinds of plays that are going to give you an upset win, and if Galores aren't going to go for that, I don't know if they can take this one away. Still, it's been very even on either side. Honestly, I think this is a 50-50. It's a bit of a toss-up, but Michael, this is where I put you on the spot, Michael. Who's taking it?
I think if I have to trust the system and like the base level game, I have to trust that Sharks are going to be able to close this out. Albeit it will probably be contentious, it'll probably be close. I do think, you know, Galores, when they get in those chaos moments, are a little bit better than the Sharks, especially if, you know, let's say Artie Zhao or DRG isn't sort of thrown into the mix in that late round. It does feel like it might be a little too much to stomach, but it's a big win condition that it will be very hard to get to in the first place, I think.
Well, listen, I'm just hopeful that we see a little bit better from Ninjas in particular. Obviously, he was so gone for so long. We weren't really getting that Inferno performance. Hell, we were barely getting any performances out from him in general. So that would be nice. And also an earlier activation from Detroit would go a long way. For God's sake, dude, pick up an AWP on the CT side. You're a great op at times. And on Nuke, I know it's not the best map for it, but you lose so much if you don't have it that I'd like to see that prioritization. Not to mention the weird half buys that they were going for that weren't really finding them much on the stacks. I will say this, Nuke seems to be a little bit better at trying to stack up an area, so maybe if that's a trend that we see, it feels unlikely. That did feel a very Vertigo exclusive idea, but if it is a trend that we see, then maybe there's a world where that fares better.
It's also a map where you can make use of, I mean, just SMGs, pistols, right? I mean, so many rounds end up very contentious because someone pushes with a 5-7 or they go for a lobby crunch, or, you know, even catching weird timings because those players are being so mobile on weapons that can be just as mobile as their intent. So, yeah, I do think even if they do go for something a little bit wonky in that buying department, there could be a way that they maybe even steal a couple of rounds away from the Sharks, could have greater success than they had on Vertigo. But we end up on this final battleground, the final map to figure out whether or not these teams are going to proceed into the playoffs or not. It's Galores versus Sharks. Of course, the final map in the series does require a knife round to see who gets to choose that side. And with Galores whisking that away, they should start CT.
Hey, shing, shang, shonk, there you go. Seems like it's the hardest noise to replicate. I won't lie. The knife sound, I don't think I could ever do it.
No, I couldn't. You couldn't pay me to do that. I don't think I could. I lack the facilities.
All the facilities on Glorious will be a set of dualies, a kit for ninjas, and then lots of protection. Sharks, on the other hand, we're going to find out what they have in store for us in just a second. Nade out for Suplex, a Molotov for Dogs. This is an interesting setup. I'm not quite sure what you're going for. This could just be a fast A-side play with the hot molly and the nade to blow open the squeaky door. Let's see.
Oh, they're blowing open that door and they're throwing that Molotov down, but they're sending it over towards Ramp instead.
Koala drops. He's not able to find any frags early on, and he just wants to try and find respite instead. Now, as they are hot in pursuit, he is gunning it. Right back over towards the double doors, about to be rounded on Suplex. Great frag, and there's too many players. Galoris overwhelmed right now on their CT side defensive B. They get the call early on. They get rotations as well, but nothing matters in the face of certain death. Ninja's the only one engaged, the only one to fight a frag.
Yeah, the only one that didn't have armor as well here for the Glorious side. It's a very labored duel there for Detroit as well. Caught Doc on a timing, opened that decon door and thought he could have had a free frag, but now Ninja's now sussed out. That's the kit dropped into double, and Detroit, it should simply be a formality. A quick exit is planned, but RDN Zhao cuts his escape. Sharks just swarm right down to that B bomb site, and Glorious couldn't do anything to stop them. So you were right, you know? Quick Molotov, quick nade, quick Molotov onto that top play. And they were hoping that Glorious would really bite on the fact that, oh, they wouldn't throw that util if they weren't going to use it, but they just send it down towards ramp. And that Molotov serves a minor purpose. I think it went a little too deep to have kind of stopped them from descending down those vents to reinforce B. But even with that in mind, if a player had started main, it would still have been a pretty dangerous journey.
Odds are actually quite good for Glorious if you guys are interested in them. Gotta say, I do think that that's not entirely fair to Glorious. I know that Vertigo is very one-sided, but I feel like this is actually maybe a 55-45 in my head. Now, that being said, I'm going to end up being completely wrong. Watch Sharks get 10 rounds in a row again, but that's what I'm thinking off the top of things.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I do feel like it's maybe a little bit unjust given how close these games could have been. Nice little waterfall smokes into heaven.
Waterfalls everywhere. So pretty.
But
they have managed to, yes, it is, and they have managed to completely circumvent the primary threat, which is Ninjas and its Zeus. But will they walk into the secondary? Trying to swing out on the USBs should be a good time for you over here. Togs gets that one for free. CTs at least know that they don't need to make a move. They're just waiting for the move to be made into them. Oaks is levitating. Bit of a Dua Lipa fan.
Well, he's... Oh, I don't... Togs actually could have seen him, but saw a couple pixels and, I don't know, just didn't react, so... Seemingly unaware. Like you said, Hoax just kind of floated on by on top of that site, but they have found some ground over towards the lower side, so the rest of the Sharks are going to convene in that sector. These two players in heaven, but they call them over saying, guys, there's nothing on this B-bomb site. Don't lose your guns to the stack. Damn, I can't believe the Sharks smoked off our one camera angle on the lower side. How did they know?
That's the ultimate level of anti-strategy.
There is another one.
Hey! You guys didn't know it, but we had a webcam set up elsewhere.
Well, Ninjas didn't get the memo. 3 of them were set up in secret to try and overwhelm a player, but no one ever came. Once again, the Sharks sticking with their numbers, and even in their attempt to save Detroit, dying to that bomb. He stuck around a little too close. He didn't join them on that railing. Doesn't matter. It's inconsequential damage. Nicely handled. Ninja's unsuccessful with his Zeus adventures.
Early AWP out for Detroit. This is exactly what I wanted to see. Now what's he going to do with it? He's got no Kevlar. He has to be careful. Trying to play in and outside will always be tricky in a situation like it. On the right side, there is only one nade, and that does seem to be the primary thing you need to worry about without the Kevlar. That and being spammed. Ab's playing this very defensively. He's exactly aware of what's coming over his way, and as he's mollied up inside the site, the flash is recovered over. His own incendiary gives him long enough. Detroit comes in as well, but he cannot find the flick. And as a reroute over to ramp will be called, Koala is also vacated. This is a poor read from Glorious. They're not able to suss it out fast enough, and the bomb can be planted on B.
Yeah, doing so primarily unprotected, but they had the read that Glorious just weren't going to be there in time. 3-on-3 for this retake. Hoax detached from the rest of his squad, but nestled behind these double doors, and they opened the door. That really lowered their guard. Togs, yeah, not prepared for it, and Doc barely swinging round, performs that 180, suplex behind him on that high HP. Has to be the one that fights first. They don't have a kit.
No
wasting critical time.
It's over. You don't have time to go for the defuse anymore. I'm very surprised about the fact that Koala actually vacates out the ramp area. It feels like he would never do that if Detroit had been able to find that one shot on the Togs that is going to haunt him.
Yeah, could have stopped this rediversion here from Sharks. They tried hitting that top side, and honestly, Hap did a solid job. You know, ran straight out from one Molotov, full blind, sure, but able to get that trade, and had, like you said, Detroit found that kill in from heaven. They could have found a man advantage before Sharks could even think about resetting. But they find themselves an open bomb site. They find the trade they need to onto Hoax, and yeah, just not having that kit in place serves worse for wear here for Galores on this CT start. Maybe Detroit can make up for it, holding onto that AWP for this follow-up round.
Very important kill to find audience out early on, and with this, as the CT side starts to push in through ramp, they're going to find more information. Hoax has a chance, but not one he avails. Doc was watching and waiting. And as the flash comes into secret, Ninja's fast rotation will give up the call. It is going to be right back over to the upper side. Koala, as he's trying to make a move over, but this might be the wrong one. He's nowhere nearby, and this rifle will not come into play. Koalas now comes back in. Doc is aware of this possibility, but he's still taken down. 4-on-3. CTs feel spurred on to go for this retake, but again, without the kit, they have to move quick. And look at how much util is still left out over here. The smoke might help Ninjas in scaling up. Molotov forces Togs away, but it's Ninjas to get the frag. Now inside the smoke, it's still Suplex trying to play it perfect, trying to play it slow. Good for the one, but he's all alone now. Molly out under the bomb might have bought enough time. He does find the first kill. No, he doesn't know where it's planted.
Oh, it's not planted for main side. It's planted for heaven. And yeah, it didn't seem like he knew that that was the case. Maybe, I mean, otherwise you would try and throw it between the two silos. And had that molly connected, I mean, they would have lost all their players, sure, but they could have still taken away the round. I don't think there was going to be a smoke available. That is very, very good work there from Galores to recover that scenario. Detroit, I mean, 2 big kills. Started that action, got that boost over the smoke inside of main, and it was enough. They survived with 3, and they take one away from the Sharks when they really had no business. Ninjas as well, playing close to that smoke in front of door, and he will be traded, fortunately enough for the Sharks, and they dove down those vents. They couldn't stop them actually making that descent.
Crosses the smoke, but Koala wants to try and make a move on before the bomb is planted. Doc's found Hoax, and as the bomb is going down, Koala's got the spam. Now it gets increasingly tricky. DRG will not have company for a long, long time. He has to go back to Decon. I like the play, but unfortunately for him, his teammates are dying. This all comes out to Doc, and he's got the kill. Vacates out the A site, and now the bomb can be planted. They're not out of hot water yet, though. Doc is still hunting, and Detroit's found him, expecting the play. Very good awareness.
It's all on DRG in this reposition. Detroit holding into that close hut, but his teammate is simultaneously clearing out from heaven. Detroit's trying to take that aggression, take that aggro, and find information on DRG. Oh dear, Koala holding from that high ground, and Detroit, once again, it just simply is not planted in a position where DRG can just face and play his spot. This backside plant is coming back to haunt the Sharks now back-to-back rounds. Galores still pull through.
The worst part is there is no reason to plant backside there.
I agree.
Like
both
in the
scenarios.
previous one, in the previous one, you have a little bit less info. You don't have anyone who's played out the side. You're not sure exactly what's going on. They had full info of what's going on in the previous round. Detroit could not have been on A. He could not have been. If he was, he would have been on heaven, to be honest.
I think it just doesn't make sense from the case of if you don't have anybody heaven, probably don't plan for heaven. Maybe I'm making a mountain of a molehill, but sometimes it does feel like, you know, you've got to set yourself up for success. These have been great rounds from Detroit. This time, he won't succeed. Suplex, far more honed in on the angle, did not swing wide enough for Detroit to react.
That's impressive. Detroit had the shadow advantage on that one as well. Not ready for the slower peak of the AWP. Hap now pushes in. Spots out the burst, but he's not ready for the Tech 9 around the corner. DRG and RDM, though, died in ninjas. And as Koala pushes through, he's providing the necessary cover fire to find the bomb as well. It feels like Galores will finally get a round win and not one off of a botched plant.
See how Suplex approaches this. There is a gap he can exploit. A player at those CT vents. He can dive down. He could sneak in. Still not making a noise, but Ninja's just clearing it on timing. Had he crawled down those vents, a very real possibility he finds a free frag. Had he cleared CT vents, could have been the same story, but none of that coming to pass. And even with the opening kill here for the Sharks, Galores with a bit of mid-round aggression into lobby and just having a bit of a spread net of CTs. They'll find their contributions.
Fast to play right into Mini, and they are not ready for it. I've lied to you right through my teeth. Hoax was. He's so aware and looking for more. Will collect only to have lost his teammates on the site itself. It's fast footwork from Sharks. Bomb planted. Yet again out for heaven, and there are two CTs lying in wait. Nade from Detroit could go a long way. Audience wouldn't be too happy about that one if it came through in his face. A nade to come, and Audience like I said, down to 5 HP. Togs covering off the cross will not be required, not yet. Suplex trying to reposition, caught out, and Togs is here as insurance. Very nicely played post-plan between the Sharks members.
Yeah, these rounds are taking all sorts of twists and turns. I mean, the opening kills just fall in the way of Galores, but then Sharks being able to spring into that A-bomb site and set themselves up into some great afterplans, and Galores just didn't have the resources or the utility to really make that work. Those flashes that they throw out from heaven are simply ineffective. Both those Sharks members able to dodge them out, and like you said, just communicating with each other very effectively about what they're covering for each other, what they're exposed to, and neither player overextending or overstepping when it came to that bomb being down and honing in on those positions. Money's kind of broken here for Galores, and so Hoax went for a bit of a wild play, sending it from red. DRG won't get caught this time. But a fresh smoke that blooms on the lower side of the map. Happen Ninjas playing close to one another. That's why Ninjas is
Oh,
ready to spam, but
my
Ardian
God.
Zhao sneaks down the vents right behind them, and they are simple pickings.
Sometimes a nuke can make a sneaky play, and you feel like you are just the master of the map. I can promise you that's how Ardian Zhao felt right now.
Yeah, almost certainly. I mean, he probably, with how quick that all happened, he probably just got down to that vent 1 second, maybe 2 seconds after they'd created this double setup behind the smoke. He's just thinking, wait, they don't know I'm here. So these are free kills, but...
Wow.
Well, they didn't succeed at the start of this round. They're succeeding at the end of it. Koala getting a lot more damage than was maybe expected. Gets his hands on it a little, but Suplex trying his best to get this rifle out of his possession. Doc wasn't healthy either, so Koala succeeds with 4, and the bomb doesn't even take him down either. I thought he might have been a little too close. But 7 HP, he gets away with an AK, and Detroit saves his AWP too.
Koalas are truly the greatest Counter-Strike playing animals.
I don't know, I feel Tiger's pretty good too.
Yo, what? Tigers haven't been relevant since 2021. Shout out to the Mongolian boys.
At the moment, I'm talking about Tiger, the player, Chinese player.
I'm talking about Tiger, the Mongolian orc.
I know that's what you were talking about. I'm just, I just thought I'd clarify. I'm trying to comb through my mind palace for other animal players, but
Turtle?
struggling.
Turtle, there you go. He's
Yeah,
been
that's
struggling
true.
recently too. I think koala, I'd take a koala to beat a turtle.
Yeah, I guess.
Sharks, you know what? They're right in your face, actually.
No,
Let's
no,
see
but that's
whether
not
or
a
not-
player name. That's the whole organization. And they're doing a pretty good job so far on this T-side effort.
Let's see whether they can maintain it. 5 rounds is already a good start to things. And hey, listen, could have been a little bit more than that, to be fair. But now Detroit, smoke's been popped right open. Flashbang overhead as well will be giving them nothing. The full scale down under has occurred. There's only one here to try and be a blockade for them. This barrier good for the one, but with the smoke in his hands, never expecting the second.
Yeah, that complicates things. An attempt down the vents here for Ninjas, but Tog's already holding for one of these exits, and Ninjas just doesn't come out with the right pace, just crawling into Tog's crosshair. And this should be a save call here for Galore, is no one that can really stake a claim on that lower side of the map, and Sharks are swarming it. Detroit's counted out. And listen, Koala did get some empty calories. He had 4 kills, saving an AK, but he doesn't find any impact from that recovered rifle in this round either. There could be another rifle to take. Hap is looking all sorts of ways, but not where Ardi and Zhao actually is.
Ships in the night, Michael. That's what it will be.
Oh. I don't know if he saw the feet of those players going into garage, but Hap ain't playing for the rest of the squad. And there's 2 players trying to hunt Galores into CT spawn.
Ardian Zhao might just push all the way through with the flashbang. He's found the operate, cannot be recovered. Neither can Koala, so all you're saving is a measly 5-7.
You could have pulled on this round too. Kind of blissfully unaware. It's like, I didn't see them cross. I didn't see anything outside. Unlucky, guys. But yeah, that's about as much as they could have hoped for there on the Sharks. No saving graces here for Galores. They had a stolen round when Detroit boosted over that smoke inside of main. You know, there was a tricky play implemented here for Galores. That's what jump-started a little bit of a resurgence here on the CT side. But now Sharks looking to bring over some of these, what are economically easier rounds over the line. We haven't seen these pistols, when it's only been pistols, striking here for Galores as of yet. Maybe Detroit can offer us up something. Bit of an off angle that sometimes goes uncleared.
rare for it to get a double, though, especially with the Deagle. Yeah, well, good for the one. Not the second. DRG was clearing it out, and this is where the CZ could have gone a long way. A kill could have led to a recovered rifle as well. But regardless, coulda, shoulda, woulda, and Sharks, they're only looking at a very realistic likelihood of this being a 7th round for them.
I love this is the second time the Ninjas have gone for that spot on the Zeus, and no one's even hazarded a glance into Hut. You know, that's the effect that the Zeus has had on the on Nuke as a meta in general. You know, Rob spoiled it for everybody. People just don't make that same bold move anymore. I could clear Hut, I could do that. And then you get zapped one too many times in scrims, and you're thinking, yeah, never mind, we're just not doing that anymore. Not when we know they're on a low buy. You did find a kill, though. Albeit, you know, a little laborious, but...
Like, cool.
Yeah.
Consolation is a thing of the past, Michael. Rounds, rounds, rounds. And so far, Glory's looking a little bit square.
Yeah, you almost need that same level out of somebody like Hoax or Detroit or Koala, you know, to have this individual multi-frag round, because it really it did feel as though that inspired a lot more confidence in the rest of the squad. Right now, everyone is kind of struggling to hold their spots. They're only getting away with one frag outside of the few rounds that Galores have been able to attribute to themselves thus far. But those haven't been like chained multi-kills. Those have been get a kill at the start, maybe get a kill at the end.
Oh. Doc found on his early contest, but Oaks is the trade. Now, this is where happened. Detroit tipped the scales in their favor once again. They continues, in fact. Galore is setting themselves up for a comfortable 4th. Audience House only job is to make it a bit less comfortable. That won't be the case. They've got their cushy archers out there kicking back and leaning in.
This time nicely handled. I mean, Detroit getting a kill inside, gave a quick glance outside, and was able to cover his teammate as well inside of main. Swift and steady to a certain degree there from Galores, but Sharks already accomplished their job. I mean, 7 rounds on this T side could already be enough to move straight into those playoffs. Galores are really going to have to show best foot forward, get this final 5th round, but it's a much faster play. This time they get chewed out by Ninjas and Detroit. This time on that high ground, the repeat from Detroit punished, but it's left all onto Togs, and he doesn't have friends, only foes that remain in front of him. Hoax going through that smoke, but Ninjas won't let that opportunity skirt him by. A triple kill for Galores to round out this half. They secure 5.
They set themselves up for a respectable scoreline where you can no longer put the same pressure on them that we did on Vertigo, that, hey, you lose the best round, you lost the game, you lose the gun round, you've lost the game, you lose anything, you've lost the game. That being said, it wasn't the cleanest affair. They're hoping their T-side can find more success now, though.
But what is a clean affair is our partners over at 1xBet with their mobile app. You use that promo code 1xBet or 1xRES LATAM, you can get 130% bonus on your first deposit. And also, if you scan that QR code, you can make use of their nice and easy to use mobile app. If you figure you know how games are going to go, 1xBet's got you covered. And we came into this map not really knowing how this nuke was going to pan out.
Yeah.
Wasn't expecting Sharks to have such an assertive control over their T-side performance. But some signs of life from Galore is always a good sign. You can see our partners over at 1xBet have started to tip those scales more in favor of the Sharks. They were maybe a little bit of a disservice, we thought, for Galores at the start of this game, but they do know what's happening. You know, they're keeping their ear to the floor. They had
know
a
their
suspicion.
numbers.
Yeah. And I had my suspicion Sharks would show us a a much better floor here on Nuke than Galore is, but that can change just as quick as Ninjas finds 3Ks.
Doc on the rotate right down under will be assisted by DRG. They can't set up the crossfire before Doc takes duels, and now DRG needed a multi. It's not to be the case. Sharks overrun in the lower site. Suplex flashed off as well. The bomb is planted. Feels like they're already locked out of this round. All you're looking for is kills, and maybe not even that.
Yeah, that dynamic duo of Doc and DRG, not looking so dynamic in the way they hold that B-bomb site. Hey, double Ds aren't all that. Glorious just run them over, and it is a simple enough round for them. Saving on the pistol round. How dare you? They won't give them the satisfaction of those final kills.
Kevlar's pretty nice to save as well, in all fairness. What, you could pull out 3 pharmacies? Why would you buy into head armor? What? Unless Galores pulls out like 3 SMGs. Actually, they have pulled out 3 Galils. You know what? You're better than I am. I'm wrong.
If you can get that 350 into head armor, it does benefit you in quite a few duels. We've also seen quite a few teams, and you know, it's become more and more vogue, is the idea of saving on your AWP player, just coming in with like, what, dualies or a tech or something in the second round. So could catch Galore is greedy. They have not done such, but you know, try to justify some of the decision tree.
There's a lot of Galils as well, and as the flash push forward is planned out for Togs, the call's been given over. Koala knows exactly what's going on over here.
Oh, they even throw a deep smoke inside of lobby as well, so they're really asserting their control into lobby, but Galores are going to make use of the fact that Secret is effectively unoccupied.
DRG with the dualies could be set up for some success. It's a wild duel to go for. He doesn't get the kill, but at least there is a trade from Dogs. Dogs can't recover the Galil either. Ardian's out. In the meanwhile, lies in wait, expecting a crawl through to hell. Ninjas will not find the second set of dualies. Not yet.
This is the problem with modernization. You have ninjas in the vent. Well, 1-for-1 trade. A player that was inside of heaven finally sussed out, so 3-on-3, and still this close position here for Suplex. It's only dualies, and just as he turns to fight Ninjas ascending from those vents, Koala comes in from behind, but Ninjas was wounded, and 22 seconds, they needed to be able to transition into this bomb site. They know that Ardian Zhao was last spotted hell, and they'll find him in those heavens as well. It gets a little dicey, a little hairy, but Galores find a solution at the end of the round.
I hate nitpicking. I really do. But in my head, throughout that, I'm just wondering, man, if you had a 5-7 instead of those dualies, this would have been a different round.
Yeah.
For both the players with dualies. That's the thing. This is why head armor, you know, okay, fine. You buy head armor on the 3 players who had Kevlar, fair enough. On the remaining 2 as well, a 5-7 just so strong in Nuke. Like, it's whatever. It's not the biggest deal in the world. You're going to save in this one, running it down outside. Pokes his head into intercept, and he'll be able to pick up a little bit of momentum off the back of it. Dogs has retrieved a Galil, only to have it abandon itself from his hands. It's a fast round. Glory's found the lead.
That's all leveraged off of the pistol round. These 3 rounds, the investment here for the Sharks in that second, and now again, a full eco to bear past, so they can't sit pretty. They can't be too comfortable. They call their final timeout as well in this map. Hell, it could be the series as a whole. And I just want to make sure that everyone's head is screwed on straight, because they know what's coming around the corner. Suplex will have his AWP. There are rifles across the board here for the Sharks. Should they fall to this first hurdle, things could get very uncomfortable very quickly. I think a lot of importance has been put on the in-game leaders on both of these squads, whether that's been DRG on the Shark side or Detroit for Galores. It feels like you have to compose the perfect call if you want to overturn this. Either from trailing from behind or Galores understanding the daunting nature of T-side nuke. That is a great way to start things off, though. A kill through smoke. Already and Zhao trying to challenge round the one at door, and Koala's already popped him.
Outside smokes will follow through. Suplex, come on. Oh, that would have been very nice if he just managed to hit it. Attempts all close by, but all they do is waste bullets. No nades here either to pop open the smokes. They will just try and go for a straightforward spam, and as Koala will be finding a timing, Doc finds death. Delivered right to your doorstep. Toxo, Tox has got a good timing on the flank. Makes things a little bit more dicey if they want to try and circle back to A. DRG, good damage, but not the kills. He's able to fade away. There's an op on the site itself. He moves back to reinforce it. Ninjas on the swing will find that out firsthand. Suplex reinforces this crossfire is looking good, and they go back to A. But again, that's where they have to be careful. Togs had revealed position earlier on. They don't know he'd rotated down to B as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, they made a perfect gamble here on the side of the Sharks, so all this extra time that's being bought is all just because of Galores basically being paranoid of the fact that that was a flank available. But they split up, 2 and 1. Sharks are trying to spread themselves a little thin here, just hoping that they catch a player off guard, but that will not be the case. Galores are all committed to the site or back lobby as a very, very safe after plant.
They're still going for this one. Dogs has got an incendiary that won't come into play. There's nowhere to molly off, and as he's flashed up, he's pushed away. A nade to open up as well, just making sure Suplex good for the one kill, but as he tries to round the corner, the Galileo is pushing him down. It's only Hoax left, and the bomb is planted for him. They won't make the mistake that gave them chances, and indeed, Hoax can finish it off. Sharks take notes. That's where you plant a bomb.
Yeah, I mean, it really did feel like they lost far too many rounds on that T side because of a backside plant. Hell, they even tried darting on that bomb, expecting it to be a backside plant. But no reason to go for that when you don't have Heaven control, and that was firmly in the control of the Sharks when they went in for that retake. It was a very, very safe after plant from Hoax. He was the one that was covering off their flank just in case there was going to be a pursuit in from the top side of ramp, and he's able to pull it off. Sharks just didn't have time to force that fight. They were scrambling to get on the package. And that's the pivotal round that was necessary. Galore is already breaking into this lower side. Straight off the rip, they dove those vents. Hoax already sectioning them off.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about those odds again. They were pretty good for Galores if you wanted to try and make a pop out on the 1xBet. Yeah. And of course, if you're thinking, man, I missed out on a timing window, those odds probably aren't anywhere near as good now as they're getting damaged. Listen, there's still timing windows for the sticker hunt event, because if you need a new gaming PC, then you could actually get that one in. If you're placing a bet on the I Am Chengdu event that's taking place right now, check out the link in the description below. Don't miss out on multiple opportunities if you're into that.
Well, that was a lovely segue, but not so nice for the Galore side that lost several players to the bomb explosion. They didn't manage to transition themselves far enough away. So a very expensive round against Pistols, all in all. Only one survivor from that round was a Sharks member, so that's why Tog's still holding onto this AK. That actually does matter. If Sharks answer back here, Galores will not have another buy to answer right back.
It's those slim margins that always come back to bite you, it feels like. But you can forget them completely if you just win this round here. Galores need to maintain that fiery streak that our HUD is telling us constantly that they are on.
A much slower approach. Koala left on lurking duties once again. Had some opportunities, some information plays that were very advantageous on Inferno. And we didn't see much of the same characterization for a lot of these Glorious players when we went to Vertigo, but Nuke more conducive to this play. This delay util here for the Sharks, just blocking off that pursuit of Secret. But they haven't rotated anyone down as of yet. Now DRG finally taking the timing. And Suplex pushing in and finding that troublesome lurker in Koala.
Oh. Doc wishes he started spraying a little bit earlier. The RG smoke timing is great. There's 30 seconds left on the clock. That smoke will not be away up until the, 18, maybe 16 second mark. You're completely reliant on ninjas to try and make a play over here. And even then, it feels like he's so far disjointed from the rest of his team. All he can do is lock down rotates if this is going to be a plant on B. But for them to get the bomb plant down, they have to do that on their own. Come through, they commit, no one here, and the bomb can be planted. Ninjas as well, though, was not actually left back on rotation locking duty. He managed to come inside ramp, and that might have been a mistake. The rotate come in through vent initially. Hoax can't double up. Ninjas, the beneficiary of a missed shot, will come through with a double kill of his own, and it's all left on the audience. Zhao. Great first shot, but there's no peek from Detroit just quite yet. He is simply waiting for the defuse to be tapped out. Audience Zhao does fake it initially. Detroit knows it. Great patience.
Yeah, that did not look great. You know, I mean, you're coming down to the final 20 seconds. Like you said, there was a smoke that was still down towards Secret. That's why the Sharks don't think that there is any possibility that they could go towards lower. They could have made a bit of a bit more evenly distributed setup between the two sets of players, but they knew Ninjas had compromised towards Hell. They didn't want to be overexposed to Heaven. They had all those players there to hunt those trades or greet them if they decide to turn tail over towards that A bomb site. But Glory stuck true to their idea. I'm sure it takes a bit of a risk. It takes a bit of a bold maneuver, but they catch the Sharks off. Detroit don't miss those easy shots. Suplex will put an end to Detroit at the start of this round, but Ninja's pursuing in towards ramp. They try and trail past that smoke, and they will succeed for that trade. But they're still working off of a man disadvantage.
You just saw DRG realizing in real time this might not be the best idea.
Yeah. I could pick up ramp.
Maybe I just ask Audience how to rotate. Yeah. Go down vent. You've got the MP9. Make it happen. Now, I think he might have actually spotted some feet.
He did.
And that is everything, because he's able to get a freebie as a result of it. So Glorious, where the previous round was sloppy but secured, this one is just looking like they might be out of it completely.
Hooks even tagged by that AWP. Challenging around those vents. Only one that's really gone undetected is Koala, but even then, they'll have their suspicions. So this is a safe call here for Glorious. Again, they've taken some heavy and hefty casualties in their run so far. So with Sharks finally breaking the ice here on this CT venture, they won't really be contested by a properly reinforced buy. Now that they'll be able to scramble together weapons, but if Sharks win back-to-back, they could have an easier road ahead of them, and they can get to double digits themselves.
To be honest, I think it might even be worth it for Glorious to not bind the next round regardless, and just try and fight for a ball. But, yeah. 1400 is put through such an awkward place in their money. The wallbangs and Koala are uncomfortable to watch.
They even tried Molotoving them, so they throw $600 out of their pocket to try and get that kill, and they get nothing from it, so... I'm all about the economics. Didn't see that little jump over from Suplex. Just saw the kill in the kill feed, so that's catched by our replay obs.
Suplex has been kind of fire in that Doherty. Credit out to him. Seems like he's got a good understanding of it. What a nade on the hoax. Koala, in the meanwhile, who's still been playing Lobby Lock, is not going to be having too much of a good time. The CTs will not contest him at all. Outside creep with the AWP as they start to reconvene around the lower area. Koala needs to find the kill here. It is necessary for them to commit. Suplex rounds the corner. AWP in hand, just trying to clear out Koala. They know he likes to lurk here. They also know there's been some saved weaponry.
I'm not certain this was even a full-on call here for Galores. I mean, he wanted them to cross towards Secret, but Detroit can't make that same journey without hazarding a very risky crossing. You will be able to link up with them, but Artie and Zhao still waiting in the wings for this lower side attack. DRG can swing off this contact. The M4 can really thrive, but Hap answers back immediately on that Tech 9, and descending down those vents is very hazardous. Detroit locking that one in. And this is a 12th here for Galores. Suplex left in a 1-on-3. They have cracked open that B bomb site, but they still don't know where Suplex is. This man has been a hard man to nail down, just constantly moving around the map. Oh, but had he just continued moving forward, he might have been able to catch a timing, but more important, he saves. Galores with a scrambled by around that AWP and AK they saved, still break success.
DRG and Doc aren't doing enough. I hate to say it, I'm such a fan of these guys, but they're just not doing enough. If you're getting the timing window on the rotate down, you've got a double vent setup, or rather even just a double crossfire out towards that area. You can't be giving up both kills and getting only one in response. That's just not enough, unfortunately. Detroit as well, given the frag onto Togs before he is able to swiftly rotate back down under. Yeah. And
especially when they know... Yeah, sorry. Especially when they know that they have that ult saved, you know, that those are peaks you kind of can't give over when the game has these slim margins.
But the thing is, just as a reminder, Togs actually rotated out from ramp to try and clear outside. They didn't reinforce lower through ramp because they keep trying to rely on the vents reinforcement. So DRG and Doc are the only ones who are having this on their shoulder. So you really need them to find the kills in that case.
Yeah, and it's been many times that they have gone towards that lower side where both of them have been in position and they come up relatively empty-handed. I do agree. The Sharks need to be firing on all cylinders. They would have come in as the favorites, much because they can have that capacity, and it's a desperate move here from Doc. Suplex as well, just bodied by the Detroit AWP. Happy savings. Galores taking control here on Nuke, and, I mean, looking like they might just have this map locked in.
Sharks are desperate. They're looking for anything. And once again, it's event rotate. DRG finds one, but Artie and Zhao is the one who you needed to frag. And in the meanwhile, Togs and DRG push right back over. Togs giving them a fighting chance. He's still in it. The problem is the bomb, and the problem is one little ninja. This time, planted out for the backside correctly so. Togs is back in it. He's in lobby. He will not be expected here. Ninjas has no idea what's going on. Togs is giving them a chance. Set up for the 4. He will not have a kit, but position is now revealed, and he has to take the fight. Ninjas to win it away. 13 for Galores as they come out with a full upset.
They make it out of Group C in second place, and they just control that final map. We thought it was going to be a bit more 50-50. The start of the game definitely indicated that way, but the Sharks just couldn't pull it together on that CT side. Galores found solution after solution in some of these very tricky-looking rounds, to be quite honest with you, and honestly, full credit to them. I think they've definitely impressed us throughout this entire group stage, just being able to show that tenacity and show that dynamic. It feels like they have grown as they've had more opportunities in this RES regional LATAM series. Of course, this is not their first venture into the series itself. They were denied access to the playoffs. They were denied access out of the groups by the Sharks themselves, so they get a bit of bittersweet revenge on the third time over. And, I mean, they're now faced off against Fluxo when we go into those playoffs, which is going to be quite the test for them as well.
As I said, it's going to be a great time. We've still got one more team to find out about who will be matching up against MIBR. And that comes out in our next match of the day, the final match of the day, the final match of the groups as well. It'll be Case versus Italia Amigos. We're going to a bit of a break. We're going to be back after that one to continue on with that discussion. See you guys in just a bit.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Speedy turnarounds, that's what we're all about at the RES LATAM Series number 3. Welcome back as we head into our final series of the day and of the group stages, whatever it is. I'm T-Time and he's Michael Ubi Cassidy. That one I'm sure about.
Yeah, that's true. I am here, and we've been having, a flurry of three mapper series throughout the entire day. Of course, this final bout to get second place finishes out of your group is a very contentious one, and this is going to be quite the one with some storylines as well. Adeli Amigos refacing Case in this lower bracket to see who comes out second place. I mean, Adeli Amigos put up a solid fight against Imperial in the upper side of the bracket. They had a long bout the last time Case faced off against this AYA squad, but it came down to like double overtime on Vertigo. But I mean, AYA have some really solid and some really strong shooters on this squad that honestly would not be denied in either series, either against Imperial or Case when they faced them last either.
Listen, dude, the performances that we were even getting out of the players who didn't show up against Adalia Amigos versus Imperial does make me think that this is going to be even more reinforced. But Case comes in with more preparation. They come in with a bit more structure. But let's take a look at the lineups as well, Michael. Adalia Amigos obviously coming in with a lot of older names. You've got ZQK, who did, of course, overperform or maybe perform up to his normal mark. Who knows? We're going to find out today. Up against Imperial, he had a very good time. Delboni, Thossin, and SHZ are really the big trio to keep an eye out for. This rifling core is deadly. And then Pyria somehow has some impeccable flank timings, especially on Nuke.
Yeah, it feels like they've got some players, especially with ZQK. You know, I think in the opening bout versus Case, he felt like he was a little bit missing, but against Imperial, he played really up to the occasion. You know, it feels like even the players that you would maybe tout as being on the weaker side for AYA are able to have their moments as well. So this team has, when they're firing and they've got those players looking good, they can be a very solid contender. But as can Case, you know, I think when it really comes down to it, I think Snow and Riccioli take a lot of the attention for me. But again, what these players are actually so dynamic. Even if Snow has a little bit of a slow start, sometimes you can get a great impact around from Urbano or RCF as well that really kickstarts the engine.
Look, even Yaps has come through with a couple of important rounds in the series that we caught between them and Adelia Amigos before. But Michael, listen, this is a matchup that's already happened in the groups before, and one of the most fun things about rematches is always the veto. Michael, tell me, last time we actually managed to see a full Mirage, Nuke, and Vertigo being played out. Do you think it's going to be something similar? Any thoughts going into the veto?
I kind of think it'll be the same maps, but maybe different order. That's about as much as I could really pre-emphasize. I mean, I don't think there's much to be expected out of this opening round. It's very much the same old story. Mirage picked first. It's actually Ancient as a bit of a side swipe. We're moving away from Nuke, and AYA will make sure that that's not a possibility. And it's Inferno instead, so I'm completely wrong. Mirage is the only one that has any sort of overlap with their last run with them with the Relog Regional Series, LATAM Series 3.
I'm surprised that they do actually ban out Vertigo. It did feel like, look, obviously they lost out of the map, but at the same time, Vertigo was a very good time for RCF. It felt like he was having a good series. Snow was actually notably quiet. Snow and Urbano weren't able to get too much done, but yeah, I am overall pretty surprised. That being said, though, Delboni was an absolute beast on Vertigo. Looking back onto it now, I just remembered he had 39 kills across the map. So yeah, maybe just trying to avoid some of his goodness. Inferno's going to be new territory as well as Ancient, though. So we get to see 5 different maps being played across the series, potentially. And let's see how that one goes. Mirage, though, that was contentious, but not all that much. Adalia Amigos were kind of steamrolling them at a lot of cases. I'm curious about whether that trend continues.
Yeah, I think we saw big streaks being hit by either squad is, I think, part of the reason why it felt that way. And so, yeah, I think both these teams are going to have a little bit more sort of pep in their step. I imagine with the way that Case have sort of diverted the veto, them being the second ones that ban, does actually give them quite a few advantages in the fact that, yeah, they were able to dodge out in that Vertigo. Maybe they come in with extra levels of prep into that Inferno as well. AYA are going to have quite a strong test ahead of them, but this is also a team that has just a wealth of experience given the sort of personnel that they field into this roster. So even if you're trying to catch them out on some oddity or some cute plays that they have, because Case are chalked full of, honestly, some really cute sort of niche calls that won't happen in loads of other games. If we end up in like overtimes or long stretches throughout this best of three, I do worry that Case will maybe rely too much on that calling sometimes to outdo their opponent, because AYA, you have to pull off some tricks to really pull the wool over their eyes.
Again, I am incredibly surprised that we don't see a new coming through, but of course, if you guys don't remember, this is for a spot in the playoffs. The last team remaining will be fighting up against MIBR. I wouldn't be envious of them, but you know who would be the team that loses here? You don't want to lose out regardless of who you're facing up against in the next one. It would have been a tough time regardless. So our playoff bracket is looking spicy, but we need one last garnish, Michael. One last little morsel into this meal.
Yeah, and I mean, a big part of the contention for the playoffs is about getting some RLG points that will allow you to take part in the final, should you actually have high enough placings consistently throughout these series as well. So it's not just about the prize pool, it's not just about the opponents that you face. You know, there are favorites within every single one of these groups, and we actually have a very well-rounded playoffs given the teams we started with. You know, that's a great opportunity to show up and test your mettle against some of these stronger teams within the circuit, within the South American scene. But also, you know, you want those opportunities to travel overseas and have a big LAN event where you can actually test your mettle against even some teams that are outside of your region as well.
Yeah, of course, that's going to be a big one to be able to try and get in, especially considering, again, it feels like every single team that we watch has got some other talent. They've got someone new to keep an eye out for. They've got something else that I'm impressed by. Every team has come through, showing us a lot of good upset territory potential maps as well. I think the only exceptions to that might be Pain, and even Pain almost losing out on a Vertigo, like we mentioned a couple of times in the previous series, right? So this is a very exciting time for Brazilian CS, and I'm sure that the RES LATAM series will continue to provide you guys with more and more of those. I actually think we've got a couple more of these in the pipeline afterwards that have already been announced too. So yeah, it's going to be a good time. Regardless, though, can't think too much about the future. It's about the here and now. You need to get in the playoffs for any of that to be relevant. Out of the playoffs, out of RNG points, out of the question. And at this stage now, I'm just curious, Michael, about the Ancient pick, to be honest. I know I mentioned this before, but Case had a very good nuke. I'm surprised that they veer away from it. Ancient does feel like you're going into more middling territory in fear of maybe the system being targeted.
Yeah, no, I think as well, it kind of leans into some of the strengths of AYA. I feel like their mid-rounding and some of the star players that they have actually looked very threatening when we saw them on Mirage last time, and Ancient and Mirage are very similar in terms of like the map philosophy and the way that you want to control macros. So yeah, I'm maybe a little worried for Case coming into this veto, but they must have a plan, and I only hope that we get to witness it in all its glory, because I've been really impressed with some of the calling that Case have come up with, and I can only imagine that they'll have something prepped as well for that. Of course, this is the first map in the series, our final second place finish out of Group D. We have to find out whether it's going to be Case or AYA that make it to the playoffs, and we start this battle on Mirage.
My god, it's a 5-man stack on B, and they have missed the Woxic boost. RCF, that is not where you stand! Guys, don't do this at home, please.
Well, I love seeing strats I've never seen before, and I've never seen that one before.
It's going to be a full retake in through CT. This would have been the case regardless, but now Fast has started off with a quick kill. ZQK keeps fighting. Delboni nearby. He's just trying to cover off the quick swing out from CT. SHZ and company also worried about jungle, but now with that secured, they're about to be made aware. It's all CTs, all in CT, and with shots from the side, ZQK to finish off Riccioli. This is a lonely Yep, and he's got little to say.
Yeah, that went about as poorly as it could have gone. A 5-man stack on the B bomb site, and they fully execute A, and there's not a single soul, not a lick of damage that's done before that plant is down. And they were willing to fight for CT control on the AYA side. If you're gonna try and play retake, that's a very pivotal position to hold on to. If there have been, flashes there for Case, it certainly would have helped, but that was simply not the case. AYA, I mean, you couldn't have got off to a better start. See those odds from 1xBet on screen. They are in favor of AYA. I think this is for the series. Albeit it is very close. Probably the closest I think we've seen the odds in general.
For good reason. That's how the series went.
Case with a team that actually denied AYA the potential of continuing a campaign to make it to the major. Of course, in the South American closed qualifiers, they were fighting in a 0-2 game in Case dispatched of them.
Lot pickles. And so do the kill scores of ZQK. Plenty of farming to do over here, and Flatson has picked up his spade. Or whatever it is farmers use, mate. I don't know. I'm a city boy.
Well, I don't know. I don't think you finished the analogy, so...
Spade,
what was the
like
spade
farmer.
used for?
He's farming. I said he's farming. Yeah. You know?
Yeah, probably a hoe.
Hey, we don't talk about whatever players do otherwise.
I'm not calling you.
Slow Speed 250 does actually find a kill, and maybe distractions need to be put away. Riccioli and his Mac 10 are both deadly. Remaining players are actually quite low. This is threatening. Snow could come through, but he can't find the headshot with that. Adali Amigos clean it all up.
Yeah, a little dicey. A lot of troublesome angles to clear out, and there were several players ready to greet AYA. Wasn't the heavy investment, of course, Case buying into this following round, but far more than AYA would have initially budgeted for. Does keep their economy low as well for what could be, if Case answer back here on this CT effort, then AYA could run out of funds rather quickly. And they'll think, what are those 2 rounds even for then? So a lot of impact from Delboni in from underpass last time these two faced off. Especially when Case went for a lot of their aggro mid plays. It felt like his spot was often overlooked. Snow will be the main man on short. A lot of aggression in through middle here from AYA, and it's all about activating on a timing. Urban even trying to... Thought about it for a moment. The flash is beautiful, though. Snow might have been important, but he's been dispatched of quickly.
Well, he is called Snow. Might as well make him Snow White. Taken down. SAZ was a menace out in Palace, and it does feel like Case are taking extra care to try and keep him away. And look, he's happy to just chill. You know? Now, Fasin and his death is actually quite crucial. This is a B site finish that's being planned up with 2 players still on A. This is terrifying. And with Delboni's death, they've got nowhere to go. AYA have sort of outplayed themselves.
Yeah, maybe just a tad. Expecting maybe a knee-jerk reaction here from Case, but after they lost Snow, they didn't over-rotate. They didn't over-emphasize one side of the map or the other, and that may work against them just the same as well. Pyria finding that kill, but Urbano finding the kill rather quickly right back. Expecting that it was a short side plan, but ZQK stuck to a default position, and although that first bullet hits, the rest of the spray looked far off. ZQK could still pull this round right back here for the squad. Galil not exactly the optimal weapon in this circumstance, and Riccioli is still constricting in from short, and the gun is going to stop him from seeing Riccioli's approach. He can't react. He can't do a damn thing, but they made that round a little bit more dangerous than it need be. Case still pulled through on their CT gun round.
It is a very confusing setup coming up from AYA, though, I've got to say overall, right? Like, you lose your player out who's trying to scale up short. Is it that you're worried afterwards that, hey, we can't actually get the B site with that short scale? They're expecting maybe a 2-0-2 split, something like it, but no. It's strange circumstances, to say the least.
Yeah, I do think you were right, though. They maybe overcooked the stew.
Yeah. Well, feels like the pot is being set on the Bunsen at A. This is going to be a faster play. They've got a couple of flashes to try and facilitate it, and that's exactly what will be raining through. Riccioli from underpass will have been sussed out. There's no one clearing it, but finally they get the frag. Birria had already broken first blood in the round. Meanwhile, Urbano's playing around a wonky stair smoke. I don't even know how you got that one to land, but it's not right, I can tell you that much.
And Case decide that approaching as well also wouldn't be right. Listen, the util might have been slightly suboptimal on the smoke side, but the flashes were beautiful. Case couldn't see a damn thing. You saw from that CT perspective just how long he was flashed for. Riccioli out in the open, and RCF couldn't stop them either. If it's going to be as simple as that, I think AYA might explore A a few more times over throughout this half. I do recall correctly as well, AYA did have quite a few finishes on that A bomb site. It did feel like minor liability, but it was often because of the fact that they were also conceding a lot of that mid control, and those mid players were dying to players like Delboni, even if they did find an opener. So maybe it comes together slightly differently, but the result feels the same.
They are really just running after a ghost. SHZ, first they were incredibly concerned about him in Palace. Now he's switched up towards A main. There's a scout to cover him off. There are 3 players dedicated to this one man. They are terrified of him. And listen, I don't blame them for it, but it doesn't matter. You're still not getting the frags. Molly out, exchange for another one. And look, Riccioli is in a position to try and find the flank over. SHZ didn't have a gun in his hands, otherwise he would have been given time to react. Still, crucial kill. And AYA do not react. They do not try and pressure into the B site.
It's the fact that it's the same player as well, that they just funneled away from that A ramp, that they know that that is likely the only man that was left in charge of that direction. They cleared through Palace. They now clear through ramp via Riccioli. And he's even able to get his hands on an AK. But they do boost themselves into window. And this is one of the big gaps here for Case. Sure, they might smoke off the top side of connector, but Delboni can take up the responsibilities in trying to clear out that A bomb site, even maybe committing to a flank, but Fasten still hazards the journey through that connector smoke.
28
feels a
seconds.
bit mistimed.
And time's out on this side. Once again, they're going to be relying on Delboni to find some kills out for Market. He might have revealed a position. Now he certainly has. Comes through, they're still contending, out from the back of the empty pillar. RCF good for 1, ZQK is down, Trade is good. Delboni's still fighting, but he's lost that duel, and Snow at the back of this site is only fodder for Birria. The problem is he doesn't have the bomb or a chance to plant it.
Nice call here from Case. I mean, the aggression that they do at the start of the round in from Palace, you know, you get that free kill from Riccioli. They stack 3B as a result of all that extra information that they have. That A basically isn't occupied by any of the AYA members. If they decided to attack this A site, it had to have been through Connor, through window. And even though they do get that potential flank from Delboni, you know, 1 kill just doesn't feel like it's quite enough in a position like that where there's no one even accounting for it. RCF even able to make that rotate, find impact on the scout. So back in with another gun round, but ZQK not able to afford a rifle himself. It's just the rest of the squad that will have to try and lead the way.
Ah,
Great position for
gone.
Snow.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful. Urbano keeps it going as well. A flash shot from Yeps will be assisting in that prospect, and now Case will not just be winning up the round, they'll be looking to build some money. Never mind. Maybe not.
Well, so long as they don't concede another kill, they can still be making some money.
This sounds like the kind of logic that ends up losing you money on a night out. Well, as long as I don't have the appetizer, I still make a little bit. Time aplenty for Delboni to try and make a bit more of a mess of things. Riccioli will not be contending him for good reason. Perhaps Delboni's been a sharp shooter.
Then exactly what you want in a 1v3 is for people to offer you fights.
Oh, actually, Snow's going to be caught out of it here, so right there. Lost out another player. There's a smoke on the ground, and with a bomb on his back, Yep's got worried, had to take the peek. And Delboni won't be ready for the apartment's flare. Even so, way too much damage dealt to Case.
Yeah, I mean, considering the way that it starts, almost certainly. But I love that Case are willing to be active. You know, I think this is one of the things that really cost them the last time they played AYA is that I remember many rounds that were built off of AYA taking mid control and Case never offering fights, never offering peaks. They concede a lot of control, and AYA are just able to sort of effectively dry run strategies into bomb sites, and then when it comes to that after plan, they're just unable to get anything from it. So I love that Case are willing to take a couple more risks. You know, they've gone for the challenge from Palace. They're willing to fight from short as well. They are not going to sit by and let the same thing happen twice.
RCF's getting ready to farm, and there you go. Money made. SHZ to try and flank him out. Sure, he's able to get a kill, but it doesn't matter. So all of the economic troubles, the economic trauma inflicted from the previous round, well, it's been taken care of.
Yeah, it's kind of forgotten about. You know, you make so much money on that SMG, and you keep all those 4 rifles alive. The only one that you lose is the SMG. It's the most expendable one, so great positioning for RCF for this particular play. This time, no surprises.
The problem is he does actually buy an op immediately afterwards, so even though he makes so much money, feels like, well, it's all down the bin if you die here. Taking his time as they try to reset in for a mid-re-peak. They're putting a lot of resources into this one on Case.
Far more defensive RAYA, maybe expecting that they could get interrupted setting up for this A-side execute, but last time they've done this, it's been relatively uncontested. In fact, they're not even going to throw the smokes. Just a simple flash. They pop out, they've got themselves out to Tetris, and they're just hoping that they can pick apart Case sitting on default.
Riccioli out in the open, only good for one. No, in fact, RCF's the one stealing away frags, but he's more than happy to continue fighting, still alive, and it's RCF to come through with 3. Through the smoke, taking down that pilot's presence before he's finally traded, and ZQK doesn't wait for visibility. He just shoots you through boxes. Snow into the smoke. Bomb's been, rather not bomb, but weekend player's been spotted. Bomb been located, and as he's circled around, ZQK is down, and Delboni is about to join him.
Yeah, that's about the perfect timing he could have hit. Got exactly what he needed to. All the information in that play. Spotted the player that was weakened at Tetris and knew exactly where that bomb was being punched in from. As soon as he realized it wasn't opposite default plant, just had all the time in the world. Comes around pre-aiming all the right angles. Snow delivering on the goods. And AYA, they try to make use of maybe a lackluster A-side hold. They succeed in getting a couple of kills, but there goes RCF with that AWP. It is a good thing he bought and invested into that. A heavy investment, but one that pans out. This is not the same case. AYA defeated last time over in this group. They're fighting with a little bit more moxie.
Oh, the peak's out and they're taken down. It's RCF to be the tipping factor. Credit out to him, I have to say. He had a few good rounds, Michael, but I didn't feel like he was a consistent force. The last time we saw him so far, he's proven my first impression wrong.
these are moves that they wouldn't have done last time over. 3 HP flashing through that A ramp smoke. Even if you're in the smoke, it's very unlikely you escape, but he gets info that AYA aren't alive and kicking in that position anymore. SHZ's the one that starts to reinvestigate that sector. But after they hear that flash, they were grouping up inside to maybe go through the apartments, but they now re-clear. Period set to be boosted, and once again, this is the gap that could be exploited. Case we'll have to account for this in some capacity. Oh, but the vent, it's not broken. That murder hole cannot be an avenue in. SHZ had a chance. Gets his hands on an M4 as well, and he'll finish off what he started. RCF dealt with within the bomb site. It's only Riccioli who had that low HP that now holds this AWP. 3-on-3. AYA should have space to plan.
But the flashbang, they certainly do. Riccioli fully blinded. Snow's position this time revealed much earlier on, so he won't be able to get up to any sneaky shenanigans. Peria, Molotov forces him off, and it doesn't feel like Yeps will be providing much to this conversation. If he'd been able to spam down ZQK through the smoke, maybe this round would have been a bit more doable. Still, ZQK's only got a deagle, and with Snow and Yeps still alive, anything is possible. Peria's angle is good, though. Playing from inside jungle, but flashbang needs to force him off, will not be able to do so. Peria faces into Yeps and takes him down. Snow looks to try and carve out a path to save.
Shouldn't see much of a concerted effort either here from AYA to hunt down this AWP. DQK maybe could have asked somebody to try and pursue it, but more about stabilizing themselves. And so far in rifles, they've been doing a solid enough job, finally breaking what looked to be a minor run of form here from Case on the defensive end. But things are still relatively close. One more round inconsistency for AYA, and money will start to dry up here for Case towards the end of this half. And that would be a very suboptimal way for this game to end up playing out, especially when Case have had some very controlling rounds. Some of those casualties before where it felt like they didn't need to give them up may come back to haunt them.
Case have completely, as we head into the 10th round, the Case have completely circumnavigated the 3 smokes down the middle by just once again focusing down on A main and the like. Timing for Snow once again is also good because if they're going for a boost, he will be able to spot them out, so that compensates for some of that window problems. Fasten, though, what an adjustment! Riccioli is there to trade, but as he peeks forward, ZQK will bring it back in AYA's favor, but man, what a shot from Fasten.
Yeah, that's absolutely absurd. Flashed, mollied off, didn't matter, but oh, RCF playing around those smokes. It looked like he had that one nailed in, but Peria's able to maybe thank a little bit of lady luck to a certain degree. Finds good timing. That AWP shot misses. And Case have to tuck tail with the guns they have. I don't understand how Fasten got away with that. And also, I don't know if RCF was still moving. He must have been. Because that shot looked like it could have. And he was hoping would have connected.
One is... It's impossible to rebuy the AWP, that's for sure. I think it's, what, 1,900 lost bullets, or is it 24?
It is 1,900.
Okay. Well, I doubt they'll buy into this one, so if you're giving up 5-6 and trying to fight for the even, you still won't have an AWP unless RCF gets some kills here, and that's been an important factor for him.
Even then, I mean, he needs quite a few kills. And that will be difficult on no armor and a Deeg.
Listen, it's times like this where someone else buys him an MP9 and tells him go farm. Jeps has got full apartments control, and if Faustin doesn't clear this out perfectly, this is going to be a death warrant.
Oh, be greedy. Throw that AK back to your teammate. Something. But they're grouping up inside of B. They've asked for no reinforcements. Yeps thinks he has this one totally locked in, and maybe this is exactly why. It's just a guillotine of frags. Yeps, with one of those saved rifles, has found a triple kill. AYA walking into his crosshair. They dare journey into his apartments, and he denies them.
I think they found a way to buy the op. Just win the round.
Maybe. They may not even need to buy it if they decide to go towards A and even jump back into those apartments.
I think he hit his keyboard with
Must
the mouse. That gives it all up completely, and Snow's position is also impeccable. This round is pretty much over at this point. AYA have got nothing to offer to try and change their fate.
They've got a molly.
Start to rotate over. They can do what they want, but it doesn't feel like you ever clear out Snow, and Snow's got the timing window, spotted out SHC's head as well, knows the bomb is being planted, prevents it, denies completely, and Delboni now fighting against his teammates, I guess, more than anything else. He is ruining the day that he set foot in apartments. Again, fantastic play from Yeps there.
Yeah, I mean, he was a relatively quiet performer. Those 3 kills bring him up to 6, and that's about where the rest of the squad has been. But you give him I mean, he has that AK, he takes a risk, he jumps into those apartments so rapidly, and AYA, they don't come in fully prepared. I mean, so many of these fights just look so, like, they're almost in slow motion for Yeps in that spot. After the first, you could just kind of tell he was feeling himself. But they do have to buy into their own AWP. Round win will certainly go a long way. And more forward pressure, this time by Riccioli.
Delboni's completely ready for this one. Riccioli is a dead man. Now, they might be aware of this being maybe an A-signed lean because Delboni's the one to find the frag and not SHZ. That's a big if. No. Nate is good. SHZ tagged down as well, and as they wait for the connector players to activate, Delboni's been found. So you're back to a 4v4. The bomb is reconsidering this. Flashes overhead. Faustin finds Urbano inside connector, so now you're being boxed in as a CTs. Yeps needs to rotate and fast. No hasn't revealed his position yet. He could still be a sneaky man back in the sandwich, but now with the gun barrel sticking out, Faustin down, and SHC will be joining him in the graveyard. Peria keeps fighting, but he's got no more bullets to fight with, only ZQK left. 1 versus 2, none versus 2. Case finds 7.
Yeah, I mean, they just bounced straight back. It looked like this was going to be a 7-5 half, maybe in favor of AYA, maybe even a 6-6. But with that stolen round by Yeps and just being able to collect straight afterwards, you know, RCF still committing to that forward pressure over towards A, even though they lose Riccioli so rapidly in this round. You know, some botched utility also being a part of that round as well, AYA. I think ZQK was the one that tried to throw flashes for Delboni to swing into, and that flash did not make it. Still, Case composed themselves. They get themselves to 7. What seemed like a lackluster CT side the last time these guys faced off, this was far more dynamic, far more assertive. And you see those odds start to pendulum back into their favor as well. 1xBet are seeing what we are as well. AYA need this pistol to close the gap and rapidly, as I said, close range with those dualies. And even though he had the extra armor, it doesn't do him a whole lot of good. Both players on A just completely clotheslined.
That must have been right at the edge of Glock one-shot range as well. I didn't think Snow would have that one. But hey, AYA, you want to go back and save? You're not going to be given the option. RCF Farms. Easy pickings. And of course, if you guys want some easy pickings, well, you could potentially have a free bet if you lose with the Esports Era promotion with our partners over at 1xBet. If you place a correct score bet, if you lose, you can get a free bet. So go ahead and check the link out in the description over there for that one, for that guarantee if you're into it.
Terrorists win.
Now, what's the decision? People buying head armor? Okay, fine. We've discussed this before.
Wow. Yo.
I don't know that he did hit the double headshot, but that guy died
body
quick.
shot and then the headshot.
Yeah. Not a lot of time to react. What, you're gonna try and jiggle back in between shots 1 and 2? So, okay, everyone has 5-7. ZQK kept his dualies. Didn't give him over to a teammate or anything of the sort. This could still be a little dangerous here for Case.
Very dangerous.
As I said, it's going to be able to have a smoke into Palace, and there are 2 players that are designated to try and wrap in towards this A play. In fact, there's just smokes down at both entrances just as soon as they pull off that execute, so I think Case are canceling.
You've got to suspect something at this point. You also don't have a MAC-10 to try and go out scouting either, so yeah. Case are, they're taking their time about it. They're thinking of the re-execute, and with Pyria having another smoke, this is going to be really troublesome. The second he sees a trajectory of a smoke overhead, this is re-smoked, so the buy is looking impeccable. Molly is here, Pyria deploys a smoke, but in the meanwhile he's lost his teammate. SAC is at least good for 1. Pyria, headshot angle is great, but he can't hit the shot, and the scout is unable to connect as well. So what looked like it could have been disaster is instead Case assembling out a nice little tower of Jenga, making sure it doesn't fall over. Boston, Delboni, now just Delboni. Have to try and fight with a 4 weapon to do it. 9 for Case.
Yeah, I wasn't really sure about the re-execute because they only had that 1 smoke, but they just start playing out from ramp together. They don't give those same prompts over, and because of that, you know, you can't react or get that util down when you see those smokes sending over from the back of a ramp. So, nicely handled in the end there from Case. He's got a little bit precarious, but not going to fall too far out of favor. This was AYA's pick. And Case are just 1 shy of hitting to double digits already. Another A-side stack. And they're going A.
Oh, these flashes. Great. I have to say, Snow's now making quick work of them. In the meanwhile, Riccioli's barely able to get involved with a MAC-10. This is exactly what you want to see on an anti-eco round.
Gotta say, pretty depressing as well for AYA. They've had the stack in the right place both times over, and they haven't been able to do a thing to slow Case down. I mean, sure, on the force buy, they did technically slow them down. But when it actually comes to the progress that Case are able to make us the bump zone, like you said, the flashes are great, the scaling looks solid. Also much easier to get your scaling on point when you're finding frags while you're moving and attempting to take more space. So AYA have to show a good performance here and now on this gun round, lest this whole map just blow up in their face.
Look at the damage being dealt. They are not prepared for Fastin either. Riccioli's a dead man, so finally a response from AYA.
I thought we just got done watching the Sharks. Felt like I heard the Jaws theme the whole time. Fastin was creeping all the way up mid.
Snow ducks away, but the wallbang is good enough. He didn't have the HP to try and make a play over there. Yeps with the bomb reveal, but RCF cuts off, rotates. Things are still interesting. The B side is empty. They don't know it now. They do. All the information in the world, and Yeps will have to make a play on B yet again. It's not foreign territory for him. Bomb planted out for default. He's not playing out for it. Would rather be aware of the cross. Timing looks good. Fast in, moves past, but now Yeps turns away. He's a dead man.
Yeah, that's, I mean, you have to take a risk there if you're Yeps, and he decided to put himself in a not exactly optimal post-plant position, just hoping that he could manage the timing. And when he went back to look at short and he saw nothing, maybe anticipating that they were coupled up together, lowered his guard, and that is a simple kill for Fasten in the end. Gets his hands on an AWP as well, but it all started off with some nice early round aggression towards middle. like you said, the fact that they were still playing separate here on the side of Case did offer up a chance for the round to swing the other direction. That's the first piece of the puzzle. They must win round, and they do exactly that. Come together on that first buy.
Refixing out of middle as they now accelerate. They will be finding window unoccupied. This is something that AYA had going for themselves before as well, but Urbano, who's contesting directly into the B site, making no strangers about it. Delboni is left amused. You dare trespass into my territory? Fastin says the same. They've all got the same catchphrase, and on the CT side, it's a pretty damn good one. S8Z repeats it for the third time over.
Well, Riccioli might have found his frag, but RCF died in tandem. If they wanted to bring back this round, this would, I mean, it's not the way that you would hope that it would start. Delboni even challenging on the swing, and ZQK had locked him into that top side of Con. So, really nicely handled here from Adali Amigos. Not getting caught by some of the more independent moves that Case decided for. Maybe expecting that there would be an over-rotation just because of the fact they got up short so rapidly on one player, but Romano did not command the extra rotates nor resources out of AYA's pocket.
Game is an opportunity. Now he's going to be chased down with the B250s. They're not able to trace out the bullets, though. ZQK, given time to adjust, and the 5-7 comes through.
Yeah, ZQK even just drops over to the M4 because he wasn't liking how getting rushed down by a pistol felt on that AWP. I'll hope he can recover that later. Rano is very low HP, but there is a player setting up utility the other side, and it's just not going to really pan out. Well, they were going to require Delboni to flash him in, but as that smoke faded, it was just a free kill. Imperia's never moved from this B-bomb site, so RCF, try as you might. You can't get that bomb down. Imperia won't allow it.
It's getting dangerously close now. The AYA threatening a lot more success. Now, we have to remember, Case himself struggled the last times these two teams met against each other, more on the CT side. AYA, well, they had a couple of their own hiccups on the same side. So, if any adjustments were going to come through, if we're going to see any improvements, this would be it.
I think it was so easy for me to focus on Case and the problems they had on CT, more so because their CT side was, well, just worse. It didn't have as many opportunities, I suppose. Or, actually, rather, didn't have as many opportunities to see AYA and their struggles on CT really come to fruition because of the lead they had coming out of that first half. But
yeah.
Now AYA are the ones that trail. Is going to be a little tricky to anticipate. The smoke from outside of B towards that top side of connector. And they're just going to burst. Case are going to try and make full use of it, and they find a trio of frags in an instant. It's like synchronized swimming out here for Case, and they take over that A-bomb site. AYA have to tuck tail and run. They didn't stand a chance.
And Case hasn't had the most success on the site so far, so some great flashes combined with a Molotov or two and the kill through the smoke on the under palace spread. That is perfectly done. I thought that this might end up being an exercise in futility, the way that they keep on trying to hit the A side. AYA really looked like they've had a good grip on things, but this time over, not quite the same fortune.
That's one of those rounds where you just know the comms are absolutely flooded on AYA. Everyone's calling out the fight that's about to happen to them, like, oh, they're out ramp, they're out con. they're out Palace, and everybody dies, and you're just thinking, well, one of us had to win our duel, and none of us did. I would say full credit to the execute, and sure, the flashes and the sort would have been very, very well utilized. You know, even the smokes that are down probably forced AYA to peek out earlier than they really maybe wanted to, just to kind of thin the herd before they actually take control of the site. But yeah, they were expecting that they get away with at least something. You know, I don't know that I would credit the execute.
Hey, just some sharp shooting.
Yeah, exactly. Not really expecting 3 players to face the entrances to the site and all of them to die at the same time.
Here's the thing, though. Despite it, all your amigos actually being able to build up some of that money. Now, if you lose one more round over here, if you lose all your members, hell, even if you lose 3 or 4 of them, you are in dire straits going into potentially the last round of the map. This is the time to hit back. This is the time to bounce through, make a play, find something to do, and that's what the timeout was all about. ZQK decides to go into ladder early in. He's trying to counteract what could be a faster B play by just trying to prevent the crossover. They are ready to re-exec, but are there flashes available if they want to try and fight in the middle? No. Doesn't look like anyone's in position to deploy.
Oh, ZQK, that's a great read. Heard that step, one that comes from a player falling off another, or from a high ground to low, and anticipated that they'd try and take over those top mid boxes. They were holding for so long, and Fasten just inserting himself in through underpass. He's got a free kill. There could be more around the corner as well. I think he just barely spotted the gun barrel, but Yep's able to come in from behind and trade things out. Still, they're a man trailing, and the jig is kind of up here. 2 players spotted towards the opening of B, but they're not over-rotating. They know that underpass could be another way that they redivert back to that A bomb site.
It's very well played coming out. Fasten's push through underpass is... You're never expecting a guy at 110 to randomly push through underpass when they're at an advantage. Right? He just completely catches them off guard, and Fasten does like to go for plays like this, so... You'll have to see it. And you're right. Now you're relying once again on some crazy cracked shots. ZQK and Peria covering it all off. Smoke out of market, flashes overhead. ZQK misses that first shot. We've got eyes on him now, and as he rescopes back in, Yep has been given the space to scale. Dodges out the bullets of Peria, but the comms aren't there. Peria still alive at the back of the site. Finally goes down. The bomb can be planted and will be committed on. Dalboni misses the jump in market, and that gives Yeps a little bit more space, a little bit more time. No reload yet, has to commit again, and now as he spots out the short player, he is dodging bullets, dodging players, and dodging SHC, but only for so long. The bomb site will be retaken.
Yeah, I mean, a good enough job from those players that were committed to the B bomb site, but honestly, I think Dalboni just wins the round. He just keeps on spraying through that smoke. I think he hears the tags that are hitting this man, trying to take some space into market, maybe even punish Dalboni for going for that spam so early on. Had he run out of ammo there, that's a kill that turns the tide. But he found that 2-on-1 advantage as a result of committing to that spray. And AYA, you said they needed to show up, and that they do. You know, I think Fasten's information play basically secured the round for them. Case kind of get frozen in place, unsure about whether or not they should go back towards the A-bomb site. Should they still commit to B? It's a whole bout of uncertainty, even when they decide on their call. But I do believe the viewers at home should certainly check out our partners over at 1xBet. If you scroll down underneath the stream, there is a QR code that you can scan to go download the mobile app. If you feel like your predictions are on point, you can make use of it from your phone with our partners over at 1xBet. So go down, check them out. I think there's a promotion code, 1x RES LATAM.
Yeah,
so that's the name of the tournament series that we are currently engaged with. If you use that, they'll let them know that we sent you. 130% bonus on your first deposit as well. So, you know, make use of that as you could.
That's a big bonus.
It is.
And all the amigos wish they had that one. Get a bit more money in the tanks so that you can even afford to lose out some scrappy rounds at the CT side. But it is getting into that late game situation. It is getting towards playmaking time for Case if you want to try and force out a quick kill here and there. And, well, the man to make a play will be none other than Snow, potentially, as he's moving forward with the AK. He'll have heard Peria's jump spot out. Could make the call for the op to rotate over and get some sightlines. But Urbano in through the smoke of middle will find Foss in.
But Urbano's
still coming in.
Yeah, I mean, trying to scale up. Delboni has to really perform, but he gets floored immediately. Peria's just trying to tuck behind the smoke, try and buy some time.
Out from the back of the bench, he's not able to find a frag. Snow will refrag, and ZQK left all alone. It all started with Urbano, and the dominoes fall over. That one-man play is great.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to pressure off of short and find quick, fast kills, either onto the B-bomb side or on those players in con in a previous round. You know, we saw Urbano go for exactly that play, but it was totally independent. This time he had the team with him, executing from the B apartments itself, and it feels much more organized here from Case. Maybe that one round from Urbano was just them sowing this seed of, listen, even if he makes his way offshore, it's just one guy.
Yeah.
They didn't call for that extra reinforcements. I don't know what kind of tricks Case are trying to pull, but it caught AYA off guard.
Snow's kind of snappy. Like, it is fun watching him play, I won't lie.
Yeah.
Flash there, ZQK forced off the angle. They are going for the middle sandwich. AYA, one last shot at things. They know they've only got this chance, and it's not starting off the way they wanted to. Urbano and Yeps finding a kill apiece, and as the smoke will dissipate, SAZ will have to wait. There's still a man watching out for it. RCF, a labored spray, and ZQK, SAZ both going down. Peria, the last casualty, and Case find 13, taking away Adalia Amigos as map pick.
Yeah, I mean, and what a performance we got from players like Snow and RCF on that CT effort. Hell, even transferring into that T side, it felt like they were still able to find some great impact from Case. It felt like they were just much more assertive in this run-in on Mirage. Last time it felt like they were timid, a little scared, not actually wanting to take those risks, but they were taking many throughout the entire game, and it felt like it actually caught AYA off guard. This was a different looking Case on their map pick, and they thought they were going into comfort territory. They thought they were going to have much of the same scenarios sort of crop up, but that just simply didn't happen. So, I mean, great job from Case coming in prepared for this matchup against the team that sent them into the lower bracket in the first place.
Look, for Case, I can just say it was clear. It clearly gave the impression that this is a team that went back, they watched the demos and said, how are we making these mistakes? We need to take things more into our own hands. We need to get out of our own heads. And it felt like that's exactly what they did over here on Mirage. They take it away. Now we're going to go off to a break to see whether they can close it out on 2, or do Adalia Amigos still have a chance for the playoffs? Find out after a short break.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
Welcome back to the RES LATAM Series 3. I'm T-Time with Michael Yumi Cassidy. As we continue on for the last match of the group stages, it is time to decide who will be making it to the playoffs. Ancient now are battlegrounds between Case and Adalia Amigos.
Yeah, and this being the case, pick in the series, you know, they came in with a newfound look to themselves when it came to Mirage. They fought with a lot more aggression. It felt like they weren't going to play as passive as they did the last time they encountered this team. And I imagine Ancient is going to be very similar in the way that they try and take control away from the likes of AYA when it really comes down to it. So I'm kind of excited. I think if Case can fight with a bit of gravitas and a bit of moxie to a certain degree, like these guys actually do have the pieces that they need to actually have those plans succeed. They don't have to rely on simple tricks and weird misdirection to pull the wool over the eyes of AYA if they just come up with some good solid plans and commit to them.
I will say that a couple of the rounds that they were able to put together, it felt like they were coming off the back of some good shots being hit, and their strat book was looking a bit shallow towards the end of the T side. And look, it's fine to be bailed out by your players sometimes. There's nothing wrong with that. It happens to everyone at points. But if Ancient is going to be similar in that regards, I am slightly worried, especially because we have to keep in mind at every given point of conversation, it's replacing Nuke, the map where they looked incredibly convincing the last time they played up against Adalia Amigos, a map which they took pretty comfortably, pretty cleanly, to be honest. So I am definitely concerned. Maybe this is in response to Adalia Amigos' Nuke yesterday, but regardless, we need to see them show up on Ancient, and RCF and Snow must continue that format from the first map. They were very good there, but can you do it for two?
Yeah, I know that's going to be the big question. You know, I think our RCF, from what we were able to witness last time we got to engage with Case, wasn't really this sort of high impact player that was able to find these multi kills so easily. It felt as though he was having some difficulties reading what his opponents were going to be doing. You know, he just couldn't find himself the right positions to succeed. But that wasn't the case last time over, or at least when it came to Mirage. And so now we move into this Ancient looking with a different inform Case. And maybe they can serve as spoiler once again for Adalia Amigos and their pursuit of, greener pastures. They want to make it out of group stage. They want to sort of make their mark and have a chance maybe to fight off against the likes of MIBR. The Case are looking like the favorites as of right now. And they will start this T side here on their own map pick. We have a double setup over on A. The dualies of Delboni up close.
While Delboni started off strong and SAG is given him the backup required, this is looking like a good pistol round already. The Ts cannot trace down the remaining CTs. Not before rotations come over at least. Yeps will get the trade finally. ZQK still trying to lock out from Temple, has been spotted out. Yeps will have given out the call. Meanwhile, Fasten's demise has been met. Pyria slow on the flank. And he's not going to find any easy pickings, at least not immediately. Yeps does seem to be a little bit aware of this. Yeps, though, I've got to change my mind about what I said earlier. Pyria still comes through with a quick frag, and now it's a 1v1 back with ZQK. Snow wins it out, and now he's the only one left alive. Pyria rounds the corner, and Snow is elusive as can be. Keeps on jiggling between angles, and finally, Pyria gets the kill.
Did Snow run out of ammo? Why'd he pull out his knife? I felt like he had enough time to commit to that reload, but maybe didn't want to give that sound cue over, add that extra confidence. Pyria was just constantly pressing the issue. A 1-on-3 from Pyria, this man that can be so elusive, a late lurking player so typically, finding his impact in the late round.
I have to ask, what is Yeps looking at? Like, he's not looking at Temple. There's a player in Donut. There's a player at Headshot. Are you watching for a cross in CT, maybe?
I think he was gonna try and swing CT on timing, but it just didn't account for the flank at all.
Well, easy to get lost in the sauce sometimes, especially when you're feeling a little bit jubilant about bringing things back from a 3 versus 5, which is how the round started off. All things considered, you get 4 kills. You get a bomb plant. That's $1,500. You get the $800 extra overall. This is still going to be a good opportunity for Case to try and put the heels into the throats of Adalia Amigos.
Oh, their buy will be quite substantial here on the side of Case. You can see AYA are going to have to invest into some of these rifles to contend, but even then, if you've got an SMG as a part of the conversation, then there's potential for these rifles to still overturn it. That's the problem with the T-side pistol. Is that, yeah, you do come in with a quite healthy buy in that second round should you get that bomb down. Even in a failure, you might still succeed. Big smoke towards the A bomb site. There's actually a couple that are thrown, so AYA, it's a very big knee-jerk over to try and defend this bomb site, trying to reinforce it as best they can. They have 2 players sectioned into Donut. They've got a second gravitated into Spawn, but look at that bomb on Case. It's creeping up towards B, and there's nobody home.
Running circles. Now, the problem is, Farson will find Riccioli, only to be traded. Yeps can recover the AK as well. CTs feel a little bit trapped, and Pyria is the only one who can get them out of this one. Reface back out from Urbano. He knew Pyria was going to be running out of bullets as well, but advantage maintained for AYA. That first kill gives him the momentum to take forward. Delboni making plenty of noise, and as Snow will be found out, it's all Urbano. Good for 1, damage on the second, but the double face out is too much. SHC, the dink is good, but it's not enough.
Yeah, I mean, really well done there from ZQK. You know, him just being able to, I think, flush out that final player towards elbow, and then just waiting for SHZ to link up with him before deciding to swing out from cave. He wasn't going to take that fight independently. He wasn't going to give this final player exactly what he wanted. So nice shot from Yeps, but you saw his effort to try and rendezvous with the rest of the Case squad completely cut off guard. Definitely a contentious round. And because it's so contentious, Case are buying again. This one's gonna
War of attrition does generally favor the T side, but only if you can get that 1 round win. Otherwise, you get reset. CTs can build up money, and they are accelerating into the B bomb site. They want to get these frags, but Pyria is a stopping force, a brick wall, if you would. Delboni, meanwhile, a little bit more tricky with the feet, but it's Yeps to find another one. As he tries to fade away, he knows there's a flank coming in, wants to accelerate forward. Fast in on the bomb site, finally taken down. Did he not register SHZ? He must have. He must have. SHZ now waits for his teammate to make his way over. Yeps is playing this perfectly. Galil in his hands, but with the pre-fire around the corner, there was no way for him to find the frag.
Oh my goodness. It's another close nail-biting finish, but AYA still take it over the mark. Thing is, they buy again? They're going to buy again.
I think they should.
They probably should.
You have to. The funny thing is, normally when this happens, the CT money also gets worse, but because SHC's the one who stayed consistently alive, the CTs are also gradually getting more and more rifles, and Case is also getting a better buy. It's just a really weird situation.
Yeah, it's the fact that as well, I think in every single one of these rounds, they've had like an SMG that's found a kill as well, so, you know, you're getting that double kill reward, so it's
For CF has an AWP. Bro.
Yeah, lose every round, but still have an ult.
Kind of wild. I don't think Delboni's going to be expecting this one. Why would you? Aw, now it's revealed and he doesn't get the frag.
Well, poking and probing our case. Not committing to an early idea this time over. And, well, that is certainly one way to spark the action. Urban just shooting straight through into that B bomb site. Catches Fasten.
Wall of Pyria still on the B bomb site. SAZ down, and he's been the safety net so far. Pyria, good for nothing. Not in this round, at least.
Oh, hasn't this just gone swimmingly? From tight finish in the first 3 rounds to looking flawless here for Case. They just pick it to pieces. One of them, they don't even see the player, but every other foe that they faced caught out and gunned down. Finally, Yep's dealt with, but that's Delboni on his exit. This round is a certainty. There's the AWP of RCF that hoped to maybe cut off his exit, but by smoking it, he has secured his hands on this AK. That'll be the only weapon that they bring forward. This war of attrition finally toppled. Case breakthrough. But now who's force buying?
Dude, that's such a specific one as well. Wow. That's not your run-of-the-mill wallbang.
Yeah, it's lined up at the headshot angle, and as soon as that first headshot connects, that player is wounded.
Look at the damage right down middle. Riccioli wasn't ready. Oh my god, it's just HE's either way. Flashbang through. Peria can't find the frag. RCF responds, and now ZQK does still get the headshot. He is feeling robbed, and I don't blame him.
2 HP. Had they done a lick of damage to him, it could have made a difference, but SHZ able to get that trade right back. 7 HP that remains on him, but Urban planting, exposed to the spam. They get that punched in. Snow's reflanking into Delboni's position, but he's waiting for that smoke fade.
Oh no, Snow's moved past. This is the perfect play. Snow's going to be able to get the wrap around, but he still should get the defuse right here. Needs to go for the spam and fast. SHZ taken down. Snow inside the smoke Delboni. What in the world is going on with him?
This round was pandemonium. I mean, from the explosive utility over towards elbow to nades and plays being made down bottom B ramp as well. There were just fights on fights, dinks on dinks, with so many wounded players walking around, and so many kills through permeable objects.
Fun fact, Dali Amigos, every single one of the rounds that they've won is a 1v1 defuse.
Yep, I mean, that tracks.
Also, fun fact, we have seen a buy in every single round of this game so far.
Yes, yes, we have.
Yo, this is a lot of fun facts.
Unsubscribe. These rounds have just been so ridiculous, so close. Here's the good news for Case. You may lose that.
What?
How?
Riccioli! I need a replay of that one. I'm wondering if it's the same wallbang lineup as well. ZQK is going to have to get the flick, and he doesn't have it still. 6 HP. The Lord giveth, and he taketh. RCF was on 2. ZQK's on 6.
Surely it doesn't happen again, where they get a kill through the spam.
They're going to save.
Little else to sort of counteract their advantage.
Yeah, it's going to be a save. I'm so sure it's a save.
They've won many a post plan.
Please, no, I can't take this anymore. Falston's gonna die here, and they're gonna save on the ace sign. Okay.
They are saving, yeah.
Normalcy.
Oh, this is boring.
You unsubscribe.
I didn't think they would. They're the ones writing the newsletter.
Well, on the bright side, we will still have a buy in the next one. Okay, this was a bit more random. Okay. Still.
Yeah, that's just the more traditional spam.
It was pretty at the previous time as well, right?
I'm not so... I think it was Fasten.
Okay. At least it's not the same player twice over.
Someone they didn't pass on that memo. Like,
Yeah.
hey, I wouldn't stand there if I were you. They spammed that, and it hurts.
All jokes aside, LA Amigos do still have themselves a very good position to be in. 4-2 on your enemy's map pick in a situation where at any point, should you win around, well, 2 rounds, the T-side economy is going to be reset. Adalia Amigos have had this wrapped up at the present. They just need to collect it. And it's going to be some aggressive plays right down B ramp, spearheaded by Peria Jr. The MP9 will have to come into play. ZQK doesn't have a flashbang to assist it with. So Ricciolu's move past the CT smoke will now be reconvening inside middle, making a fair bit of noise as he does so. Peria, well, he's lost his teammate. Farsin doesn't have any support from the B ramp players because of the smoke he himself threw earlier on. And that puts a lot of pressure on Delboni and company. This is an A-side finish being planned. It's a change-up. We haven't seen this since the pistol round, and now SHZ and Delboni have to show up, and they simply can't. Riccioli doesn't even stop firing. CT side might have lost their window.
A very smooth spray from that Galil. Hit the instant headshot, and then by the time that you're able to react, it's just far too late. You're getting shot in the back. Really nicely handled. Case exploiting the fact that they found that opening. They found open territory in through middle as well. And, you know, as AYA are just contained towards this 2-2 split, getting that wrap through spawn was a massive gap that's exploited. This game has stabilized. We are into save calls, less force buys. And Case now starting to assert themselves now that AYA aren't up into their clutching shenanigans.
I very much appreciate the fact that regardless of however much the game stabilized, Riccioli's still like, listen, yo, this game's crazy. I'm staying here for the ninja.
Yeah, no, that's fair as well. Ancient is one of those maps where you really can get away with it as well, because people run. This bomb radius is ridiculous. And there aren't great angles, you know, when you're leaving the bomb sites to actually go back and check on that bomb, really. If you're thinking about the A-side plants, you have to run up the ramp. If you're thinking about B, or rather, if you're thinking about the B bomb site, you have to run up the ramp. If you're thinking about A, you have to go all the way back through A main or the sword.
Aggressive into A main, Urbano is going to find it out. Peria taken down. The M4 is recoverable by SHZ. But a Molotov will make that impossible. In fact, it's gone maybe even into the shelf there? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it might have gone through the grass, like the hole in the wall. That's...
Wow.
He was looking for it. He couldn't find it.
Didn't even know that's possible.
Yeah, bomb maybe not, but weapons? I feel like that's probably fair game. That's a little absurd. But Urban's been doing a great job. I mean, he's actually countered a lot of the aggressive maneuvers that AYA have tried to pull off in these gun rounds. A bit more conventional approaches from AYA in that regard. But every time that Urbano's seemingly, you know, they could be caught off guard or they could lower their attention into that spot, he's just hit an instant headshot. So he's been doing a great job for Case in creating a sphere of safety as they set up for map control.
You know, Michael, I know this, if you're ever, like, in a bit of a pickle financially, then I know there's a great hole in the wall where you can get whatever you need for your Counter-Strike. That is absurd.
I hope I see that in my game. Just the M4 staying there. I'll get a nade. I'll get it back.
If this was a major and that's what loses it, that would be just like the sickest addition. Just a permanent M4 stuck just out of arm's reach. It's like the ruby ring in RuneScape.
Yeah,
Bit of
I
an
know
obscure
that reference.
Well, listen, Snow leading in, 2 big kills, it is perfection. ZQK though, only good for the one, and he's being reminded of RuneScape, missing all of his clicks right now, finally hits one. Oh. No, it's 2, he's still alive, he's still fighting. He's bought space for Delboni as well to come in from behind. This is only Yeps on the bomb side. He's fighting, but not for long. ZQK brings it back together.
Oh, I mean, he got the first kill. Snow just broke apart the plan there from AYA. They wanted to go aggressive. They wanted to walk down that bottom ramp, and Snow just wide swung, found these 2 instant headshots, and it looked so awkward here for ZQK. That flick onto Snow is what starts it all off, but then he buys just enough time that SHZ is able to then just get his hands on the prize. That's a massive round from ZQK. Finally, one of these normal rounds falling the way of AYA. Case just get brutalized after they saw a light at the end of the tunnel. It's shuttered.
Well, trades go the way of Case, and insanity continues. Peria's pushed through. Peria's all the way in. They're not checking for this. They will never expect it. Not in a million worlds, million years. ZQK, though, he's dead. And Peria is suddenly caught between two minds. Where do I go? What do I do? I'm on an island, and there's no hole in the wall to jump into, no Narnia to escape to, and, well...
Oh my goodness. Ricky only had his knife out, and then he turned, and he saw Peria just in that corner. He got his gun drawn. That is... Oh my goodness. Peria didn't know what he had.
I wish he'd knifed him.
Well, it's a good thing he drew his gun, because Peria turned just as he was drawing it out, and almost found the kill, to be fair to him. Peria had the keys to the kingdom. And then he fumbled it down the gutter.
It is so insane to me. I think SSD won't be allowed to say over here on a side note, but it is so insane to me that now we see Case equalize. That 4-1 lead really going a long way. Every single one of Italia Amigos rounds seems a little bit miraculous.
That is true.
Except for the 2v1.
Yes. Even then, it's just, they've been incredibly tenuous. I mean, these have not been easy rounds. Yes, he pulled out, he pulled out a nade. I thought he had his knife drawn, but he was lining up a smoke, and then suddenly there was Peria, just a little jump scare for him.
Full execute onto B, and there's plenty of players to try and intercept it. Snow's been taken down a notch, but not the full peg. There's all of the damage in the world from the CT side, but very few kills actually coming through. They are falling apart regardless of the damage being found.
Yeah, I like the little flyover we get of that round, because these have been pretty hectic scenarios, and that's another one where, listen, I actually kind of... These guys are full panicking just because the flash comes in. You know, there's layers of aggression, there's counter flashes. It's a bit all over the place. The Case not only tie, they take a lead. And now, last round of the half. Again, like you're sort of mentioning, AYA's rounds, they've been a bit miraculous. Not every day you're going to get ZQK hitting sick flicks and saving your bacon. Not every time you're going to win close clutches either.
Delboni. No one gives up a sightline at all. The aggression from AYA sussed out. They know there's two players moving in from A. And with that, Fasin is just a dead man. They double swing into him, leaves only Peria left alive. He's been very good on this site when given a chance for the multi-kills, but Urbano will not re-peek back out overhead without the flash, at least. You know, Zelboni has rotated through. Or rather, does he? Bomb being planted, Urbano just watching out for the cross. Delboni knows where he is. Should be traded soon. RCF, though, taken down. Delboni's found his way into Cheetah.
All on Yeps and Snow. Snow trying to re-aggress back into Cave, and he'll finally track down Delboni. But they are seemingly locked out. A Molotov that's down, but Yeps is ahead of it. He can still keep eyes on that bomb, and Snow's doing his best to buy some extra time. They'll think that he has to go deeper, that he had to have been playing deep inside of ramp, but Yeps just punches it in. ZQK's back exposed in a quick headshot. They'll find their way to 7. Case, definitely the better side on this half, but man, it was all over the shop.
I would like to make a proclamation right now that Latin American Counter-Strike is the greatest in the world. After that one half, I've done, it's definitive. It is just true.
Yeah, I mean, it is certainly exciting. You don't know which way the rounds are going to swing from a 4-on-2. I mean, you think this is going to be an AYA round, a convincing one at that. Delboni did so much.
And listen, while the QR code's on your screen, remember you can support the Latin American series by going over to our boys over at 1xBet, scan the QR code, get the mobile app, make your bets if you're into that. And hey, if you want to use the promo code as well, 130% bonus on 1xRes LATAM.
Yeah, quick, convenient. I wouldn't say the rounds were convenient, but there were a lot of quick ones.
Dude, it's easily one of the best halves of Counter-Strike I've ever watched.
Yeah.
Genuinely. We had
6 rounds
one
straight,
eco.
so 4 spies?
We had one eco in an entire half. Like,
there might have been 2. But I think it was like an eco around saved weapons.
oh, there was also the one with 2 rifles saved up.
Yeah.
Well, listen, AYR coming into this with a plan. The plan is to commit to the A site, and it is going to be met with quite a few members. Flashes come true. Snow and company are here. Yep starts off strong, but can't actually find the frags. It's all down to Snow and RCF in the back of the site. He's not going to be cleared out. Snow is dead, and well, no one can actually kill someone.
Oh my god. So many winning fights, so many winning positions to take duels. And it is an absolute bottle job from Case. I mean, they have no one to blame but themselves for that. So many different players could have come in with at least 1 frag, made it possible for those rotates. But there was a whole lot of whiffing going around, but only in the Case camp.
Sometimes case cams can be quite awkward, Michael. From sporting events, I've learned that. No different in Counter-Strike.
Oh my god, it's Rico.
Hallelujah.
So early in the half, too. That's crazy.
Damn. This series fell off like crazy. Still some aggression and still a severe lack of damage. AYA feeling very comfortable.
Can barely finish a meal here on the CT side. And just like that, 7-5 half, win the first 2 rounds, and AYA are knocking at your door, already tying up that scoreline. Of course, the first gun round from Case still yet to come. But finding stability faster than they did that first half. AYA winning both pistols in this series, or in this map, rather. I wanted to see assertion from the Case side. I didn't want to see them playing scared, playing timid. They've not been doing that this whole game, and so I don't want them to start now that they're on the defense. But after 1 round of utility over towards B, not actually playing forward off of it, AYA were ahead of those smokes, ahead of the Molotovs. So, it is the right decision, but B bomb site's going to need some help quick.
A little bit slow on the smoke means that they can cheat past it. Urbano is a dead man because of his mistake, and now Riccioli's got nothing to do other than get 1 small kill. How significant will that be? RCF around the corner does at least equalize before the bomb goes down. ZQK's not even begun dialing the digits. Nade, Molly, it's all good, and the bomb's on the ground as a result of it. Delboni and SHZ both playing out on the same angles, but this 2v3 to be a little bit more functional, a little bit more possible. SHZ rotates back out to be main. It'll still be a very isolated duel for him to take. Delboni cannot assist him almost at all. Made through, and Yeps is worried, but what a clear from SHZ. Will be spotted trying to creep back. RCF still worried about the push from Delboni to potentially come out, and now they've doubled up. The CTs taking a fair bit of damage. Time sticking down low. RCF, a very pre-fireable angle. And with the smoke going by, RCF is taken down. Does deal his fair share of damage. In the meanwhile, Snow to make a move. Snow is very low. Should be a dead man. Spots out the shadow initially, and SAC taken down. The wallbang gave him a chance, but it would have been tough even if Delboni hadn't fired back.
Oh, I mean, it really did feel as though Case had a handle on that round. I mean, AYA, they lose the bomb on the site. There's 50 seconds on that clock. There's a smoke that's down into Cave as well, but SHZ just able to pick apart players hunting for information, seeing where AYA were going to be located, seeing if he could spot out both players. You know, playing forward when the rest of the team is playing back. Felt like a bit of an overextension. It's not exactly a comfortable spot to be in when you're surrounded in that cube where you've got short, long, you know, the potential of a red room flank or a flank through the A side as well. Can understand the discomfort, but I felt like a round that could have been won, but SHZ and Delboni, tough nuts to crack. Back onto pistols. Ensure they try and threaten some forward pressure over towards B, but there's been this liability in middle. Two players hazarding the journey into close red, and there are upgraded pistols around the corner. Delboni's gone for a world of hurt, and they run him down. SHC standing his ground, though, and making sure that rifle doesn't fall into enemy hands.
Oh, sharp from Yeps. Even so, rifle can't really be recovered. Oh. Never mind! Yeps is making a show of things. He's got the Kevlar as well. Now, he's not going to go for the defuse, of course not, but 3 kills being found is very significant, and he's found space to run away and save this AK.
Yeah, I thought for sure ZQK had him, but hit a quick headshot. Anything is possible. One of the great mantras of Counter-Strike. Still building a lead. Case unable to really get themselves going here on this CT effort. Maybe this could spark a little bit more confidence. The extra damage that they've been able to do. The fact they'll have an AK on this CT effort. Maybe one of those players that's looking to take territory or take control will make good use of it. Could end up in a scenario where Case continue forcing. They'll lose this round. They may decide that FAMASas will be enough, SMGs will be enough to try and spark some inspiration, maybe play to a different pace. Snow ascending up ledge with that AK forage from the last round. But no one peeking forward here on AYA. It's far more A-side dependent here from the T side.
They're really running circles around Case right now in the early calling at times. RCF smoked off. Nothing for him to do over here. A nade to try pop it open, but no one swinging by. I lie through my teeth. ZQK actually takes a gander into what ends up being certain death. The spam is on the money as well. Yep's taken down. And as the bomb is recovered, the spam right back. Snow is ready for it. Snow not caught out himself. This is some great pressure being put on by the CT side. And RCF had an angle, just can't make use of it. Yep's nearby. Drops the bomb, Snow won't even be needed. This is, what a well-played round from Case. To be honest, this is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of open ground, a lot of open territory. The smokes that were down, Case play behind them, but they've got the lineups to cancel that plant. And, I mean, RCF just holding his nerve inside of spawn like that when, like you said, you know, they blew open the smoke. No one actually hazarded the journey. It was ZQK that wanted to take that duel himself, but they were very reliant on SHC being able to punch in those digits if they wanted to feasibly contest for this round. They needed that time pressure applied to Case. They were just able to thrive.
Double Molotov out towards middle, and once again, A-side hit. This time it's a lot faster, and they will be able to get the bomb plant down before the CTs can do anything about it. Case, they haven't realized it, but this is very much a if at first you don't succeed, try again situation. And with AYA's slightly lackluster buy, getting an early bomb plant in makes this a whole lot more threatening.
Some retake util being lined up here by Riccioli, but how far are they really going to get? Close temple occupied by a couple of players as well. AYF some great post plans.
Flashbangs are good. AYA proceed to hold it down. Pass in, good for the double. Nothing for Case to do here. RCF will only look for a way out. These CTs have to save an AYA. That fast A-side hit yields fruit.
Yeah, they went in with I mean, suboptimal buy. You know, they weren't going in with full rifles, but they called that straight out of spawn. They line up that utility where you can actually get those smokes down at the fastest possible timing. And Case, I mean, they didn't have a single A player. They went for heavy mid, heavy B pressure, and by the time they realize it's far too late. Not even sure those mid players heard the smokes and the Molotovs, all of that blooming on the bomb site. You know, I think K started to realize that, guys, it's way too quiet everywhere on the map. Fast A again, and it's open.
Listen, this is just hitting him where it hurts again and again and again. The bomb now being planted. Yeps will be in decent position, but he just can't get the lineup. And without being able to eliminate the planter, it feels like your chances in this round are more and more limited. Deep Molotov as well to stop you from setting up for a nade pop through smoke. Fast in similar position, but ZQK will be the one who's actually contested this time. Dash into Donut, reveals his position, but he's great for the shot. In the meanwhile, Fasin caught out jumping in Donut. Beria as well, taken down, and now the retake looking much better still. There's the insurance strategy, Delboni taken apart, and Snow's got the kid Case to find 9.
Oh my goodness. I mean, again, this looked like a round that just shouldn't fall out of AYA's hands. They're getting caught jumping, they're trying to set up for flash plays, but that time is still ticking away, and Case are the ones that have to make that next move. It felt like AYA wanted to take the fight to them, or maybe were concerned about them saving. I don't know what the justification is for going for an aggressive maneuver like that, because Case didn't have the resources. They didn't have all the utility that they could have wanted for that retake. They had less than they had the last time they tried to take back that A-bomb site. Bolted a little flat, it comes close, but Case manage out. Finally, one of these 1vx scenarios falls their way. Miss Molotov onto ledge. They're trying to get aggressive into this area of the map. The flash in as well, they boosted up, but they're going to be able to go up rather quickly. Riccioli didn't even have his gun drawn, and he's trapped in the corner, but he's evacuated, and he's done a whole lot of damage in his transit. That might be enough.
Those come through on the flank as well. The bomb's been dropped, and it does feel like Case are on the verge of equalizing. Snow ducks out a dodge and fast in. When he tries to reface, to feel the brunt of his pain. Now, RCF and the USB might have been enough, but you know what? We've got Yaps on the flank. Up to 20 kills now in the game. He has quietly been performing.
I feel like we've re-engaged this first half, the tone or the style. We're back into chaos. Very, very tumultuous round, very awkward. And it's a very simplified calling here from AYA. They're just trying to go for faster A-side execs, faster B-side execs. And even though Case have their own plans, this time they were in the right spot to address this. They've not overcompensated. You know, how many times are you going to run this fast execution where we have nobody defending the bomb site? They still kept up the majority of their players in pretty much the same spots. I think they may have had one player, maybe, keeping an eye on A.
I was a little bit surprised by the fact that Riccioli is the one throwing the flash, to be honest, though. Just out towards the B aggression. It felt like that could have doomed him, but Riccioli kept himself alive by just popping the smoke in. They must have heard him actually throwing that one through, so yeah, very nicely played.
Yeah. Also very rare that you're going to go aggressive into B like that, into those lanes, without a third man on the B-bomb site. So they didn't want to just hound him down, expecting maybe that there was somebody long or short covering for his approach. More standard, but that's because AYA are on pistols. They want to make sure they keep tabs on everything. They're doing just that. Oh, jump over the AWP. Everybody does, except Fasten, who didn't get the memo.
That's why you gotta do your homework, Fasten. Snow can't do anything about the bomb being planted, but at the very least, he can play in mitigation. Just make sure that the T's don't get any frags hit, and you are good to go. Riccioli, MP9, this is the one you are fine with letting it fall. Okay.
What?
This is kind of... Listen, it didn't really matter, let's be honest. But kind of wild that no one checks it.
I think it's even, you know, just a little bit of a tease that he has all those free kills. He goes for the right play. He tries to get him off the defuse. But ends up with nothing. Not a single casualty taken here by Case, even though they overlooked what's a fairly common position.
And that is the one case in the world where burst fire might have been better.
Fair. Close range Glock against fully armored opponent. Definitely true.
Who isn't moving? Very important.
Even if it's moving, sometimes burst giveth and it taketh away.
Well, so far, Perio's health has been taken away. Early usual damage will do that. Lots of mid-control gained by AYA, but at the price of their own lives. Snow keeps it going! What a attempt on Perio as well, left with just a single point of HP. He's got his lucky stars to thank for that, and Riccioli wants to snuff those stars out. Aggression planned, the AWP behind, missed the shot, RCF will back, and now the advantage gain might have been given right back over.
I would have heard him scope close. Oh my goodness, the flash is perfect, but a Molotov in response here by RCF. Not committing to spams. They should know that RCF is weakened. They tagged him up on his journey in his attempt to find that trade onto ZQK, but the only one with full HP is SHZ, and you really need him to open up this round. Everyone else is running with rifles. Oh, maybe it's ZQK. RCF wounded, but not pulling the trigger in time.
ZQK is low. Urbano needs to find this one for free. Does do so. Flash overhead. SHZ's been a menace out from B ramp before as well, and he gets the kill every single time. 15 seconds. Clock isn't in the favor of Yeps. There was plenty of time for the bomb to be planted, and now SHZ, who's won 3 1v1s on this site before, pulls out number 4.
Oh my god, you can't beat this man when you bring it to a 1v1. He'll outduel you, he'll outthink you. They're pre-aiming the wrong directions. And sure, ZQK does the legwork, but SHC is the one that ties the bow on top. This is another round that just felt like it just shouldn't fall out of Case's favor, but yeah, how can you count against that man?
If Pyrrhia's one step further ahead, they lose that round.
Yeah.
The extra damage, the damage fall off. They don't have the 3v3. Still, what would this game be if it wasn't even? Fast in position, very appropriately. Finds out RCF will not let the op go aggressive twice over.
Yeah, kind of a lazy peek there from RCF. I think he's colliding with the edge of the wall, or he's kind of unsure about what angles he'd be exposed to. So, I mean, that's a really nice punish from Fasten. Not the best look from the AWP of Case.
Safe call.
Yeah. Lose an opening kill so quickly when you've got limited resources. If they get a kill, if they find Delboni on elbow, they may still go for this.
They don't call it Elboni for nothing. He comes in, finds one, keeps the punishment going. This is his spot all through and through.
Yeah, I mean, they wish they found him, but who was finding who? I mean, Elboni, sure. That could be his spot.
Snow might actually make a... He might take this for a spin.
I don't know.
We're right back into things. Madness will continue. They won't have a buy in the next round regardless. ZQK's got the bomb planted for him. This looks impossible, but if he'd found ZQK, maybe, just maybe.
It was ambitious. And that rifle could have gone a long way. He's the only one that can buy. Maybe that's why he felt so empowered. I'm gonna have a rifle regardless, but a teammate could have used it. That is a certainty. With how many clutches have fallen the way of AYA, I mean, I can't blame him for taking the chance. If the team had a problem with it, they would have stopped him.
Maybe they tried.
Save. No, I got this.
Sorry, TeamSpeak issues. Just a second.
Can't hear you, I'm muted.
Hit him with the old Mike.
Oh dear.
Regardless, the case will be on 3 SMGs, a 5.7, and 1 Icy Boy with an M4.
These decider games, we've had 3 mappers. I mean, every single one of them. 4 series today. This could be the 4th one as well. Should AYA just take this over the line? Case's buy is poor. I mean, it's SMGs, a 5.7. Snow, yeah, he's the one that has that M4, but you're really relying on him. You see AYA playing back, expecting someone to make a forward play.
This is a really annoying angle from the MP9, though, on RCF. If it ends up being an A-side finish through Donut, if it ends up being an A-side finish through main, I'm expecting RCF to come through with at least 1, maybe even 2. Urbano, his position, no less tricky. The problem is Snow. The problem is Snow. He's gone. He's dead. The rifle hits the deck. And now as Riccioli plays distraction for an MP9 that will not be given a chance to strike, they have to push through elsewhere as well. Case are falling apart. 13-11 being spelled out unless Riccioli can hit the nastiest shot of his life, and unfortunately that's just not meant to be.
Yeah, that had to be it. That was the one way back into this round, and now it's just doom and gloom. 19 HP here on RCF with an MP9. This is a certainty, merely a formality. We're going all 3 maps in every series today. AYA would not be deterred. They may have lost their own map pick in Mirage, but they answer right back on Case's pick in Ancient.
Dude. What a map that was as well, by the way.
It was mad.
Must have been like 6 1v1s, 2 2v2s, a couple of other rounds going a little bit crazy here and there, even if they aren't 2v2s. And SHC, listen, dude, the amount of rounds he bailed them out. Look, 4 1v1s, right? That's just straight out. That's straight out. Other than that, a 2v2 where he's the one who finds, rather 2v3 where he's the one who finds the first 2 kills. SHC was just mental. He was untouchable on that B site.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't, dominating the game per se, but he was definitely coming in clutch in some of these mid to late round moments for sure. I mean, without that, Case could have honestly had a very, to be honest, I actually think they looked like the better team in totality when it came to the second map in Ancient. But sometimes all you need is a bit of star factor, a bit of X factor, and SH2 was exactly that for AYA when they needed him.
Listen, we're going to need them more on Inferno. No great series can go unfinished without an Inferno decider. Let's find out whether the madness will continue or whether we'll have some sanity. Personally, I'm hoping for the former, but we'll find out after a break.
The world is changing quickly.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
If you guys didn't watch the Ancient that just went by, please, I beg you, you are doing a disservice to yourself. Welcome back to the RES LATAM Series number 3. We are heading into the final map confirmed, this time over, for the last group stage matchup as well before we head into playoffs. I'm teed down with Michael Yubi Cassidy on the microphone with me as we try and figure out what the hell is going on between Case and Adalia Amigos.
Yeah, sometimes trying to make sense of it all, it's sometimes you get wrapped up in it, and I feel like I've been wrapped up in it a little too much as of late, but man, that game was just exciting. It was all over the place, and I think that chaos is only going to translate into an Inferno, which, you know, definitely the map might be more restrictive in the ways in which the things can get hectic, but given the performance we've seen so far from both these teams, I'm kind of expecting it'll still happen somehow. I'm not sure how. I'm not trying to reason that it will, but I just think that there's been quite a few round breakdowns that have happened on the side of Case. Some of the performance from AYA in the late round seems to be great. And everybody's shooting on both sides, really. Yeah. So that's what's really making the game so compelling as well.
Okay, I'm going to say something that's going to sound like I'm criticizing these teams, but I promise you, this is just more reason for you to watch. Both of these teams aren't that good on Inferno. But both of these teams are really good at holding their mouths. This is going to be chaos. This is going to be madness. This is going to be mayhem. There's going to be force by wins. There's going to be 1v1s. There's going to be clutches lost by Case because they can't win clutches. It's going to be a good time.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams, if we look at their track record on this map, like I was looking at Cases, and it ain't great. Well, like 3 map wins on Inferno in 13 games, and 2 of them have been in previous iterations of the RES LATAM series in overtime wins. Like these aren't even like convincing wins. They're completely to the very final moments overtime wins.
But you're saying it's a 66% tournament win rate, Michael.
I mean, I guess so, but it ain't pretty. And for AYA, it's not pretty either. Like all their wins have been really tight, hard fought, even against Bestia, who, you know, haven't really shown the best form in either the previous LATAM series or this one. You know, they just didn't perform in the group stage of RS LATAM Series 3, and honestly, a big disappointment for the tournament, I think. But all these games have been super close for anyone that's won on Inferno. So this game, I think, will deliver in being much the same. I'd be very surprised if any team dominates the early stages.
I'm going to be surprised by anything I see.
Yeah, have no expectations, surprised by everything.
Only expectations I have is of a good time. And of course, as we get into the series, just a reminder, if you guys want to have a good time and, you know, just have some fun with some bets, if you're into that one, then you can also go check out our promotion with 1xBet, our partners, in a sticker hunt. Which is that there's a new gaming PC that's on that you could get if you're winning up the sticker hunt event. Go check it out. You can maybe place a bet on IM Chengdu as well, 2024. And yeah, go over to the link in the description and you can get more details about that one as we wait for the game to start.
Yeah, we're prepping for our own playoffs, but the IM Chengdu playoffs are already happening, so a limited window to make use of that sticker hunt. Well, here we go. Final map in the series. Final map of the group stage. Case versus Adal y Amigos to compete for a spot in the playoffs.
Hey.
MIBR is waiting in the wings, and the odds could not be any tighter. Whichever side you pick, I just hope you have a good time watching this game, because it is going to be hectic. It'll be great. And Case will start CT after winning that knife round. AYA maybe in for a rude awakening. They've pushed down mid.
Oh, the flash is great as well. Riccioli keeps the push going. He keeps the call maintained. With the first kill found, they can try and move back, reset back into the A site. What a flashbang as well to set up for a very slow banana scale that was being planned.
But after that, they immediately vacate. And back to more traditional setups. So a man advantage before even really having to bat an eye at the bomb sites. But they'll have none of that utility available later. They won't have a kit either, should AYA end up in a post plant.
Molotov's actually been missed out. That's going to be a little bit troublesome. Oh, never mind. I'm not sure about it. Just can't see it on the minimap. Regardless, though, Yeps is going to be comfortable sitting in the back of the site. Good for another frag, while Urbano now strikes in. Strikes through Case with a very successful pistol round.
Yeah, very dominant. I mean, Yeps just peeking out from the backside of the bomb site as they were all grouping up to scale from that pool position, and just as that's happening, Urbano able to trail past that smoke as well and thin the herd, release some of the tension for Yeps as well. Magnificently done. AYA completely caught off guard by that forward flash play that Case had planned. No plant, no kills, so no buy. It'll be a tough sell for the AYA side to invest.
RCS in a bit of a position. Okay.
Oh.
Does end up getting taken down. It's a more fair duel with him. We'll be having to do Elise, but hey, trade is there.
Well, Snow was blissfully unaware of SHC's position. Didn't even go out to check it, but that Glock ain't the best for a fight like that. So not more than one death here for the K side. And we'll move into a full gun round here for AYA. I want them to pull off those aggressive maneuvers. I want them to feel like they can push right back, because you see the confidence that Case have been playing with the entire series. I feel like you have to be able to disrupt that.
RCS pulled out the AWP early on as well, something to be expected, immediately settling down on the boost as well. We saw this attempted before, a little bit unsuccessful, but now, second time's a charm. Head spotted, but SHC, he just keeps on winning.
That's really well communicated. ZQK, I think, caught a whiff of them just jumping up and building the boost just as they had set up in that position. And now that they found that kill, Fasten sliding his way into the arches, so reinforcements is completely severed.
Wow, SNC is just expecting every single one of these boosts. And meanwhile, Urbano did well to spot out the speedway rotation that was threaded through, and Riccioli, honestly, you might want to use that smoke out for a bit, not for the apartments themselves, just to try and buy a bit more space, a bit more time. Urbano has got a flashbang available if he rotates in, but he's decided against it. They've left Riccioli on an island, and this is an island of death. Dodges the flames initially. Do they clear for this? No, they don't. The bomb's been dropped, but no follow-up. Riccioli. Boy, what he would have done to have a flash above him.
Yeah, I mean, if he had any support, a player in the site itself, where as soon as he takes contact, they could have created this crossfire. There was a world, but not the one that we live in, unfortunately. Like you said, Riccioli was kind of fed to the wolves, but they are getting their hands back on a couple of rifles. They'll still hold on to this for the following buy. AYA crack right in, and yeah, it's as I said, that's kind of turned up in the past couple maps, either by being clutch or, hell, I mean, I didn't even categorize the way that he was clearing those angles as a little clutch performance as well, because I could have dismantled the round right before AYA's eyes. Oh, that's awkward. Figure holding to see if somebody was going to throw a nade or start pressuring those players saving inside a pit, and then his teammate's face was in the way, so even if somebody did peek, he could have killed his teammate, could have killed Pyria. No problems, though.
Beautiful face. Keeps distracting me.
I mean, we were looking at the back of his head, so...
That damn beautiful hair. Now you're gonna say now you're gonna say he's wearing a ski mask.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, early timeout for the K side. They want to try and find new methods of business. Gotta say, RCF, like he had some good moments out on Ancient, but it did also feel like he was dropping the ball a little bit at times with a couple of misreads towards the end of things. And look, everyone has them, but any player who's making those mistakes towards the end of a map will always be frowned upon more. So we're hoping to see RCF maybe come through with some good performances here and now.
I don't even know that I can fully blame him when every round is chaotic. How are you supposed to anticipate the next fight? Flame phasing, Pyria ahead of those, the Molotov and the smoke. And sure, he's taken down by a nade, but his job is done. He's double entried over towards Banana. But they're still a little concerned that there could be an extra player in presence for Case. They're just buckling down on A and hoping that if AYA walk into them, they can fight for this, but should they not, it's a save.
They do have a flashbang if they want to try and go for a mid-side play just to see if you can get a kill or two. The T's are very well aware that this is going to be a stack on either side. There's no flash responses on B. There's nothing at all going on. The only thing they have to be worried about is the RCF AWP. Now, as Delboni starts to try and get a foray out, it does feel like it's going to be too late. So even if he ends up dying, which he does, there's no reason for the CTs to try and go for the retake.
Well, you say that. Bomb's not down, 25 seconds, and they're running it down mid, so they want to compete for this.
Flashbang does reveal their intentions, yeah. ZQK as well, trained on the AWPs, about to find the first one pretty much for free. Riccioli, the victim of a great shot. Maybe this is why you didn't want to pursue.
Yeah. And if you were, you had to just hope it wasn't being watched for and you can get those numbers together and guarantee that trade. That was a lovely shot by ZQK.
Yeah.
Very fast. Didn't linger. Exactly what AYA would have asked for. Great play by Pyria. You know, typically our lurking player, the guy we look at to in the late round, forcing the issue over towards Banana, making great use of the fact that a smoke and a Molotov that's down, he's able to find a section round the side of that smoke and just pick apart the B-side setup. They really wanted to hound down this trade as well. It comes at the cost of their lives.
Without the third rifle, you don't have a buyer on these. You have to save. I would love to see both the AWP and the AK on a single bomb site. Instead, Snow's just going to be gunning it down mid to his death. Immediately, ZQK takes him down. Not sure how much through the smoke it was, but if it was just a blind shot through the smoke and ZQK gets a headshot, that is a little bit rude.
I think he re-emerged from it, but he was also trying to push down the right side. That was still being held by the AWP, I think, just in case the smoke was blown open and that AWP that was saved over by RCF decided to take a peek. So, definitely ambitious. Going around the side that's more likely to be watched, and very, very audibly. Nice time.
Will be allowed to save, though.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, they really shouldn't hunt here on the AYA side. It's maybe too early on the start of their campaign to consider it.
It's also just something to keep in mind that when you're hunting down 2 players, it's very different to when you're hunting down 4, even if 3 of them have the speed. There's so much more potential of you losing more economy than you actually try and take out of their hands. They take even 1 more AK forward. That's really quite impactful.
Yeah, it's the fact you can benefit your opponent by delivering AKs to them.
Always something to think about. Oh, got a good-looking man out there. That's the one with the distraction. That's the one with the great hair underneath that ski mask, Michael. I'm telling you right now.
Oh, well, we jump back in very quickly.
think we're on the replay observer right now.
Yes, we are.
Shout out to Mr. Aro. Don't worry, guys. We know the faces pretty well by now. We're going to get this sorted out regardless. Small tech hiccups happen, and that's what we're here for.
Yeah, we may lose audio for a moment, but we're keeping eyes on the prize. AYA, of course, bouncing back as soon as they got themselves into gun rounds, and this in case have a lot to prove. They'll have gone in with a bye into this round. RCF still holding onto that AWP and starting off very aggressive into the apartments. There's a Molotov that's down the other end, but Delboni could meet an unfortunate fate.
It all depends on how far forward he wants to take the peak. RCF had an off angle as well, but Delboni's accidentally found Riccioli as well. It's all down to Yeps, and he's only good for one. It simply won't be enough. There's a reason why we had the replay cam on. It's because we want you to see these highlights in real time.
Ain't no accident. I mean, Delboni, that spray transfer is ridiculous.
Wait, was that a transfer?
That was a transfer.
Oh, dude, I didn't even realize this. I thought he just did it by accident. Never
My
mind.
God. That is absurd.
Yeah, I do need a replay, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I could do with one too, but he's our main man now. Saving these weapons won't quite be so easy.
Oh, no. Being hunted down. Snow's good for one. Delboni now just wants to try and keep the aggressive force forward. Snow's taken down, and YA will find their fifth, all off the back of a great spray transfer. So great, I didn't even register it in my head.
I mean, that was absolutely absurd. That is not normally. Well, I think we're back on main obs.
Yes. I think we are on replay obs for audio, though.
Yes, it's okay. Well, again, we're doing it live.
Hey. Things break, and right now, Case are hoping that they can break some faces and some bad streaks of form, really. Delboni found out, taken down. Snow's not just good for the one, he's good for the double. Leaves Yeps on the other side of a smoke with only a USB, but a chance to benefit off of it. Snow, even a third dink. There you have it. Robbery.
This could be the spark of the comeback. I mean, they hound down ZQK, who tried to get away, get his hands on that package, and make use of the space that S8C was trying to secure for themselves. But 3 HP is all that he has left. This man has been great in clutches, but this feels like a mountain to climb. I don't know that he's got his boots on.
3 HP and he's 3-3. That's a sign to save if I've ever seen one.
I thought that might have just been his lucky number. And hey,
Clear.
that's a little lucky. There's an AK there, or sorry, AWP there, and so he'll snap that up and run away. They've smoked where that bomb is. They chain smoke it. ZQK, just give me my weapon.
Thank you very much. Fantastic round from Snow, though. Got to give him so much credit out for that one. The 2 shots down mid, trading off of the pistols very effectively. Snow's been a key component of Case in the series.
Yeah, may not have succeeded in the previous round save, but took a bit of a gamble, you know, brought down to what his teammates had. And they go in with pistols flying through, creating space for Snow to thrive. So he's kind of teed up for success. A lot of his teammates taking the attention away from him as that primary rifler. And then Yeps, I mean, that is also a magnificent frag to have found. They were scrambling to go back into that B-bomb site, and if Yeps didn't get that first kill, then ZQK maybe escapes, gets his hands on the bomb again, and players are trapped CT. That's far more... a lot more easy to address if you're on the AYA side. So an absolute steal of a round from Case. They went in on a tight budget, but they still came away with a win.
Oh. Molly timing is fantastic. SAC is caught right mid-air in the jump, so the Singe will be audible. Delboni, uncontested, and honestly, for good reason. It's a much faster play towards the A site that's being planned out by AYA, and apartments pop in their minds. EQK finds Snow. A team flash. That's a little bit of miss, but Riccioli does not miss. 2 big frags found early in. RCF now trying to find the lurker in Piria's form. If he can get the kill, the retake is on, but Piria jiggles him out.
Well, this is a save if I've ever seen one. Listen, as much as we'll sing Snow's praises that previous... Wait. To be honest, I'm kind of surprised they didn't turn around back into this retake, because they tried a little too hard to hunt a little too early, but they made up their minds. Listen, as much as I want to praise Snow for that previous round, that's on him. I mean, they have that flash designed. He gets caught by his own teammate's flash, and he's just a sitting duck. It's a free kill. ZQK, I think, was just looking at a wall to line up utility at the time, which is, a little convenient for him. But may have also heard the flash being pinned, because it did come from long, and that's probably just within earshot.
Oh, it's definitely within earshot, but just look at the timing on when ZQK dodges it.
Yeah.
Snow could take some notes.
Yeah,
Never a good sign when your opponents are better at dodging your teammates' flashes than you are.
Yeah, that is definitely problematic.
RCS not having a good time. His woes continue. Melboni punishes him everywhere in the map.